Good morning, beautiful people. It is Thursday, the 5th of December, 2024. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by you guys, the culture. And like every other blessed morning, we are hosted by the best, sometimes in spirit, hence me talking, but I'm always here with Brent. Brent, how you doing, man?
Blessed and highly favored. How are you doing today? What's the weather saying outside?
Starting to drizzle a little.
Okay.
Yeah, very light, but it's still. Funny enough, it's not as cold though, so it's not too bad.
Would you prefer drizzle than snow?
Um, yeah, yeah. I don't like anything too cold. Don't like anything too cold. Can't do it. My melanin starts,
Where are you going this Christmas?
nowhere, man.
Are you holidayed out?
No, I was meant to go home, but there was some change to plans, so I'm no longer going, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm staying, man. Staying put, staying with family and whatnot.
Okay. I had one of my cousins come by what 2 days ago, and she touched down. She brought some stuff with her, kurma and that, and kurma is kind of like chin chin but long.
Okay.
Yeah, but it
Say again?
has kurma is like chin
Okay.
chin but long, and it has like ginger and like sugar and stuff on it. I don't tend to like it when it's store bought,
Okay.
but I guess that's the only type of love she wanted to show me. Then she left for France because her and my two sisters, my other cousin, one of my other cousins, are gonna have a girls' weekend in France.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue that they were traveling though. Didn't have a clue at all because apparently we have a family. We have a family dinner booked in.
You only found out.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they're gonna manage that. Oops, it's not this week. The family dinner's next week.
Okay.
Do you have family dinners, like big family dinners?
Not really, Not really. Every now and again there might be something. It might be like a gathering or something. We might do something. But if you mean like family dinners, as in everyone go out, or do you mean like even in the house?
Both of them.
In the house, yeah, every now and again.
All right, like whose spot do you all congregate at?
Maybe somebody else on the other side or mine. Yeah.
And do you ever dread any of that? I know you're a very cultural man, traditional and that, but do you ever dread any aspect of it?
Nah,
You always look forward to it.
I won't say I look forward to it, but yeah, actually, yeah, I would actually, because obviously, yeah, I may not see certain people in it for a while. You know what I'm saying? So.
What's your countenance like? Like I mentioned dread just now, right? And obviously it sounds like a heavy word that you don't normally look to throw into your vocabulary or your mindset. Like what bothers you to the point where you would kind of, I know some things bother you, right? Like a couple things, but where you'd be like, oh, sigh, related to family.
I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything, honestly.
Do you just go into robot gear because culture has done a number on you?
Not at all, but I like culture, though, innit? I feel like it's important. I'm not one of the, I'm not sending shots at nobody, but I'm not one of those who, because at the end of the day, I feel like everyone's part of a culture. You either choose the one you're part of, or you just become, I don't know, a stat in somebody else's. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I embrace my culture. I embrace my family. I love it, man. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't dread it at all.
Okay.
I think there's beauty in all those things. You know what I'm saying? It adds to the, the cohesion of a family, man, and community.
What's the one thing that has changed drastically about your mindset over the last 5 years
5 years.
relating to family or culture?
Ooh. That's a tough one. I don't know if anything's changed like that over the last 5 years. 5 years. Oh no, I can't think of anything. To be honest, I don't think anything would have changed. I feel like certain things in my life would have kind of been. This is obviously definitely not everything, but certain things kind of would have been ironed out when I was early 20s. I think. I don't think I would have deviated so far away from a particular thing since then. So the last 5 years, I don't really think there was anything that changed like that. Definitely as it pertains to culture or family or religion or, those things I think were kind of ironed out a bit earlier.
You don't think you fine-tuned certain
Fine-tuned, yes.
aspects of your religious beliefs?
Fine-tuned, yes, but not drastically changed, not anything like that.
Do you think you lent in heavier to any particular strand of religious belief that you didn't hold 10 years ago? About 5, 10.
10 years. I don't think so, I think prior to 10 years ago, I don't think so. I think maybe, maybe, I would say maybe if Yoruba culture, in that, this is the thing with me, I've always from the earliest age, funny enough, I remember having a conversation with your dad, actually. This was like school days, you know what I'm saying? Funny enough, a couple of times, actually with my mum and dad, talking about religion.
Your man, dad?
With your mum and dad.
Oh, okay.
This guy. And yeah, just certain things in the Bible and stuff in it. Because I never could wrap my head around the whole idea of if my people, African, Yoruba people, Nigerian people, West African people, Black African people who are not exposed to Christianity or prior to Christianity or whatever it may be, are just doomed. That never was something that could resonate.
Is your neck uncomfortable? Is your neck uncomfortable?
No.
All right, go on.
That never really resonated with me.
Sorry, say it again. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about your comfort. Go on.
just in terms of like the fact that African people are doomed if they don't have Christianity, for example, or they're doomed if they don't have Islam, or you know what I'm saying? Like that's just never sat well with me.
But that's only doomed with their framing of what happens after, because they are Christians. If you don't believe in that, then you won't be doomed, would you?
What do you mean?
They sat down and talked to you about their faith.
Who's they?
My mum and dad.
Oh no, I'm okay. Cool.
Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I'm just talking about, like, I didn't go into the specifics about the question, for example, but I was just basically saying it was something that was tied to one of the conversations that we had about African people, innit? And yeah, certain things, that's how we exist and how we see the world and what will happen to us or our people afterwards if they don't accept Christianity. If they don't accept, obviously it was just being Christianity, but I'm now adding to the mix Islam, for example. You know what I mean? That just never sat well with me. You know what I mean? That they will be doomed. Do you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I want to show that answers the question.
No, that's fine. So before they spoke to you, because you were in a church.
Yeah.
I know that you went to a white garment church, innit?
Yeah.
And to suggest as though you only now found out that if you didn't believe a particular thing, then you wouldn't basically benefit from the riches that particular faith has in store. First of all, why did you only find out when it is that you spoke to my parents? If you went to...
that definitely, I didn't just find out that when I spoke to your parents, not at all. That was always the narrative, innit? But it was one of the times that we had a conversation. Remember, this is school times. This is not 10 years ago. It's secondary school times, isn't it?
If you're saying that you're speaking to my mother and father, I could only believe it's school time.
Yeah, exactly. So it was back then, right? And so obviously I knew about that already, but just having a conversation with somebody who is an elder, you know what I'm saying? And it's telling me something that is certain. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a bit different to just hearing it floating around. You know what I'm saying?
As in sitting down with somebody and actually breaking it down.
Yeah.
Okay, and then your kind of mind was like, okay, crap.
It wasn't crap. It was just, okay, cool. But I'm an African first. You know what I mean? How does this make sense for us?
But you were an African first in the white garment church.
100%.
And they were preaching about heaven, right?
Yes, 100%. But this is the difference, though. You may not see people from white garment churches or African churches, Pentecostals aside, but traditionally African cultures where you see the culture of an African people in that church say anything contrary to, I don't know, Christian doctrine, which is i.e. Christ is the only way and all this sort of stuff. But the behavior of the people makes you feel like they don't necessarily see it that way. There's no Nigerian, I'm definitely generalizing here, but you ask many Nigerians, right, especially Yoruba people, you're going to have a mixture of Islam and Christianity in that household. They don't necessarily look at their Muslim cousins and brothers and sisters, uncles, and say, oh, you lot are going to hell. It doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? You might get some of them say that about some of the traditional belief systems for some reason, but it's not seen as, okay, yeah, you're going to hell, we're different. And no, in Africa it's different. We find a way to have everything exist because we don't necessarily, as much as it may seem as though we're dogmatic about a particular belief system, religion, it doesn't, in real practical terms at an everyday level, it's not like that.
Can I ask a question? Because I don't know about this, obviously. I've heard about a lot of Christian and Muslim family makeups, right? Mm-hmm. In that particular household, are they fully practicing Christians and Muslims? Do they read the Quran? Do they read the Bible? Do they go to mosque? Do they go to church?
Yeah. So, yeah.
And they understand what's in the books in which it is that they're basically reading?
Yes.
Serious?
So I have an auntie. She's transitioned now. And
transition to what?
She passed away.
Oh, okay.
She, for example, is a Muslim family. So came from a Christian background, married a Muslim man. Kids are Muslim. Still will go church. She converted to Islam as well, but will still go church on a Sunday. There's no contradiction. It just exists.
Does that say more about how she's interpreting what she's reading? Because you're saying that she will still read the Bible, right?
Yeah.
As in certain passages, not important bits.
No, I think it would be important bits, but I feel as though a lot of the time, especially in the West, they like to draw lines and be like, okay, cool, if you cross over here, then you're not part of us at all. You know what I'm saying?
It's interesting that you say that it's the West that only looks to take the Bible or the Quran at its word. I do believe that I've seen some televangelists in Nigeria preaching the word.
That's why I mentioned not the
bear in mind,
Pentecostals.
I'm not talking about the videos that you put up here. They're not here. I'm not talking about when people are walking into church and just accepting anything that the pastor is giving them. I'm talking about people who are walking in the church, knowing their Bible and making sure that they, the Holy Spirit basically discerns whether it's BS on the pulpit or not. I've seen some churches in Nigeria that are solid.
100%.
So when you say the West, I don't know if that's accurate.
It's only because, but this is why I mentioned before, not necessarily the Pentecostals. So a lot of those, like you said, the televangelists, you might see somebody like Adeboye or Yedipo, all these people who are top pastors of big churches like Winners Chapel and all them sort of places, CAC and whatnot. They would be very like what you're saying.
So they're westernized, you're saying?
I won't say they're westernized. Like, to put it in a way you might, in the way that you framed it, they read it like, okay, cool, this is the so-and-so, so-and-so. But Africans, and I don't know, like generally, even if you look at history, Africans are not necessarily, okay, cool, it's just this. There's a way for people to mix and blend, because I feel like culture, and this is why I said before, many times on the show, over the how many years I've been here, like when you take on a belief system, a religion, you're taking on the people's culture, 100%. So if you're going to adopt it as your own, why not have your cultural influence inside of it? But I feel like Africans are the only ones who don't do that. I've said this again many times in church, many times on the show. You go to the West, you see a white Jesus. You go to Mexico, you see a Mexican Jesus. You go to China, you see a Chinese Jesus. Africa is a white Jesus, though. Why? Why does your God not look like you? So I'm just saying those particular things, it's a bit different when you go to certain churches and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
So
but in practice, it may not be.
you're saying that Chinese Christians,
Yeah.
born again Christians, have white Jesus. I mean, Chinese Jesus.
100%. Yeah. If for
Born again
those
Christians,
for
Chinese
those who
Jesus,
for those who
and
for those who depict
and the
Christ.
Latin states, countries, the born again Christians, they also have a Latin Jesus.
I'm talking about I'm talking about those who depict Christ. Not everybody who's
I've
born
seen
again.
depictions of Christ in these particular places, but I've also seen like other faith-based idols and symbols next to. I'm talking about Latin America here.
Okay.
Next to it, like they will celebrate the Day of the Dead and all sorts.
Okay.
So I don't know if that is like correct all across the board.
Remember, not everyone's going to do it, but I'm talking about like the presence of Christianity in those particular places. Those people had depictions of Christ looking like them. You know what I'm saying?
Right, let me just jump off of religion because I didn't to start asking you
Yeah.
about your mindset to focus on religion. Ambition. Are you ambitious? Would you say you're as ambitious as you were in your younger years before you got married?
Yeah.
Don't look at any specific time. I just say just before
Yeah. I
marriage.
think
Do you still have that hunger?
so. 100%.
Does it look a particular way now compared to how it looked 10 years
Yeah,
ago?
it'll be different. It'll be slightly different. It might exist in different ways. It might be spread across different things. So, for example, when you're younger, for example, say you wanted to be, I don't know, a footballer, you would only have time for football, innit? That's where 100% of your free time or the time you can put towards a particular ambition goes to. But when you now have a family, some of that ambition will go into your kids, for example. Will go into setting up something for your future or whatever it may be. It will be in different ways. But the core thing will still be the same, innit? But again, it depends. It depends on who's around you and people who feed into your family and what you feed into as well on how those things look. But I feel like it's dynamic. With time, it changes. Certain things you put a bit more time into this. You maybe pull back a bit here, put a bit more into this. But I feel like the overall goal is still in a particular direction. I don't think necessarily Malcolm, not trying to liken myself to Malcolm, but somebody like Malcolm or even Martin Luther King, when he was just a preacher, I don't think he was his drive and ambition was less or more or whatever it may be prior to when he became the face of civil rights. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm, prior to him getting married, was part of the nation. I don't think his drive was less or whatever it may be prior to when he got married. You know what I'm saying? I just think it was slightly different because he had kids now. He had a wife now. You know what I'm saying? Things slightly changed, but the overall goal is that he's heading in that direction. You know what I mean? But I feel like with these new things that come into your life, you have new tools. And so you may do things in a different way, but for the same goal, same end.
Are there any civil rights or not civil rights, black activists or Pan-Africans in the last 50 years that you kind of look to, let's say 20 years, that you look to or take from as opposed to keep going back to Malcolm and Frederick Douglass?
20 years?
No, let's say 50. Let's say 50.
Yeah, of course. 50 years wasn't 50 years ago was what? I'm talking about what, 70s or something, right?
Just the other day, yeah.
Yeah, one of my guys, my top guys, the great Thomas Sankara. You know what I'm saying?
Damn
Like,
it.
he
That's
left
why I
us
said
in the
20 in the
80s.
first place, isn't it?
Yeah, but 20 years, that's just the other day, man.
Okay. So
Dr. Uma's doing a lot though. Last 20 years, if we're talking about last 20 years.
would you see him as one of your heroines?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say he's a hero of mine like that.
Would you say
We're too close in, you know what I mean? We're in the same time period.
your peers?
No, not peers, but we're in the same time period, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
rarely,
That's what I'm
seldom is
saying.
that the case.
Do you gather any inspiration from any of your peers in this time period?
Yeah, 100%. Because, I mean, we've had amazing people even come on the show. You know what I'm saying? Who are my peers, our peers, who are doing amazing things. Like, I don't think Pan-Africanism looks the same as it did like 50 years ago or 100 years ago. But people have different ways, you know what I mean? That like, there's different ways to fight oppression and seek liberation. You know what I'm saying? I think people have different ways of doing it. You know what I'm saying? Darryl does it in an amazing way, in a brilliant and an effective way. But it's also different to the way Sace does it, for example, who also does it in an equally amazing, beautiful way as well. You know what I'm saying? Towards the same goal, though. You know what I mean?
So there are two examples of like boots on ground type
Yeah.
fellas. I'm talking about outside of the quote unquote classroom or lecture hall, right? You're not that, right? You're a different type of educator. Yes.
Okay.
Aspirations, I believe, are not completely different in all across the board, but in practicality, I do believe that you're looking to achieve different things different ways, right? What keeps you going? I believe you have certain goals in your head.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you what the goals are. I believe you have certain goals in your head that you want to complete before you are unable to pursue it anymore. Whether it's from physical ailments, God forbid,
Never happened to me.
mental ailments, God forbid.
Won't happen to me.
What keeps you fighting towards that end?
The belief that I think black African people will reach the apex again
Why do you say?
in every way, shape, form, or fashion.
Why do you say black African people?
Because that's what matters to me. That's my priority.
No other black people.
No,
No other black people.
no, those black people I see them as African too.
So when you say black African, you
Because
just
there's other Africans who are not black.
oh, you're just saying not white African.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
See, you don't know what to say that. As in, it shouldn't sit next to each other. You're saying.
It's more so I don't respectfully I just don't think about other groups.
Yeah, let me derail you.
Yeah.
So, you want black African people to reach the apex. You believe they can reach the apex again.
100%. We were there, so we can reach it again.
And it's not going to look the same way, is it?
No,
So how are you measuring it?
I think just one of the things.
What is this apex? What's the measure of this apex?
It looks different, and I can't necessarily say how it will look in the future. But I think one of the biggest things that you might look at might just be quality of life. Just quality of life. Just the fact that someone can wake up and dream and have fertile ground to pursue that particular thing. To not lead your country and be a slave to the West. Because are you really a leader if you're in the pocket of the West? To have real economic freedom. You know what I'm saying? To rely on self and know that, okay, cool, you are good enough. And that manifests itself in an everyday practical sense.
It sounds as though what you want to achieve can only be achieved if you have unlimited influence, power, and network connections.
I think I think
Because you
most
just
things
mentioned
are like
nation dreams,
that. Yeah.
right? And I'm guessing it's not just a Nigeria.
No.
It's African countries.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to basically look to achieve that, before you transition, why have you decided to use transition, by the way?
Why what?
Why have you started using the word transition as opposed to die or pass?
No reason.
Yeah, fair. So in order to get there in your lifetime, one, do you think it's feasible, tangible?
No, it's not necessarily a case of there being some completion in my lifetime. I just don't see things that way. Everything goes in circles and cycles, you know what I'm saying? Like, but significant difference. You know what I mean? Significant difference. It's kind of like what we're doing here with TMB, right? You want to feel like, I don't necessarily think everything that we're aspiring to do and achieve with TMB will happen in our lifetimes. I don't think it should. I think there should be significant difference though, and everything that we've written down that we can see in our mind's eye should be realized. That would be a beautiful goal. But it's important for it to be dynamic so that after we're gone, it's still relevant.
I hear you, and that's lovely. But what are the things that you feel as though TMB, what we want TMB to achieve, wouldn't be completed in our lifetime?
I don't know if there's anything I can put my hands on necessarily.
And if that's the
I'll
case,
have to think about it.
If you need to think about it,
Yeah.
why is it even in your mind's eye? Why aren't you focusing on what's right in front that can basically change people's lives immediately.
No, but I am. That's why I can't necessarily think of the things that can't, because I'm not focused on those things. I just leave that to the future. There's just certain things in the future that is meant for the future. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow will take care of itself. I'm talking about the now, but that was just in reference to the question you asked about Africa and where I see it being, and if all of the dreams I have of Africa, how I see Africa being, could happen in my lifetime. You know what I mean? Like, Africans have been there for a million years, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just been so many different cycles of ups and downs and just different things. You know what I mean? Like,
Do you think? I have two things. First of all, one, I in my head everything that I would like TNB to achieve
yeah.
can happen in my lifetime.
Okay.
It can happen in the next 20 years.
Okay, cool.
However, do you think Elon Musk? Do you think the guy from Amazon, what's his name? Bezos can actually, and even Bill Gates, can actually look to make nationwide change for the African continent? The same type of aspirations you want
Do
for
I think
Africa.
they can?
Yes.
They can if they choose to.
All right.
But
haven't you seen them become nation builders within your lifetime? Or nation definers in your lifetime?
yeah, I guess so.
Right? So it can happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you've seen...
It's different, though. Because who are they contending against? Who's their enemy? Who's trying to keep them down? What things are in place? What threat is there to Elon Musk's life from an outsider, from an external source? I'm not talking about some crazy American person who just doesn't agree with capitalism. I'm talking about an external who feels like the more they rise, we die. And not only do they have the ambition, they can realize the ambition. It's different. This is why African countries need armies, real legit armies. Because every time somebody springs up to do something of value, real value to that country, that person is put on a hit list.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm not suggesting that it would be plain sailing for a black man or black woman to attain that type of wealth that can shift a nation amongst other nations. I'm not suggesting it would be easy. But first of all, I'm just talking about the wealth one can amass within your lifetime. You can get to the point where you can now start to be strategic. Well, you've been strategic from the very beginning, right? But even more strategic to now start, I guess, being the main player. And even then, I know you will come up against those who want things to continue as it is. I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
And that's why I think I focus on the things that are local first, right? Because that local focus could, I don't know, could grow, foster and facilitate the next 25 me's that could then, again, spread out, again, focus on their local, again, spread out, focus on local. So it becomes like a wildfire. But I think it's good to have these massive dreams and aspirations pertaining to an entire continent. That's cool, man. And obviously, in everything that you look to do, any partnerships that TNB looks to make, we are going to have that in mind, right?
Sure.
And obviously, we know that we need to be as wise as serpents when it is that we're doing certain deals and whatnot. We can't
100%.
obviously let everybody know that this particular deal that we're doing with this person over here, this nation over here, is like a backdoor to get, this running. And then it just creeps up on them and like, bam! Gotcha! And you flip the script. You know how these whites, they're fearing that they're being erased?
Yes.
Because of how many black men and how many black women are stealing their finest. Just because we're wavy and delectable. that could be the slow crawl, innit?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it is that the black men and women looking to get with white men and white women are thinking about that, you know? I don't think they're consciously going out there and saying, let's dilute the whites. I don't know. But, you know, it's a slow creeper.
I don't think they're consciously thinking that at all.
No?
At all.
I watched a clip yesterday on social media, and I think Dr. Umar was at somebody's university. And obviously he was doing his Dr. Umaring, innit?
Yep.
And the man then said, can a black man get anything good from a white woman? I don't know if it is that he phrased it like that. He phrased it some way. He then said, no. I'm thinking, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But yeah, I'm surprised nobody's looked to take him out yet.
Quite surprised.
You're wondering, like, why would someone go and take him out, right?
Yeah.
Because essentially he's doing what the white man wants him to do. The white man who believes that they're being diluted. He's preaching that black men should stay away from black women. He's preaching some form of segregation, right?
I mean,
I
don't think so. I think he's just pushing for black love, man.
No, 100%. But by proxy, isn't it going to benefit, like, the white nationalists? Because we're not meddling with their white daughters anymore. We're not meddling with their white sons anymore.
I guess so.
And he's saying we need to go back to Africa, isn't it? Isn't that what he
I don't
also?
think Dr. was saying we have to go back to Africa like that, though.
Okay.
I don't think he's saying that. I don't think he's... In fact, I don't think I've heard him say that. I could be wrong. But, yeah, he might just see the world as belonging to black people, innit? So, yeah, Africa is not the only home. You know, there's certain black people who say that, innit? You know what I mean? Like, it's not just Africa, you know? To be fair, a lot of those people are like the FBAs and stuff like that. But, yeah, I don't think he's pushing for going back to Africa. You don't have to. But just more so wherever you are, focus on community, focus on family. And how do you have strong family if you don't have, or strong black family if you don't have two black identifying parents in the household? You know what I'm saying?
Do you have a lot of faith in, one, the TDA community, and then two, the wider black community that TMB is going to be reaching?
I do, man. I do. I think sometimes my frustrations, though, it's not a TDA thing. It's just a black people thing, isn't it? And I think that just happens because it's just part and parcel of life, man. You know what I mean? Like just dreaming and hoping for more, innit? And seeing that sometimes people are just, I don't know, for lack of a better word, just think childish. You know what I mean? So like just resistant to growth. Just as simple as things like politics. How we can be so divided and I just want to fight each other or insult somebody or say this person not black enough because of a political opinion, and like those things are childish to me. You know what I'm saying? So stuff like that might be frustrating. Even, I don't say religion because I know people's religion, people are willing to die for their religion, innit? So it is what it is. I understand why people would want to draw lines in the sand.
Are you not?
Huh?
Are you not?
What, willing to what? Die?
Die for your religion.
I'm not willing to go out there and fight and start. No. Why? Why am I doing that?
Are you willing?
What can I do when I'm dead?
Are you willing to die for your Yoruba land?
Yoruba lands. Yeah, if need be. Yeah, if circumstances got that extreme. You know what I mean? Where there was a need and, you know what I mean? Like conscription thing, we have to fight this, that sort of thing, yeah. But no one's doing that for a religion.
No.
You know what I mean?
You said that you wouldn't die for the God in which it is you serve, but you would die for the man in which it is you call friend or family. What would you say?
Because without life, what is there?
Before life, what was there? Who gave you life?
Yeah, but the God that gave me life don't need me to go and die for him. Doesn't need me to do that. He's not weak.
Is that how? All right. This is good. Good.
Call up people.
This is good. Let me
You
see.
know, they're trying to I don't know. They're talking about Religion in the chat, man. Black Rub and Just and Kevin. Big up Kevin, man. Hey, Kevin, make sure you stay tuned, innit? Because we've got an amazing guest today, man. I know you like your history. It's a shame Mark's not in.
I have
Because Mark's would have loved it as well.
And you see how you said that?
What happened?
That it's a shame Mark's in. You've resigned to the fact he's coming in, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. This guy was at the Arsenal game yesterday. Yes, sir?
Oh, you deserve it, then.
This is why he's not.
You deserve it.
It's crazy. I hope it is you're not looking very carefully at your bloody killie. Yeah? Your savior. This is crazy. I hate to let me not talk too much. Not talk too much. So you would die for strangers.
Who are the strangers are you talking about?
All right. So I don't know when last you went to Yorubaland.
Okay.
So you can help me. You could tell me. When last did you go to Yorubaland?
Maybe about 5 years ago now. It's been a while.
And how long did you spend in...
Before COVID.
How long did you spend in Yorubaland?
A few weeks.
All right. So before then?
I can't remember. Some years before that as well.
All right. So you have family there?
Of course.
All right. So it's
home, innit?
It's the family that you are basically fighting for. Your family. Not the land. Not the people. Just your family.
No, it's the people too. It's the family. We're all one. That's how I see it.
All right. In this country...
There's a reason why I say, for example... Go on.
In this country, wherever you're living, would you fight and die for your family?
For my family here.
100%.
So what am I fighting for, though? For their land or for them themselves?
It's them.
Yeah, of course I would.
All right. Now, that family is now in Yorubaland.
Okay.
You still fight and die for them.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Yorubaland has this extra appendage, which is the land.
Yes.
So it makes you even more like geared up to fight for more, right? But in essence, you only needed your family to be in trouble to look to give your life up.
Yeah, but I also see the people in my culture as, in some way, an extension of my family because we're a community. We share the same DNA.
You'd fight and die for me.
Yeah, 100%. Why not?
So it's just black people full stop. It's not really Yoruba.
No, not necessarily. But I know you, though, innit? You're different to the average black person. No disrespect to the average black person. You know what I'm saying? But we are brothers without DNA brothers.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
so in Yorubaland,
Yeah.
how about the one who lives 20 miles down the road? You've never met him.
Yeah.
Would you fight and die for him?
I may not do it in for example, an everyday sense. But if we're talking about the existential threat of Yoruba people, that's what I'm talking about. What is a people without a land?
And how do these people get formed? They were born...
We're definitely going to get into this when our guest comes as well.
No, that's fine. That's why I'm laying the groundwork, right?
100%.
Before you were born,
Yes.
who conceptualized you? In your belief. I'm only talking about your belief system.
Who conceptualized me? Me or my people? Me personally?
Well, you personally.
God.
And this God,
Yeah.
did he also conceptualize your people?
For sure.
And gave value to the land in which they lived in?
100%.
So this is why you venerate him or her. I don't know, what do you believe in?
Yeah.
Right? Them.
God is man.
Okay. That is crazy. Man.
What, is he a woman? Imagine, look how I even said is
I
he a
hear
woman?
you say male, but man?
Yeah, I mean, it's just semantics, isn't it? But yeah, man.
All right, if you say so.
It's just like saying God the Father is a man or a father.
I wouldn't say that.
No, but you say father, though.
Yeah, I can say father. It's a title.
Why can't he be mother?
No, that's why I said I can say male.
But the same thing, say man.
No, let's not get into this. This is not even
Even
important.
but I mean in the same way, basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Sorry, I derailed you. Sorry, I apologize. You can say man. So, you would die for a people that were only honed and formed. The value was only given to these people by God. But you wouldn't die for that God. Because you say he doesn't want you to die for him.
I don't believe he wants me to die for him. I don't think that's the requirement of God.
Do you think he wants you to deny him upon fear of death?
No, I don't think so.
So what do you believe then?
What do you mean?
I ask you,
Do I
If you
think
had
he'd
an
want me to deny
opportunity
him?
to live by
Yeah.
denying him,
Yeah.
would you live?
No, I probably wouldn't do that.
So you would die.
No, but not in that sense though, because I interpreted what you're saying as die for him, as in I'm going to war. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in a situation where I don't know, we're being oppressed, and they say, "Would you do da da da?" and it's a bit different to would I go to
Thank
war
you.
for?
Thank you very much for giving that clarity. So you wouldn't go to war for your faith.
Unless my faith was tied to my culture.
Jesus Christ. Oh, oops.
Because I've said this many times before. Like, if your religion doesn't benefit you in the now, what's the point? That's just how I see
and
it.
yours doesn't.
No, mine does. My religion is my belief system, which I'm
So
not gonna
help
get
me
into.
understand what you're saying then.
I'm just basically saying my belief system is something that requires me to stay alive. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Like, there's value in life. I don't believe in just getting everything you want in the hereafter. No. It needs to be beneficial now.
Do you believe that this world it has a sell-by date?
Yeah, everything does.
Do you think there could ever be a time when Yorubaland isn't Yorubaland?
Potentially.
If there is a giant earthquake that literally separates this land and then obliterates this land is no more, this land is at the bottom of the sea, would that where it sunk, would it then become Yorubaland? Isn't Yorubaland where the people reside?
Yeah, but it's also, it's not just that though. It's not mutually exclusive. This is why I said earlier, about 5 minutes ago, what is a people if they don't have a land? What are you?
No,
You know what I'm saying? So we can be Yoruba people and be all around the world, but if you don't have a home, what look at it, look at the so-called Jews today. What are they fighting for?
No, I please give me some grace. Remember, my mind doesn't work like yours.
Okay,
I can
talk
only
to me.
focus on the things that I've asked you, and if it is I don't get the response focused on the question,
Cool.
I'm gonna harp
Again,
on it, right?
good.
Has Yoruba land always been Yoruba land?
What do you mean by that?
The
So that
land
I
in
know
which
what
it
you
is
mean.
you'll call Yoruba land, what
Yes.
was it before you'll decide to call it Yoruba land?
I don't know.
Were y'all
As
in
far
that
as I'm
same
concerned, it's
spot?
always been there.
In that same spot?
Again, it depends who you speak to. Some people believe that we migrated from different parts. So you might have migrated, I don't know, not the earliest stop, but the stop prior to us getting there might have been from the Nok people. Prior to that might have been Sudan. Prior to that might have been Egypt or Kemet. So we would have been different people at different times in history. But then you settle in a particular place and things change. Your culture, your culture changes because of your environment, the different things that you respond to. How certain things have to be malleable so that you can survive, because that's the chief aim of man, to survive. This is why I said to you, why should your God require you to die? If you die, who serves him?
No, don't run away again. Don't run away again.
Okay, go.
I asked you before it was Yoruba land.
Yeah.
Was it somebody else's land?
I don't know.
Why have you stopped your research at that point? Where
Because
you
I don't
can't
know.
answer that question.
Because my research hasn't taken me to I've not found anybody that's lived in that Yoruba land prior to us.
So let me stop talking about the past. Let me talk about the
Yeah.
future. If the earthquake happens and that land is no more, can there be a Yoruba land anymore?
If the people are gone?
No, the people survived. I mean,
Yeah, if we move, yeah, 100%.
so wherever you move then would be Yoruba land.
I guess so, yeah.
So
as long as we practice, as long as we're together,
100%.
yeah.
So where you live now, you can form a Yoruba land.
100%. But remember, Yoruba land, the borders have changed over years anyway.
I
So
want you to hone in on that.
Okay,
that
cool.
solitary point.
Yeah.
Wherever the people are, that's where the land is.
Yes, but there needs to be a certain level of freedom to exist there.
Whatever,
Okay, cool.
you can create that. You can achieve that. But bear in mind, the focus isn't on the physical land. Is that what you're saying? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm saying that they're not mutually exclusive. I believe that the two have to kind of exist. It's kind of like saying where Africans are, you're just African. Like, you know, like if we were all displaced, then it wouldn't really matter because we still exist. No, It matters that we have a homeland, that there's something that we connect to in the physical reality.
Don't run again. Don't run again.
Cool.
What I just did,
Yeah.
step by step, was get you to say, if the land was no longer,
Yeah.
wherever the people move to and they practice, that will be the land.
Not entirely, though. That's what I'm
So
trying
it
to say.
won't be the land.
Not necessarily. Because, for example, let's just say we were displaced and we all moved to the UK. We're there with other people. UK isn't now Yoruba land.
No. I only want you to focus on what. Let me make this easier.
Cool.
So if the earthquake happens and the land is no longer,
Okay.
Yoruba land is finished.
Cool. What?
There can be no concept of Yoruba land anymore. That's what you're now saying.
If the people are gone too.
No, the people are still there.
Okay, cool.
But I went here with you and I thought we landed,
Okay,
but
so
you've
basically
moved again.
So basically what you're saying is, for some reason, all Yoruba people left. They went to some big party. While they're away, the land, earthquake, destroyed.
See how you're trivializing it in order to
No.
basically just
I want
do
it.
the Mayweather again.
I want it to be very clear though, that basically something happened that got rid of the land,
So
but the people exist.
all right. I initially asked you about past.
Cool.
Before it was Yoruba land, I asked you. You said you couldn't countenance that. So I said, cool. Let's talk about a theoretical future,
Cool.
right? And some mad event has made it so that the land you currently call Yoruba land, the perimeter is no longer. It's just gone.
Cool.
But the people are still alive.
Okay.
And they have gone somewhere else
Yes.
to now say, this is where we're now living.
Are
and
they
this is where we're
there-
practicing our belief.
Are they there alone?
Yes.
Okay, then cool. That's different.
All right.
Yeah.
So hone in on that.
Cool.
Where you currently would go and die for is not really the land, it's the people.
Yeah, but also the land, because it's ours. So if somebody came, because imagine, this is why being displaced is such a criminal thing, because you need to have something that you're tied to. If we move to a new place after this earthquake that you're talking about, we have something we're still tied to.
Yeah.
We've decided this is our land. This is ours.
Yeah. And it needs to be a case where it doesn't have any other people around.
It can have other people, but it just has to be enough of us there to be like, this is ours. And if you're coming here, you understand you're coming to ours, something that's that belongs to us.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, cool. I'm just going to say I understand everything you're saying, and I want to move on.
All right, cool.
So, do y'all believe in a God or God?
Yoruba people?
Yes.
Of course.
Would they die for that God? Not you, because you
Yoruba
said
people
you
do.
won't do it. Would they die for the God they believe in?
That's an individual thing. I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not trying to run away from the question.
No, you're not. That's fine.
Reason what I'm saying is because Yoruba people made up of Christian people. So there might be Christians there who say, yeah, I die. There might be Muslims who say, yeah, I die. There might be people who practice Ifa who say, yeah, I die. But all of them may also say no. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not one homogenous group.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it will definitely be different from person to person.
All right. So, do you believe that God is eternal, everlasting?
Yeah.
All right. Morning. Nice to see you. Come in. You good? All right. You can do you want to sit here? Yeah, you can sit here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Morning, man. How you doing? You good?
All right. Let's get into
Yeah.
No rush, by the way. I know I'm early, so there's still.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
All right, people, we're going to get into our headlines. All right, people. So, the head of the armed forces has warned that Britain is on the precipice of a third nuclear age, in which it must face down multiple threats. So, in an annual address at the Royal United Services Institute, the actual defence think tank for that, in London, the chief of the defence staff, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin, said that Britain and its Western allies were facing wild threats from the alliance of China, Russia, Iran and North Korea. After the first phase of the nuclear age during the Cold War and the second age defined by disarmament, Sir Tony said that the world was now entering a third era in which nuclear threats and exercises are becoming more prevalent again. He went on to say that from Russia, we have seen wild threats of tactical nuclear use, large-scale nuclear exercises, and simulated attacks against NATO countries, all designed to coerce us from taking the action required to maintain stability. Next headline, and a defense minister has warned that the British Army would be wiped out in as little as 6 months if it was forced to fight a war on the scale of the Ukraine conflict. Alistair Carnes said that a rate of casualties similar to Russia's invasion of Ukraine would lead to the army being expended within 6 to 12 months. He said it illustrated the need to generate depth and mass rapidly in the event of a crisis. In comments reported by Sky News, Carnes, who's a former Royal Marines colonel, said that Russia was suffering losses of about 1,500 soldiers killed or injured a day. And in a war of scale, not a limited intervention, but one similar to Ukraine, this is what he said, our army, for example, and the current casualty rates will be expended as part of a broader multinational coalition in 6 months to a year. He also added that that doesn't mean we need a bigger army, but it does mean you need to generate depth and mass rapidly in the event of a crisis. Next headline, and almost 4 months after Ukrainian troops launched a lightning offensive into the Russian region of Kursk, text messages from soldiers fighting there paint a dismal picture of a battle they don't probably understand and fear that they might be losing. Pavlo spoke of immense fatigue, the lack of rotation, and the arrival of units made up largely of middle-aged men brought directly from other fronts with little or no time to rest in between. Some questioned whether one of the operation's initial goals to divert Russian soldiers from Ukraine's eastern front had worked. The orders now, they said, were to hang on to this small sliver of Russian territory until a new president with new policies arrives in the White House at the end of January. Next headline, and France has been plunged into political crisis after a no-confidence vote brought down the government, ending the beleaguered minority coalition of the right-wing Prime Minister Michel Barnier after only 3 months. The no-confidence motion brought by an alliance of left-wing parties was supported by MPs from Marine Le Pen's anti-immigration far-right National Rally Party. A total of 331 lawmakers, with a clear majority, voted on Wednesday night to bring down the government. Barnier will resign as Prime Minister on Thursday morning, having warned before the vote that France will be plunged into the unknown. Macron will then address the nation in a televised address on Thursday evening. And this is what his officers said after the vote. Next headline, and a multi-billion-dollar money laundering operation that formed when UK gangs were struggling to offload cash during lockdown has been uncovered by the National Crime Agency. Discovering the Russian-speaking network embedded in the UK's streets drug market is the biggest success against money laundering in a decade. This is what the investigators have said. The global operation, which is based in Moscow, has been taking dirty money from crime gangs for a fee and allowing them to exchange it for untraceable cryptocurrencies, protecting drug profits from detection. And the network has also been used by Russian state to fund espionage. The network stretches across 30 countries, and 84 people have so far been arrested, including 71 in the UK. And you know what? Let me give you this last headline as well.
Are you going through all of them?
Oh, you want all in one go, yeah?
Man.
All right, cool. Well, Taylor Swift fans went into meltdown after Beyonce was officially named the greatest pop star of the 21st century by Billboard. Taylor Swift, who's 34, has had a record-breaking career, with the Eras Tour becoming the highest-grossing concert series of all time and becoming the biggest-selling artist of the 21st century, with fans expecting her to be a shoo-in for the top spot. However, Swift landed at number two on the list, with Billboard anointing the Crazy in Love star, who's 43 years old, Beyonce, with a coveted title due to her full 25 years of influence, evolution, and impact. Next headline, and pardon me, guys. Ooh. Joe Biden is in Angola, man. I think we mentioned this the other day, innit? That he's going there to visit. I think it's his last visit before he steps down. And basically on Tuesday, he toured a slavery museum in Angola and inspected shackles and a whip, but also addressed Africa's future, saying Africans will make up 1 in 4 people by 2050 and the world's fate rests in their hands. Yeah, that.
Yes.
So Biden's visit is the first to Angola by a US president. Is meant to promote billions of dollars of commitments to the sub-Saharan African country for what he called the largest ever US rail investment overseas. So the United States is all in on Africa. This is what Biden said earlier on Tuesday when he was speaking to the Angolan president. Biden will visit the coastal city of Lobito on Wednesday did that yesterday for a look at the corridor's Atlantic Ocean outlet. The project also has drawn financing from the European Union, the group of 7 leading industrialized nations, a Western-led private consortium, and also African banks. It was not clear how much of the US commitments had been delivered and how much will depend on the Trump administration. And our last headline, a flu-like disease has killed dozens of people over 2 weeks and that's been investigated in southwestern Congo. The deaths were recorded between November 10th and November 25th in the Panzi health zone of Kwango province. Provincial health minister, Mr. Yumba, told reporters over the weekend that symptoms include fever, headache, coughs, and anemia as well. And the deputy provincial governor, Remy Saki, was speaking to the Associated Press on Tuesday and basically confirmed that between 67 people and 140 people have died. He also added that a team of epidemiological experts is expected in the region to take samples and identify the problem. Yumba also advised that the population is to exercise caution and refrain from contact with dead bodies to avoid contamination. He called on national and international partners to send medical supplies to deal with the health crisis. And that's it for our headlines. Let's quickly go into People's Journal, Brent.
Okay.
All right, people, welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. I'm not going to talk too much about this, because I want us to get into our interview, man. I'm really looking forward to it, man. But the first thing I do want to mention is that Bitcoin has crossed $100,000, man.
Come on. Come on. You got some? Mr. Guest?
Oh, no. All right then. Smart, man. Yeah, man, it's a new record high, 100,000, man. The value of the world's biggest cryptocurrency has been boosted by hopes that the US president-elect Trump will adopt crypto-friendly policies, man. The milestone was reached hours after Trump said that he would nominate the former SEC Commissioner, Paul Atkins, to run the Wall Street regulator. And Mr. Atkins is seen as being far more pro-cryptocurrency than the current head, Gary Gensler, who I believe is the guy Trump was saying on day one, I'm getting him out of there. So he's now basically said he's going to resign in it. And yeah, man, so everyone's happy about this 100K, man. Obviously, people are talking about the whole crypto dominance and whatnot, innit? And talking about, okay, cool. When it starts to fade, it's going to be altcoin season. You know what I'm saying? So people are looking forward to that as well. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, Bitcoin, largest market cap by far. How much movement is there going to be? For like a new person, for a new person to get in right now, right? How many times are you going to multiply your investment? But the altcoins now, smaller, mid market caps, there's growth. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. People are kind of waiting, but obviously those who've got Bitcoin, they're happy, man. They're happy.
Can you sit back and then grab the mic, please? Yeah. I want you to jump in.
Can I just give my...
All right.
Thank you very much.
I just realised I have to raise my levels big time. That's all. I've just come in here and I've just realised everything needs to step up.
I thought you stayed excellent. What are you talking about? All right.
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. That's how you lose all your money.
All right.
No, not Bitcoin. Altcoins. You know, you're talking about
altcoins.
altcoins.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you got to be careful. Everybody wants the Bitcoin growth that we saw back in the day. You know, you could have bought a few for a few pennies and then been a millionaire now. But those days are gone. And altcoins is how people lose their money. I've seen it time and time again, every cycle. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm an old boy when it comes to cryptos. This is my third cycle.
Okay.
Come on.
I'm very... I'd say be very... Unless you're willing to dedicate your life to... Because there is a lot of money to be made in altcoins, but not passively. It's like anything.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like anything, you know. Unless you're willing to dedicate your life and go, okay, I'm going to dedicate my life to this like I would to being a day trader, investigate, and then learn the patterns of the altcoins. You can make a lot of money. But if you're not willing to do that, safe investment, Bitcoin. That's it.
All right, put it back up.
Yeah. All right, okay. So, are you only in Bitcoin?
No.
Okay, so you're in some altcoins that a bit more established, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Like Eve, Solana and that.
Yeah, and I'll do risky punts every now and then.
Okay.
But I know what my interest is and I know what my exit is.
Okay.
And I'll be very strict about that. So you have to be willing to lose.
Yeah.
And when you go into any kind of like investment / trade, not financial advice, by the way, you have to know exactly what you're willing to risk in that trade. So you go, okay, look, here's the upside. If it goes how I want to, I could potentially make this amount of money. But if it goes pear-shaped, I'm going to lose this amount. And that's the figure you need to focus on. Yeah. The amount that you could lose. Once you're okay with it, you're like, okay, I'm going into this. I'm going to lose X amount if it goes wrong. And then when you do lose, which is, I would say, happens quite a bit, you're okay because you're all right going into it. It's like going on a night out. You know what I mean? With the boys, you're like, okay, cool, 2 bills, that's it, that's me.
Cool.
That's, you've already made that investment. Once you made your mind up, that's what you're spending on the night. Then you're good. You just go out with it, So.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's, if you don't mind, what's your strategy with regards to taking profits from Bitcoin? And also bearing in mind that, again, I'm assuming that you feel like Bitcoin is the future.
See, this isn't good advice either. In the last cycle, I kind of learned, I don't like touching my stack.
Okay.
So I learned how to trade.
Okay.
But that's just, so I learned how to margin trade. And that allows me to make money without touching my stack, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I wouldn't advise that. In terms of Bitcoin, it's kind of difficult because it's the asset that you could own forever. And they always laugh about the fact that people are like Bitcoin rich. Yeah. But they never touch their, like I've got friends like the guy who got me into Bitcoin, he's been in there for ages. I know for a fact he won't tell exactly how many he's got, but he's got somewhere between, I would say, 200 and 500 Bitcoin.
That's crazy.
But he's the guy who got me into it.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot. He lives a very modest lifestyle. He doesn't touch his Bitcoin stack. So he's got all of this equity tied up, you know, in Bitcoin, but he won't touch it, you know. And even when it's going up, he won't touch it. He just won't touch it. I think every now and then he'll take out a little bit to do a house renovation, or this, that, and the other. But it's funny that people can be Bitcoin rich, but it's an asset that no one wants to spend.
Doesn't that make sense though? Him leaving it right there, just like how you leave this imaginary money in a bank, right, and not touch it. Just like how you would leave money in real estate and not touch it, right? He's seeing that this is like gold. So why would I be touching it? It is going to be the new form of like currency. Why touch it?
Exactly.
Explain the concept of the trading. You said that you don't touch your stack. You learned how to trade, so you're still getting money without touching the stack. Explain that concept to me, please.
Okay, so see, now I feel like I've come here to give good advice on this podcast, and I'm doing the exact opposite right now. All right, but this is just me personally, obviously, like, because I've been in it for a long time. So I took a small portion of my holdings and... Actually, no, I'm telling a lie. I took a large portion of my holdings and lost it with terrible trading. Okay. But then since then, I've learned to take small portions of my holdings. And actually, so what margin trading basically allows you to multiply a hunch that you have, if that makes sense. So if you got a feeling, okay, I think the price is going to go up, you can multiply that. So you can, in essence, buy the equivalent of 10 Bitcoin, let's say, rather than, you know, or even 1 Bitcoin, which is enough. So you buy the equivalent of 1 Bitcoin, but you've only invested like a tenth of that. But then you put a 10x multiplier on that. But what that means is when the price is going up, it goes up 10 times faster for you. But when the price is going down, it goes down 10 times faster. And that's why you have to set your... And it takes... I'll tell you right now, you have to... Don't do that on a whim. You have to learn to trade. Like, you have to. You cannot play around because it will wipe you. You'll wipe out a lot of money very quickly, you know? So... Just that's a little word of warning.
There you go, people, man.
Yeah.
Don't just jump in.
Don't at all. But the only reason I did that is because I'll be in these cycles and I'll be like, I'm rich, I'm Bitcoin rich, but I ain't touching my stack. And I said, this is no good. Like I like to enjoy my life. Do you know what I mean? In real time. So I'm like, I want to spend some of this money. So it's allowed me to do that. So last couple of cycles, I've been able to enjoy it as the price goes up, and so it's all right. Yeah.
Would it be less risky if you maybe took some of that money and put it into like one of the altcoins with a smaller market cap?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I try trade on those as well.
Okay.
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. Yes, and I'd say that's trading on those is obviously much more risky. But obviously then you can start to make really silly gains. If you get the right hunch, you make the right call, you can make like silly amounts of money. But you have to be very, very well schooled. Like Bitcoin's like anything. You have to know it like the back of your hand. Do you know what I mean? Like and then you start to pick up the way it behaves and the way it responds and what your actual risk is. Going into that, like I would, if it came to like trading FX or stocks, I wouldn't have a clue. Yeah. Because those charts don't make any sense to me. The price action doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not familiar with it, so I wouldn't just go, "Oh, I can trade anything like this." I think it has its behaviors that's, that it reflects in every side, and then you kind of go, "Oh, okay, this is the point in time where it does this or it does that," and you feel a bit more confident too.
Okay. Yeah. Our community, we've got some traders in there, and somebody has asked, "What platform do you use to trade?"
I used to have a Bybit account.
Okay.
Well, it's hard to trade on Bybit without setting up all the VPNs and all that stuff.
Okay.
So I use Binance at the moment, which is horrible interface, but it works. Okay. So that's what I'm resorting to at the moment. And there's other platforms. I'm trying not to get consumed with it because I've done that before as well. So I try and, right now I'm kind of happy with my balance. It's very passive. It's very kind of like, I don't do any day trade or anything like that. It's very much like long, it's called swing trades, long trades, where you go, okay, I like the price this is at the moment, I'm willing to buy it, or I like the price this is at the moment, I think it's going to go down, I'm willing to sell it. And then that's it.
Okay. Appreciate that, man.
Enough of the bad advice now, though. Please, let's move on. Can we cut this part out?
All right, people. Also, there's nothing I wanted to mention. Basically, three rail operators will be renationalised by Labour next year, man. So Southwestern Railway, C2C, and Greater Anglia are going to be renationalised in 2025. The train fares in the UK are set to rise by 4.6%.
But what does that even mean? So this is what I mean. This is why this is what listening to you read the news was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Honestly, it's the hardest thing I ever had to do because I don't have any newspapers in my house. The news is banned. Like I literally don't like it. The only thing that made it stomachable was that you're reading it and you're a fellow black man. And so even the voice was soothing to me. Do you know what I mean? Because if I hear that ITN type vocals, Sky News, straight away, like Piers Morgan, no, I can't do it. So, in terms of like, even like nationalising the rail, like what the heck does that mean? Because like, they've been pushing, and when I say they, I mean the government, because it's a joint entity. People act like there's a difference between Labour and Conservatives, and there isn't. Okay. They're just like two sides of the same pendulum that swing between each other to play with public emotion. That's basically what they do. So one privatizes, the other nationalizes. One talks about public-private partnership. All due respect, a load of privatization was done by Tony Blair. It was done by Tony Blair. He was the one that sold off everything. Yeah, so he was in government selling everything left, right, and centre. All of these public institutions that had been developed using people's taxes.
To be fair to him, it started earlier than that, though.
Yeah, but it hit catalyzation under him. I know it started under Thatcher, but he loved it. So he loved private. He loved making this and all when you follow the money trail, when they do these things, there's always a bunch of MPs, lords and peers that get rich. And that's what no one ever talks about. Yeah. The bottom line is all of these decisions are fundamentally founded in corruption. So when I hear, Labour's nationalising the free rail networks. A lot of people are going to celebrate, nationalisation. But what's the first headline? Fares are going up. What's the second headline that no one's looking at? Who's getting rich from this?
Yeah.
Who gets to sell? Because when you talk about renationalisation, what you're talking about is selling it back to the government.
Facts.
So which owner of a rail network, which is probably some lord or some peer or some sir who didn't deserve to own it in the first place, but probably got it under some conservative scheme, is now selling it back to the government for 5 times the price that he bought it and walking away a multi-billionaire? That's what I'm looking at. Because the only reason they'd renationalise something is if the government's willing to pay more for it than anybody else's.
100%.
So they're once again going to use taxpayers' money. Remember, they've done this with the banks. Wasn't we supposed to own Royal Bank of Scotland? Everyone forgot about that. We bailed out Royal Bank of Scotland. Yeah. We don't own them. They're still private.
Yep.
What did they do with that £1 trillion or whatever we gave? Like unspeakable amounts of money. Do you know what I mean? So all of this stuff, it just frustrates me when I hear it. It just irritates me.
But what would you say to the people who say, yeah, but we need things to be nationalised, man? Like, we need to be in more control.
Why?
GB Energy, we need it.
Why?
So
that's what I'd say, why?
So that we don't have a situation with a Ukraine and Russia conflict in 10 years from now, and we're dependent on their oil, on you know what I'm saying, and we're done. And so prices just skyrocket. And the average person on day-to-day in this country is now suffering.
I think it's kind of, I hear your point, but it's like, I think the subject of import and export and privatization of national, I don't want to say resources, national services that shouldn't have been privatized in the first place. They should have remained national. It's like, these are two different things, two completely separate things. England is not going to be an autonomous nation as a result of any of this. Yeah, it doesn't matter who owns the rail network. Even the whole idea that we have think about gas, our energy sector, which is privatized for some bizarre reason, our water supply, which is privatized. None of these things make sense for them to be privatized because there's only one infrastructure. So when people bid for your, who's your water supplier? It's not privatized, it's just split between private companies, but there's no opportunity for an independent actual organization to set up their own pipes and to pipe it to every nation. That was done using public funds. So the infrastructure, once again, was funded by the public. But then they privatized it and they make a few individuals rich from an infrastructure they had nothing to do with setting up. And that's what happened with the rail. So all of these things with these, flipping between private and public, it's always just a way of siphoning money to, public money to very few individuals. And happens with Royal Mail. Do you know what I mean? Like they privatized that the other day. And Royal Mail is world renowned for being probably the best was not now anymore, but the best mailing company in the world. Like people don't realize how highly rated it is. The fact that you'd put a first class stamp, you post something in London, and then the very next day, someone in some remote island in Skegness, I don't know what Skegness is, but it just sounds like it's far. some remote district in Skegness is gonna open that up tomorrow, and it's gonna be there. Like it's crazy. And you'd pay, what was it for a first class stamp? 26p back in the day.
Crazy.
It's crazy. But that was an excellent service, but it was set up using public funds to do just that. It was special. It was a specialized service. The whole post office service was specialized. And they've broken it up and they've privatized it once again, sold it to private people for peanuts. So very undervalued. And the moment they bought it, I think the stock went up like 10x or something in the next year or something. And now it's just any other consignment company, doesn't do anything special, always late, very expensive. These are the kind of things that we just have to.
But some of this inefficiency was there present when some of these services were nationalised.
Yeah, because they were underfunded deliberately. It's like what they do with the NHS.
Yeah.
So they don't put enough money into it, and they say we don't have any money, but then they'll quite happily give 100 billion, £1 trillion to bail out a bank. Yeah, but you don't have 5 million to sort out, or 10 million or 15 million to sort out Royal Mail. Like, you've got the money at the end of the day. All of these services could have been maintained, but they deliberately are siphoning the money out of the nation to very few pockets, making individuals rich, making sure that these the services they want to fall into disrepair, like the NHS, they want them to, so they can privatize them.
Couldn't somebody say, well, it's just a matter of prioritization? Like, I need to prioritize maybe a potential war. So this is why I'm putting billions into this. So I don't have the money for the NHS. I don't have the money for the railway. It's working okay. You know what I'm saying? But then somebody else can come along and say, wait a minute, we can improve the efficiency. We can improve the pay. There'll be more competition. So it's better that we sell it off.
Yeah. It's a really convincing argument if that's the argument I expect to hear. You know, if you love a steady line of bullshit, then you're gonna love the argument. It's gonna make sense. It's like, you know, putting complicated economic models around really simple things like inflation. You know, trying to confuse people. Oh, what is inflation? Inflation? How is inflation calculated? This, that, and the other. It's not rocket science. Yeah. You print loads and loads of money. But you don't give it to the public, so the public don't see it. For the public, there's been no change, but you print loads and loads of money. Everyone forgets that. Well, I'm not gonna say everyone forgets. No one cares, because if stuff's not reported on the news, no one cares. And this is one of the reasons why I don't have the news on in my house, because it sets your value system. And so what you'll find is the only thing that people are passionate about are the things that are being reported in newspapers and on the news. But the moment you remove that resource from them, they don't know what to be passionate about. And this is why I don't have it on in my house, because it doesn't set my autonomy. A lot of times people will be like, oh my God, did you hear about what happened in the war? And I'm like, what war? Like, you don't know about the Ukraine one? No, I don't. You know how many wars are going on at the moment? Do you think, why would I care more about Ukraine than what's going on, you know what I mean, than a war that's going on in Congo or somewhere else? Why would I don't care. Like, all due respect. I don't, you know, it's not my concern. So yeah, they like to kind of be in control of I forgot my trail of thought. I went off on a tangent there. Completely. What was your question? Because
what was it?
I lost you as well.
I can't remember, you know. I think it was about prioritizing certain things.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, there's no resource that's infinite, right? Yeah. So we're only going to have a certain amount, and we have to kind of just put it into certain things that we prioritize. And that's dynamic, changed over time. So if it is that we may have, I don't know, a war that's potentially on the horizon, and we choose to put 10, 50 billion a year into making sure that we're war ready, we don't have enough funds for the NHS. We don't have funds for the railways. You know what I'm saying? So yes, we could put the money there, but is it the best use of that money at that moment? And so if a private company comes along and they do have the funds, isn't that something that could be potentially welcomed?
But this is what you're saying is exactly the line that everyone sold. So what you've said is entirely logical. Yeah. Other than the fact that it's entirely dishonest, because as soon as the government needs to raise money for something that's completely frivolous and unimportant,
they'll find it somehow.
But it's gonna make someone, they're not even find it. They'll pull out like it's nothing. Like I said, England was in masses of debt. Yeah. We didn't have any money for the NHS or anything, and then somehow they found £1 trillion to bail out banks. Out of nowhere. And it's like, isn't this literally the reverse of what capitalism is? If those banks are all about to crumble, we should watch them crumble, and then we should see, you know, a free capitalist society should see what the alternative provides, what people create. But you didn't give the population the opportunity to respond to that crisis because you're all invested in those banks, and you saw a way of making quick, easy money from the general public. And that's what you did, and that's what they've been doing since then, just continually, crisis after crisis, just siphoning money from people. It's just see,
obviously we have to move on, but this is why I've said in the show many times, that this country is not a truly capitalist country.
That's not at all.
You know what I'm saying? But since that's the case, what do we have, and what is the alternative? You know what I'm saying?
This country is very expert at privatizing profit and socializing cost. That's I can't remember where. That's a bar that stayed with me from. I used to read the New African magazine back in the day. I haven't read it for ages. Bad boy, but that's a bar that stayed with me.
Yeah, but, hey, that's powerful, man.
It is, or maybe it was Chomsky. I can't remember. One or the other. But yeah, that's what they do. They're expert at that.
Yeah.
So whenever there's anything that needs to be paid for, it comes out of the public coffers. But whenever there's benefit to be paid for it, it's going to an individual.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time. So it's like when they turned around and they told everyone, oh yeah, we're buying the Royal Bank of Scotland, all these people got excited, oh my God, we're going to own a bank. I'm like, you guys are born yesterday. We are paying for the Royal Bank of Scotland.
Yeah.
All of their CEOs, everything is going to stay the same, and their profit margin is going to increase drastically on your behest. So well done. You know, that's what you get. And that's what you get. This country is very... One thing I want to say really quick before we move on. UK... is the most, maybe second to France, but I would say, yeah, more than America, is the most financially corrupt nation on the planet. The most. And I'm talking about government institutions. I'm a Nigerian.
Yes.
Yeah? And we're often lambasted for our very corrupt government, which it is, by the way, incredibly corrupt, okay? The system's corrupt. Everyone knows the system's broken. Every time, every other rich Nigerian is a politician's son. You know, it's like the game of politics will make you immensely rich over there. Yeah. You know, got a lot of friends in Nigeria. I know a few politicians' sons. I've seen how they spend money. It's all real. I'm not going to deny any of that. But what is corruptly taken out of Nigeria's coffers is literally it is infinitesimally small in comparison to what's taken from this incredibly rich nation. Like, people do not realize how rich Britain is. It is a incredibly rich nation. To put it in perspective, I used to live in Qatar in the Middle East, and everyone talks about the rich Arabs and this, that, and the other, oil-rich nation, So Qatar Gas, is the publicly owned national kind of like gas / petroleum organization, okay, who takes all the funds that they get from oil, divides it, well, not all of it, but a good portion of it between the very small population. Qatar has a tiny population. It has loads of expats, but the actual genuine Qataris, there's under 1 million of them. Oh, wow. So it's a tiny, tiny population. That's why they can afford to be rich. A lot of them are black, actually. But there's a tiny population of very rich Qataris.
Indigenous Qataris are black.
Yeah.
Okay,
we're
gonna get into this after.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into that. Yeah, we'll get into that. And the Qataris, the foreign Qataris, and I say foreign because they know where they're from.
All right,
they won't tell you that. They'll tell you that they're indigenous and the black ones are slaves, but the black ones will tell you, no.
It's gonna be a good day.
They've twisted it all around. But anyway, so the point I was making was Qatar Gas, and this is one of several organizations like this, is 50% owned by ExxonMobil.
Okay.
So I want you to fathom that. Everyone's talking about rich Qataris, rich Arabs, all of these billionaire Arabs walking around. And yet one American organization owns half, is making the same amount of money from oil that entire nation is.
Insane.
It's insane. It's insane. And now that I've told you that, consider organizations like Shell, BP, who for years have been making unspeakable, ungodly amounts of money. England is an uber rich nation. Like, it's beyond wealthy. It's very, very rich. And people have got this idea that it's a poor or a struggling nation that can't pay for its NHS. Go to Qatar, go to any Middle East, Dubai. Those people live like kings. Not all of them, obviously. There's plenty of poor people there. But the general population, the average British person should live like a king for the amount of money this country, that was a Freudian slip. This company has made from its multiple exploits around the world, just stealing other people's resources. And they're not. The average Brit is struggling because this nation is corrupt. And they make sure that very few people get wealthy from their
What would you say to somebody who's
exploits.
listening to this who said, wait a minute, the UK, you just said earlier before, the UK doesn't have money. Sorry, institutions, certain services, there's no money there. they just print money. But at the same time, you're saying the UK is one of the richest nations. How do you reconcile those ideas?
Because the money's siphoned out, so we never see the money. That's the entire problem. So the British people are never gonna see any of the money that the UK makes. The politicians all gain from everyone living under this illusion where England's a poor and struggling nation. It doesn't make any money. His companies don't make any money. Yeah, that's what they benefit from.
Yeah,
we're the bumbling politician trope. They love that. It's their favorite thing, you know, bumbling Boris. These people have been private school educated from birth. Yeah, I think 60% of politicians went to Eton. I think that's the statistic. So they all go to the same school. Yeah, they all go to the same school. They have had the best education that you could pay for.
Yep.
And I'm going to say this is going to be very controversial. They are incredibly intelligent. Every single MP, there's no idiot MP. There is no MP who has not got not only a very high IQ, but is also very educated academically.
The amount of times I've said that on the show, and I said, like, you may not like them, but give credit where credit is due. You need to understand that these people are controlling certain things and make you not understand that it's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing, the whole bumbling politician trope is they live on that, you know, because that allows them to be corrupt.
Exactly.
Because you're looking at the things they do and you'll say, well, that was really stupid. But what you don't realize is that it was never stupid. That was exactly the plan. The plan was for them to, you know, launch into this activity, massively overspend somehow and still not get the end product at the end of it. It's like, do you remember during the thing, I'm not going to mention it because it'll get you know, thinking, but you remember during that period of time in 2020 where they created that database?
Oh,
and
yes.
it was built in Excel, which they spent, I can't remember what the figure was, but I think it was 20 billion.
That's insane.
20 billion for one of their mates to create an Excel spreadsheet. Now, here's the question. Who went to prison over that? Who was convicted of fraud over that?
Yeah.
No one. When Boris gave his mate a PPP contract, who used to be a pub owner, his mate used to own a pub, sold his pub. They've got full documented evidence that was forced through by Boris Johnson. They gave him a $40 billion contract. £40 billion contract, sorry, I should say. Something like that.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on the exact figures. But it's in the multi-billions. A pub owner who had no experience in PPP. No experience in those kind of products at all. And there's proof it was forced through by Boris. There wasn't even an inquest. There wasn't even an inquest. He was so out with it, because he's got this bumbling politician, caricature to hide behind, where everyone just thinks, this is Boris, look at him, he's harmless. These people are literally intelligent, conniving, cadaverous. Like, they are the worst people on the planet. They are. They're awful. Like, they're literally the worst people on the planet. Like, they literally will watch people starve and freeze to death just so they can make a few billions and share it between themselves. These are literally the worst people they don't care about British people. I care about the average British person more, and you care more about the average British person than they do. You know what I mean?
Before we move on here, again, how planned is it? So look at Brexit, for example. You have people on both sides. I remember hearing something along the lines of Boris and I think it was Michael Gove, who were actually obviously campaigning for Brexit. But when they found out they won, they were like, what do we do next? Is that a lie that's told to us, or is this part of the plan? Because at the end of the day, you had Cameron saying, no, we want to stay. And Boris saying, let's go. So is this part of this is it fake?
Well, what do you think? I don't know how old you were when the whole Brexit thing went down, but this is all the pantomime that they create. All right, so I'm going to be 4, you're going to be... These guys go to the pub together every day. They went to school together.
Yeah.
I want people to get this in their head. Acting like, I'm on this side of the fence and I was... Farage, Cameron, whoever else, they all know each other.
Yeah, 100%.
They're all boy. Like after this podcast ends, if me and you go and grab a drink, yeah, that's going to be an understatement for how close these boys are.
Yeah.
Like it's like you arguing with your cousin. Do you know what I mean? You're sitting there, oh, yeah, and on TV, and when the media and the cameras are going, you're saying, oh, I'm against it, and then you all go out later together. You just draw some like.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean? This is what they do. This is the level of pantomime. When Brexit went down, no one was talking about Brexit. That's how you know it's a pantomime, because no one was asking to leave the EU. The EU had done nothing wrong. No one in this nation, if you'd gone to anyone in this nation and said, shall we leave the EU before Brexit was announced, before they said they were going to start remember it went to referendum.
Yeah.
England's never called a referendum. The things that are important, there should have been a referendum about shall we bail out the banks. Did they call a referendum? No, because they knew they wanted to do it. They called a referendum because they wanted Brexit to happen, and they wanted to make it feel like it was a choice that the people made, because they knew it was going to go wrong. But they wanted it to go wrong because this is the whole thing. I look at what's the long gain here. The long gain is where we are now at the moment. England for a very long time has been closing its ties with the US. It wants a similar prison system to the US. It wants a similar food distribution system. You know, Monsanto has come in. Like that's the American, So Monsanto's coming to the UK. Monsanto's producing a lot of UK foods now. It's legal to sell those. Like I always give people the example of honey.
Yeah.
What is that? Monsanto's.
Monsanto's the American food giant that basically grows everything in America and a lot of African nations as well. They're the ones who make it hard for African farmers to grow their own crops. Takes them to court. Like they basically they want to own what people consume around the world, and they do GM food. All of their food is just like harmful crap. All due respect, like that's Monsanto. Okay. So I'll always give people the honey example. Yeah, if you pick up it's very hard to get real honey in the UK now. People don't realize that. You pick up Rouse honey. Rouse back in the day, this was like genuine honey. If you turn it around, it will say a blend of EU and non-EU honeys. So people are like, well, what's that got to do with anything? The EU has laws about what you label honey. In the EU, something has to be 98% honey, i.e. came from a honeycomb of a bee, or it can't be labelled honey. So in the EU, you can't even call it honey. Yeah. You have to call it something else. Yeah. In America, most of their honey is corn syrup. Yeah? So they've just boiled down corn syrup, put a bit of honey flavour in. Okay, you'll be lucky if you get 10, 20% honey content. Okay, so when you pick up a Rouse and it says now Rouse honey, and people are, I'm gonna go home, this is healthy, honey is good for you, and they don't know they're just sucking back corn syrup because it's a blend of EU and non-EU. They've only been able to do that because of Brexit. And these are the kind of things that we're now exposed to. The EU, I'll be real with you, as much as I've got my gripe with many European nations, in terms of England's standing and the UK standing, the EU had no downsides. Had no downsides. In terms of how it protects consumers, protects people, protects the interests of European people, the EU has been, I would say, an unassailing good for the people. And the whole fact that they brought this whole, leave the EU referendum that no one asked for. No one was sitting down going, you know what we really need to do? We need to get out of the EU. No one cared. Like we kept our pound. They weren't putting pressure on us to join the euro. Yeah, we decided we're going to keep the pound and stay in the EU. People like their EU passports. It was great being able to just travel. Now it's getting harder and harder in the EU. But it's not quite got bad yet, but there was no downsides to it. So this is just the kind of corruption that they do. Oh, well, let's create this whole thing where there's an argument, put it out to referendum. But wait a second, you're the government that's in power, yeah? If you don't want to leave the EU, don't put it to referendum. Do you understand what I mean?
Exactly.
Why are you making no one's asking for it? If you was to withdraw the referendum tomorrow, even when they said do another referendum and they refuse, oh no, the British people have spoken. Well, no, they haven't. They're clearly resentful. They're clearly remorseful about this. How about we no, because it's fraud. They know what they're doing. It's fraud. That's all it is. It's all fraud. People are like, all of this stuff that they put around you, it's just illusions. They use the news to mind control people, newspapers, television, mind control people, think about what's important. And it's all mind control so they can just commit fraud. And that's all they do is just continually siphon money from people. And that's it.
Again, yeah, we got to move on. But I do want to ask this question, though. How deep does it go? Because what you said there is entirely accurate. A big bunch of them went Eton. Then they went into Oxford, Cambridge. These guys have known each other, like you said, from kids. But then when you were saying, it reminded me of a picture that I saw back in the day in Nigeria. A batch I was in the same picture with Babangida, same picture as Abiola. So these guys have known each other also from kids. Like, is this something that's a theme in many of the governments around the world? Is this all just planned?
Yeah, I'd say a majority. I'd say right now I'm very optimistic about what's happening in Niger.
Okay.
But I'm also slightly pessimistic in that.
Let me not put words in your mouth.
Yeah, no, I'm just slightly pessimistic in that it's not receiving the amount of belligerence that I expect it to receive from Western nations. Do you know what I mean? They're normally a lot more, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a Mugabeite, yeah. I don't give a, you know.
Thank you.
I'm a Mugabeite. I've been like how I was. And I'm also a Gaddafiite. Like all of these people, I think are goods or were goods for the African continent. And you see the belligerence that they were faced with. Yeah. You know?
That's true.
Often for doing very mundane things. But it's just like, no, I'm going to put my people first. So I'm going to put our interests first. I'm going to put our interests before your interests. And the West hates that. So, yeah, that's why I'm just like, it sounds good, the stuff that's coming out of, you know, Niger and Burkina Faso. But I just want to, I hope, you know, I hope it is what it is and I'm not being hoodwinked, you know. That's the only thing.
Could they be potentially seeing these military leaders as people who don't have the necessary IQ and acumen to take the country to the next level? And so they're thinking, we could just sit back and just watch them mess about. Or are they planning something?
That's the thing. I'm always going to go on the side of something's in the plan. Yeah. I don't think they underestimate African genius. I don't think they're that stupid to think that these people aren't cognizant enough to be able to carve out some kind. Because to be honest with you, every African nation on the planet is unspeakably rich. And if you allow the kind of leaders that allow them to tap into that wealth, be it mineral wealth or just the wealth in human resource, all African nations are unspeakably rich with unspeakably talented people. And they require active suppression. The moment you kind of like lift off the kind of the reins of suppression of any African nation, you're going to see their economy start flourishing. Everything will start flourishing because Africa has been artificially suppressed now since I'm going to say since the 60s. I'm going to say obviously since colonialism, but in the 60s we had all of our own leaders, which were obviously one by one picked off and assassinated. But we're not going to go into that right now. But the point is, since the 60s, we've been artificially suppressed. It takes like active suppression. I remember when, you just spoke about Biden, ex-President Biden, flying over to Angola. And it just reminded me of when Ghana, you might remember this when Ghana discovered oil. I think it was in 2010 or something. Ghana discovered oil. They had oil. And the president back then, I think it was Rawlings. It might have been Rawlings.
John Rawlings. Was it 2010 he was president?
It might be. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Yeah. But the president then, whoever it was, basically said, it's great we found oil, but we're not touching it. Okay, we're going to study. We look at the countries that are most efficient with oil. I think they earmarked it was Switzerland who had the most efficient oil turnover, and until we're able to imitate their infrastructure, not a drop of Ghanaian oil is going to be taken up. Okay, we want to do it the right way, which is obviously that's the kind of things you want to hear. Within 1 week, President Bush found himself in Ghana.
Imagine.
Do you remember that? Flew to Ghana. President Bush found within 1 week, and then after his visit, Ghana was like, yeah, we're digging. Now this is what I'm talking about, the active suppression. It takes active threats of, Nigeria has had more heads of state die in office than any other nation. Yeah. So you know the stats. I think it was 9, something ridiculous like that. And I think the next one down is 5. and the term to people, and then people turn around and they go, "Oh, why is Nigeria so corrupt?" I'm like, it doesn't historically, it doesn't seem like we have a choice. You know, it kind of seems like we'll just enjoy the ride, or you know. So, yeah, I don't know, but I also feel I want to be optimistic in that. I also feel like with the stuff that's happened in the last 4 years, I feel like it's almost like there's, you know, when you're just juggling too many balls. I kind of feel like that's where they are at the moment, and it's like these what were pockets of resistance are going to become more and more uncontrollable. Almost like there's bigger fish to fry, you know. And so I think you'll find that a lot of African nations will start to flourish over the next few years. I really do feel like. I feel like that's the case.
I believe so too.
And they're gonna have to deal with that. And it's also the internet as well. It's also the fact that it's just the internet's so accessible.
Yeah.
And you know, once you got a corpus of, you know, individuals who really are in the know, you know, who are informed, your time's going to be very spare. You know, when they were able to very much siphon information and siphon our perspectives through the news. You know, BBC News 24 is big in Africa, and these few news organizations that our parents love to sit down and just watch. Whenever you go to Nigeria or Ghana or wherever it is you're from, you've always got like an older parent who'll just be sitting there glued in front of the news the whole day. It's like a ritual. But that, I feel like that generation, you know, and that perspective is died. It's dying, or it's died now. People aren't really trying to consume too much of the news. And that's making it very hard to control what people think. So, so there's some optimism there.
All right. I'm not going to ask you no more questions so that we can get into the interview.
Cool.
Right. Brent.
All right, then.
Let's get into our interview. All right, people. As you guys can tell, I'm excited. I guess it's here. And I'm going to allow him to obviously introduce himself, his name, what he does, and then we're going to get into everything we need to get into. So please, introduce yourself.
Oh gosh, I always don't know where to start. Well, my name's Andrew. I own a channel, which is, I guess, why I'm here. You didn't want to just interview Andrew from the road. So, I own a channel, or I should say a social network called The King's Monologue. It's a history network, I like to call it, with ambitions of being a media empire. That's kind of what I desire for it to be.
Amazing.
And on that channel, we take a very unapologetic look at global Black history, including obviously African history, but also the presence of Black people worldwide, which is often overlooked or often obfuscated deliberately, and take a lot of different approaches to get there. I do reconstructions of ancient Egyptian kings and queens and characters based on their artwork, which is all been very much ignored historically for the sake that, well, the excuse being that it's unrealistic, but the reason given for it being unrealistic is that it looks too African. And also just to explore many of the historical facts that have been uncovered by many of our past historians like Sheikh Anta Diop, Theophile Obenga, John Henrik Clark, bringing them to a surface and making them accessible to our generation using storytelling, imagery, whatever it is to get the message across, and just exploring our history. And I really, really very much love doing it. So yeah, that's a kind of brief introduction.
All right. Also, no disrespect to nobody, but this is not somebody who's just a barbershop scholar, innit? Like, this is somebody who's got credentials, right? You got a degree in computing. Obviously, you're pioneering digital facial reconstructions, like you said. So all of these things come from a real scholarly background. You know what you're doing, basically. And when you're saying what you're saying is because it comes from being like years and years of real research. You know what I'm saying? This is not just surface level stuff. So hopefully we're going to get into a lot of this stuff, innit?
Yeah.
Before we go into the first thing, it's only the first thing because you mentioned it about ancient Egypt or Kemet, right? We have a game that we play with all of our guests, right?
Okay.
So it's just basically a mixture of preference questions. So it might be like a Netflix or Amazon, plus some real general knowledge sort of stuff, right? So there is a scoreboard.
Okay.
And I would say the best thing to do is if you don't know something, just say pass. The more questions you answer, the more likely you're going to get a higher score.
Oh, man. Okay.
You have 1 minute to answer.
If you lean back, make sure and pull the mic to you, yeah?
Okay, sure. Cool.
It's going to be over 140 BPM tempo beat. And you ain't got to rap on that like
What's
that.
this, a freestyle?
You ain't gotta do none of
That's
that.
all right, let's go.
All right.
Brent, when you're ready?
We start in 3,
Cool.
2, 1.
Researching papers or writing papers?
Writing.
What's the smallest planet in our solar system?
Pluto is no longer a planet. Venus?
How many time zones are there in the world?
Time zones?
Yeah.
I've not. 24.
Religion or spirituality?
Spirituality?
What's the square root of 144?
12.
Who's the lead singer in SWV?
I have no idea.
Books or ebooks?
Books.
What's the main gas found in the air that we breathe?
Hydrogen?
Who was the first black person to win an Oscar for a supporting role?
Sidney Poitier?
Black or African?
Black.
Okay. What's the fastest land animal?
Fastest?
Land animal.
Cheetah.
How many continents does the equator cross?
4?
3.
Should have known that.
Some of these questions are quite hard to be fair. Time zones, you got obviously 24. Smallest planet is Mercury. But like you said, Pluto's no longer thingy. SWV, Coco.
Nope, wouldn't have got that. A million guesses wouldn't have got that.
Hattie McDaniel, she was the first person to win an Oscar for a supporting role with Gone with the Wind in 1939.
Yeah, wouldn't have got that.
First male lead, Sidney Poitier though.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. Well, you did
mostly
it, right?
wrong.
But yeah, let's get into this shit. You mentioned the whole thing about Egypt, right, or Kemet. Why is it even important for us to look to Egypt, to have to put this much effort and resources into, I guess, reclaiming the history of Kemet and having the reconstructions done?
That's a very, very loaded question. I think in terms of, it's important because it's true, first of all. So that's the first thing, okay? One of the biggest tools or devices of control that we have in our modern world is the use of history, the falsification of history. It's been a device that has been used by the ruling powers, by the colonial powers, for hundreds of years now to control what people think about the past. So they've created we all know the famous quote by Napoleon, about history being a fable agreed upon. They've controlled this device of history in order to basically shape the world, the way the world views the normality of their position in a place of power. So when we explore things like Egypt, and my historical research is not just limited to Egypt, but when we explore things like ancient Egypt, it's important because it's true. It's important that we don't deny our eyes and we don't deny our senses in favor of a narrative that we've been handed by people who essentially have just been lying and successfully for the past couple of 100 years. And the reason they've been able to lie successfully is because they've monopolized the tools of communication, very similar to what we were talking about earlier. So their ability to monopolize the tools of communication and control the way people think about the things they see has been the tool they've used to basically paint themselves into areas of history they have no place being. When you see movies like Gods of Egypt, or I could name any other Hollywood movie the past 100 years, and they portray ancient Egyptians like, English people wearing gold boots and, golden robes and flappy headscarves and all of this iconography that has got nothing to do with ancient Kemet. And then when you actually look under the hood and you look at ancient Egypt and you're like, this is just a tribal African society. Literally. This is, and I use the word tribal in an affectionate way in terms of what you see from modern African tribes, Maasai, Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Europe, whatever it is, you know what I mean? Any tribe, we have this affinity, we have this behavior that only other Africans can really identify with. And this same fabric of Africanity, you can see it very clearly in the ancient Egyptians. They were not only African, they were very proudly African. Their culture was a very proudly African culture. And the fact that it's been twisted, repackaged and resold to people to appear to be, first of all, this kind of European culture. And when they failed with that, and they have failed with that, they know that the whole ancient Egyptians were a white thing. They know that can't run anymore. They know that's like so far from the truth. So their next best thing is ancient Egyptians were more like the Arabs. That's the one that they're really putting all their chips in, because they can claim, well, we're more like the Arabs because we're Caucasian. That's that catch-all ridiculous word that doesn't have any founding. When they can put all their chips in that all their eggs in that basket in the hope that they can still cleave some kind of relevance to ancient Egypt. And why are they so intent on Egypt being anything other than Black African? Is because they're very aware that the history of Egypt is intrinsically linked to the other societies and civilizations that they've claimed, being ancient Greece and ancient Rome, the classics, the Western civilizations, which they've also claimed for themselves. And that's a whole nother discussion. But they know that these nations got their ideas and ideals of civilization, their behaviors, their rituals, their language from ancient Egypt. And it will be like, it's almost like pulling a thread on a knitted jumper. If you allow Black people and Africans to realize that the ancient Egyptian society was just a very, typical Black African state, that's a huge problem for them.
There's so many different things that I want us to unpack there, But what would you say, just in case you're unaware, I like to do the whole devil's advocate thing. Because I feel like there's going to be people out there who actually have this perspective, but also so that we can get deeper into the subject matter. How I first heard about you was via Brent, by the way. He said, amazing researcher, we need to get him on the show. He did this whole back and forth with Metatron, right, about who the Moors were, right? So I looked at the video. And my initial thing was, I agree with you, but is it kind of not dangerous to say the Moors are Black or the Egyptians are Black if we're not specific about time frames? The reason why I'm saying that is because there was a time when, obviously, as you know, the Ptolemaic dynasty came in.
Yeah, of course.
They're not Black African people, unless you can tell me they are.
No, I think they're more Black than people like to...
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. I like that reaction there, because when it comes to ancient Egypt, people like to be very generous and very kind of, oh yeah, there were, it's obviously there was some mixing going on.
Yeah.
But the moment you said Ptolemaic and I'm like, oh, they're more Black, people are like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, they feel very uncomfortable with you suggesting that the one society that openly said that they were mixed, and that's what the ancient Greeks said. They were actually quite black and white about it. Herodotus was quite clear. Diodorus was quite clear. We're somewhere between the Africans down here, but we're not as white as those guys up there. They said that quite a few times. Multiple Greek, historians said
Please
that.
pretend
Yeah.
like you guys are talking for my sake, and I don't know anything about these words and names and historians.
Yes.
Like, you said Ptolemaic, right?
Yeah.
But are those the people?
Yeah.
Where did it
Okay,
stem
let's
from?
go back. Yeah.
And that Greek or Roman name that you just mentioned just now.
Herodotus.
Yeah. Bring us in.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Sorry. So going back, so you mentioned the Ptolemaic dynasty. So the Ptolemaic dynasty was the first ancient Greek dynasty in ancient Egypt. It was the 30th dynasty, and it came after the Old, Middle, and the New Kingdom. The three kingdoms were the indigenous dynasties. They ended at the 20th/21st. Okay, so that's by the end of the 20th/21st dynasties. That's the end of the kingdom eras. It wasn't the end of the indigenously ruled. There were still indigenous kingdoms afterwards, but they were indigenous dynasties afterwards, but they weren't classified as any of these great kingdom periods where Egypt done a lot of its building and its development and developed as a nation. That entire time was entirely indigenous. The last indigenous dynasty of ancient Egypt was the 25th dynasty, which people will say is a Kushite one, but it was a restorative dynasty. It came to restore after basically the Persians had dominated. So it was a restorative dynasty. And after the 25th dynasty, that was it. It was just foreign rulership after. Actually, I think there was a Sayyid dynasty somewhere, maybe in the 28th or something like that. But it was largely foreign rule. And then obviously by the time the 30th dynasty came, which was the Ptolemaic dynasty, we're pretty much at the end of ancient Egypt. So then the Greek influence in Egypt shouldn't be compared with the time period, which was the kingdom eras of Old, Middle, and New Kingdom. Those are indigenous eras. That's the indigenous period, and that's what we're talking about when we talk about ancient Egypt. We're not talking about classical Egypt. We may as well call that, with the Ptolemaic era, and later we were talking about medieval, because obviously Egypt has sustained its, for want of a better word, autonomy. It has remained a nation throughout all of these years. It's one of the oldest, obviously, probably the oldest nation on the planet in terms of its continuity. But no one's talking about modern or medieval. We're talking about that period of time when it was created, the pyramid building era, and when it created all of these temples and this artwork. During that period of time, it was an indigenous African civilization. Okay.
But then obviously you mentioned that the Greeks or the Ptolemaic dynasty were more black than we would like to think.
Yeah.
Right? In what way?
Well, I think they'll be quite open about this. They were open about this. Greek was never a lily white society. I would argue that Greek was never a white society, full stop. I'd say, your average dark Middle Easterner or your modern, I always say the people who are probably closest related to the ancient Greeks are the modern Egyptians. I think modern Egyptians have got a very close affinity to ancient, and you can see that even with the Coptics, who Coptics were Greeks. They were very aware of that. They weren't native Egyptians. They were Greek people. I think it was even Champollion the Younger mentioned. He's the first. Champollion the Younger was the father of Egyptology, the first Egyptologist from France, and who deciphered the Rosetta Stone, which is why we're able to understand the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic language. Or the Medunetta, as it's indigenously known. He was quite open about the fact that the Copts were Greeks, and the Coptic language, I think, is 60% Greek loanwords. So it's not an indigenous, it has the indigenous element of whatever's being written in the Medunetta, but it was a way for them to understand or to speak the Medunetta in a way that they could then translate into Greek. That was the purpose of it. So the modern Egyptians are closely related to the Greeks, I think. But they've done things like, for instance, have you heard of the Fayum portraits?
No.
So the Fayum portraits are those group of portraits that they found which allegedly paint Egyptians, but they don't. It was basically found in the Fayum district, and the Fayum district was a Greek vassal state, I want to say, a Greek kind of like proxy state. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but basically the Greeks had two settling zones when they dominated Egypt. One was Alexandria, the same Alexandria we have now. Alexandria didn't exist before it was founded by Alexander, which is hence why it's called Alexandria. It was actually just an abandoned village called Rakadet before then. It has no archaeological record. Before 1000 BC. So it's not like they took an existing city and then they annexed it. No, it was abandoned, and it actually was never even classified as part of Egypt. It was called Alexandria ad Egyptum, which means Alexandria next to Egypt. So even the Greeks acknowledged that this wasn't a part of Egypt. This was their kind of outhouse for managing the Egyptian state, for want of a better word. But they also had the Fayum.
How do you spell that? Fayum. What's that?
Fayum, or double as in two U's, M, not W. So you had Fayum, which was in Egypt. So that's in Middle Egypt. So that's like right at the south of Lower Egypt, which is Northern Egypt. So right at the south of Lower Egypt, you have the Fayum district, and the Fayum district is where Ptolemy, I think it was Ptolemy the Third, gave basically all of this land to his Greek generals, and so they basically set up a state there. So they had these two kind of Hellenistic states that were in and around Egypt. And basically archaeologists found these mummies, although it actually weren't mummies, they were just buried people, so they weren't mummified. And they had these portraits that were on the coffins. And these portraits look a lot like modern Egyptians. And this is kind of their moment. Oh, you see, the ancient Egyptians were like... It's like, no, these aren't... First of all of these people had Greek and Roman names.
Imagine.
So it's like...
First clue there.
That's already... It's quite clear who they are. Secondly, many of the actual portraits, some of them were tampered. And then here's the kicker. Thirdly, when they actually did X-rays and created reconstructions of the mummies that were inside the caskets, many of them came out looking black, nothing like nothing like the pictures. Like the pictures didn't match what was in the coffins. They had an example of someone who was a child who was buried. They did the scan and they discovered the child was 4 years old, but the portrait is of someone who's like about 9 or 10 years old. So that can't equate. Like how it could work the other way around, but it can't work. Exactly. So clearly the portrait had been done after the fact. So I think the Fayum thing's a big hoax, but I'm not going to go into that right now because I don't have enough to present that argument. But the point I'm making is that, going to your question about how black were the Greeks, I think people will be surprised if we didn't have such a tampered version of history that we have at the moment. I think people will be surprised. There's a lot of portraits and things that we look at that we take for granted. We're being given the honest depiction, and it's not. I had a visit really quickly I went to the Louvre, and I was showing people these statues, full-size, actually larger than full-size statues of people that they claimed were like Julius Caesar and Augustus or whatever. And I'm taking my camera around and I'm noticing that you have these bodies, that limb proportion wise look like, black people can recognize black people's bodies, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm looking at the body, I'm like, that's a brother. Yeah. He's got, very, the musculature has a certain shape to it, the arm lengths, you've got quite long arms, got long skinny calves. I'm looking at it and I'm like, that's this looks like a black man. Yeah. But then it's got the head on top of it, and it's like, oh yeah, this is... So, and then it says statue. But then if you read the inscription, it says the body was found here, the head was found here. Yeah. The body, every single time. Insane. Every single time. I showed it on my live stream. I was like, every single time I read it, because like, my suspicions, like, and you read carefully, and it's like they've found this head somewhere else. And when they say they found the head, I have very little trust that they didn't just manufacture the head, because it's what they've done before. If you look at the reserve heads in ancient Egypt, for instance, or there's a statue, the reserve heads are a group of heads that they found, which they have no historical record for. They're not spoken about anywhere in Egyptian literature. They have no idea what the purpose of them are, but they all happen to look really bizarrely European. As in, like, nothing like anything else that's come out of ancient Egypt. Like, features like, this doesn't look particularly out of the Old Kingdom. If you look at genuine Old Kingdom work, it's very African. It's like really African. Yeah. But then you've got these reserve heads that have really German-looking features. And it's like, it doesn't fit. That's ridiculous. But then they won't discard it they won't discard it and say these things don't fit because we have got no historical record for them. They'll just kind of keep them hanging around, and they'll keep referring to them like they're genuine Egyptian art. And they hope over time, if they refer to it enough, that we'll just accept the fact that it's genuine. It's not. It's a fake. Yeah. So, yeah.
So this pretty much, especially earlier, this pretty much answers the question of why it is people like yourself, even myself, and a lot of people who care about history, look towards Egypt. Because I sometimes hear the argument of, wait a minute, but we're West African. You know what I'm saying? Like even our brothers and sisters in the Americas, they've come from West Africa. Why don't we focus on, I don't know, the Oyo Empire or people of Ouagadougou, Mali Empire, instead of going all the way to the east? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's interesting now how Americans have just become West Africans. I think that's, first of all, something that we need to tackle, because it's kind of like, when did that happen?
Yeah.
Because every time black people pop up anywhere in the world, you say it's a result of slavery.
Yeah.
This has been your go-to argument. Yeah. So anytime a black person pops up anywhere in the world, it's a result of slavery. So you talk about the Arabs, and the Arabs are talking about, oh yeah, these slaves are a result of the Zanj slavery, whatever. Well, the Zanj is Southeast Africa. Yeah. Nothing to do with West Africa.
Yeah.
All of these people that are all around the world that allegedly are there as a result of slavery that took place on the west coast of Africa, and there's no records to support this. Black Americans come from multiple places, including Europe, and indigenously in America and West Africa, but also other parts of Africa as well. If you're going to sell the narrative of slavery, first of all, you can't sell us the revised version that says they all came from West Africa, because that's never anything that's been promoted. There was nothing special about West Africa that made it a unique place. If you're going to say slavery was as endemic as you've sold it to us, that made it unique to being restricted to the West African coast. There's very little evidence for that. So the idea that, and many, Americans have had their DNA tested, and they and they have DNA from all over Africa as well. That's quite common. So it's like, yeah. So I think that, first of all, I wanted to kind of address that as a kind of just as off the bat, that this idea, because what's happening, what you'll find is happening, and it goes to your question as to why is it important, and why am I as a West African concerned? First of all, as a historian or someone who is passionate about history should never be something that you're only going to research stuff that your ancestors did. Yeah. Because if that was the case, there wouldn't be any white people in Egypt. And and black people wouldn't even have to have this debate with Europeans. But it turns out we do. So it turns out you're more interested in a nation or in a landmass that's more foreign to you than we are. Yeah. So let's first of all put that out there. But secondly, you'll find that there's this kind of shift that's happening, in that because we've been very successful in basically just opening the world's eyes to the fact that ancient Egypt is clearly a black society. Now they know they've lost that debate on the word black. They're now going to shift it, and now they're going to try and divide Africa, a continent that has never been divided like that. No one's ever turned around and gone, oh, I'm not supporting him, he's East African. Yeah. That's never been a thing. Yeah. We all grew up in households. We know for a fact that we were as happy for whatever Chip Chonga, some Kenyan brother's name, so it's Chip Wengo or something like that. Yeah. We were cheering for him as much as we were cheering for a Jamaican sprinter to win the 100-meter dash, or an American black sprinter. Yeah. I'm sorry if this offends people, but when you grow up black, you grow up black. You asked me a question earlier, black or African? Black. Yeah?
I don't think Emmanuel agrees with that, though.
What, about black or African?
Yeah.
In what regard, though?
In the way you asked him to answer it.
Which part?
You did ask him the question.
You mean earlier when you talking about when?
That's what you're referring to, right? The quiz.
Yeah.
Andrew?
I was referring to the quiz just then, just briefly, yeah.
Yeah, and when is it you had said black, he winced.
Do you know what it is? It's more so, I've said this on the show before.
I know why you went, but carry on.
Exactly, right? it's more so, I always say this to people, it depends on the context. In a particular context, I'm the blackest person alive.
Yep.
But in another context, I'm not black at all. Yeah, I'm a Yoruba man, first and foremost. That's what I care about.
Yep.
Yoruba, African, you know what I'm saying? Because when we get into a particular discussion, being black doesn't mean anything. Everyone, you can't tell me somebody who's an 8th black is now black as me. Like in a particular context, why are we moving in a particular direction based on politics?
Yeah.
When that can change depending on the weather, it just doesn't make sense. How do you homogenize these type of groups? But I do understand we need to move and organize under a particular banner. And if we're seen in a particular way, maybe it's the best way to unify. So it's not necessarily a yes or a no, but it depends on the context, basically. Yeah. That's how it is with me.
And to be clear, I totally understand that, because if I'm gonna give you my honest answer, I'm not I'm not African. No, I'm very proudly African. Yeah, very, very proudly African. I'm also very proudly black.
Exactly.
I also understand that black is a label that we've been given.
This is it.
But I also know that black is a label that we've appropriated for and made positive for ourselves. So there's all these layers, all these kind of like things that feed into how we interpret those words. I said at the start that I do global black history. That's my concern. Yeah. So my argument is not to make the ancient Egyptians into Nigerians or to make well, like people think I'm obsessed with. No, not at all. That's not my argument. In fact, you'll find if you go on my channel, I've never once, even though I have got relatively decent information that points to links. Excellent book by J. Olamide Lucas called The Yoruba Religion. I would advise you to get if you can get it. That links, West African societies to ancient Egypt. I've got loads of evidence for that stuff. I've never done it. Yeah. Not once on my channel. Because I don't want people to think that that's the purpose of my channel. Exactly, my channel is not there to prove or to make a link or to say I am a descendant of the pharaohs. Yeah. None of that. Yeah. My channel is there, or at least when it comes to the ancient Egypt debate, was there to prove that they were black. Black was this thing that you had a problem with. Yeah. Don't move it now and say, "Oh no, we didn't have a problem with blacks. It was only West Africans." Don't. And then when we start putting out great West African empires, don't start saying, "Oh no, well it wasn't the Malians. It was only the Nigerians." Because this is what they do. They like to shrink and shrink and shrink. And soon, and then when we start showing people the different faces in Nigeria, the Hausa, the Yoruba, they say, "Oh yeah, well we weren't talking about the Hausa. They're Afro-Asiatic speakers. They're Caucasians like us. We're just talking about." And in the end, you got one little tribe of 6 people who have now got the definition of being true black Africans, and everybody else is Caucasian. Yeah, that's how they move the bars. You understand what I mean? It's a constant moving of what is black and what. And it's like no. Listen, the point I was making earlier is that I know what being a black African is. Yes. We have shared fabric, and even a black person, we have shared fabric, shared culture. We might grow up dissing, and I'm not saying this was the case, but we might grow up dissing each other as Caribbeans or Africans or Ghanaians and Nigerians, you know what I mean? Loggerheads. But when it comes down to it, we know what being black is. Yeah. Don't try and tell us what black is. Yeah. Don't try and tell us what black is, because like I said, I, growing up, was as happy I could support South African black people, Kenyan black people, Ethiopian runners. I was as happy for them taking home the gold as I was for... So don't try now that we've been so successful in unifying black thought and actually being able to celebrate the different types of black people there are around the world. Don't try and come now with your divide and conquer and your divisive tactics to start saying, "Oh well, they're not East out, they're not Sahelian, they're not Maghreb, they're not," but like no, miss me with all of that. Because this was about black. This is what it was about. It was about you're black, you haven't achieved anything. But now that I've proved and many other historians have proven, actually we've achieved everything. Yes. Yeah. And actually most of the stuff that you got from us. Now you want to start redefining black, and now you want to start appreciating nuance. I actually have, it's funny, I have Eurocentrists come to me talking about African phenotypic diversity.
Can you imagine?
That's a term you didn't even use before I had my channel. Don't piss me off. Yeah? You didn't even use that term before I had my channel. No one was talking about African phenotypic diversity. And now I have Eurocentric coming to me talking about, "Oh, do you know how diverse Africa is?"
Imagine. Yeah.
He's talking to me.
But where does the line get drawn in terms of, like you said, the diversity of the phenotypes in Africa? Yeah. What about certain phenotypes that some will say, wait a minute, that's the Arab influence. You know what I'm saying? That's the Caucasian influence. Do you claim that also as African?
To me, I'm very clear about African is African, and sometimes we assume there has been foreign admixture for the sake of certain features that we see.
Yeah.
But that's just because people don't understand Africa.
Yep.
I always tell people, listen, the first thing you need to do is you need to get yourself, before you start talking about what is black, what isn't black, you need to get yourself over to Africa. Because if you take this kind of talk to an actual African person, a lot of the stuff you'll say, they will just laugh at you. I'm a full-blooded Yoruba man. I have got the most light-skinned cousins you will ever see in your life.
Yeah.
Full-blooded Yoruba cousins. Yeah? And they are light. Yeah, people will be, oh, Yoruba's a dark skin. No. Shut up.
Exactly.
You don't know what you're talking about. I beg you, just stop talking.
Yeah.
Because people have all these these kind of perceptions in their mind. My older brother, also a full-blooded Yoruba man. The guy looks East African. He looks full Tootsie if you saw him. Do you know what I mean? He looks fully East African, my older brother. Yeah, he's full-blooded Yoruba man.
Yeah.
The diversity that we kind of get in Africa, and I'm just talking about Yorubas here. I haven't gone into Hausa,
The Fulani.
Fulani, you know what I mean? Fulani, Igbo, Ekan. I haven't even gone into that. But the amount of diversity that you get even within tribes, within ethnicities in Africa is humongous. It's huge. So for me, it wasn't hard to be able to look at features and to know that they're African. But I think for people who have only maybe seen a single type of what they classify as black, or at least been tricked by their surroundings into believing blackness only exhibits itself in a single way, or Africanness only exhibits itself in a single way, will struggle with this. Yeah. Because if you go, like I always tell people, if you go to East Africa, what you'll get is you get the highland adopted features that are dominant. In Africa, it's in West Africa, it's the tropically adopted features that are dominant there. So dominant means not universal, it just means they're dominant. So it's more dominant to see darker skin, broader nose, fuller, kind of thicker lips. Yeah. Okay. If you go to East Africa, they're highland adopted, so they tend to be taller, they tend to be narrower, they got narrow nasal passages, but that's dominant over there. Yeah. Okay, it's not affected by you get people who are the blackest of the black, who are more African than me in East Africa, because that's the most basal society of Africa, by the way. East Africa is where all Africans eventually come from. Yeah, that's the cradle of humanity. So you get people there who are fullest of the black, and they are, they have features that they passed on to Europeans. And Europeans then therefore try to claim them. So you even hear people saying now, oh, the Maasai are 20% European. I'm like,
it's insane.
The Maasai, that's that tribe that jumps, yeah?
Exactly.
That's that, to be clear. The Maasai are that tribe that jumps, yeah? Those blackest of black Africans, with traditions that go back thousands of years, and whose people will tell you, we ain't gone nowhere. We've been here since time immemorial. You're going to tell me they're 20% European because you like the look of their nose. It's ridiculous, You inherited that, Europe inherited everything from Africans. Yeah. And I read a paper recently on my channel by Dr. Chimoka Keita and Rick Kittles called Informing African Genetic Diversity, something like that. But what's really important is he talks about the fact that all of that variation of humanity on a genetic level, maybe not on a physical level, hadn't fully taken place, but on a genetic level, all of that variation that we see in people's genetics, where they go, oh, I've got these genes, I'm from France, or I've got these genes. What people don't realize is all of those genes exist in Africa. Yeah. Right, they were there first, and they were carried into these different parts of the world, Europe, Asia, everywhere else. They were in Africa first. Yeah. They're at lower rates because Africa's got so much diversity, you only see it in pockets here, pockets there. Yeah. But that's because it's been there from day, at low rates. Whereas Europe, They go, okay, we got this one gene, so this is our gene. No. You inherited it. We had it first, and it's the same thing with the features. You inherited those features. We had it first.
I believe it's the Khoisan people who are the most genetically diverse, right? As in they have all of the different, I guess the genetics for the entirety of the population.
They've got the oldest, I believe. They got the oldest. So they got I'm not going to go into the name of the class, LO1 and stuff like that, but I'm not going to talk about all that stuff because all that stuff is, I think it's vastly misunderstood and overemphasized by lots of internet geneticists who think they understand these things and they don't. I'm not a geneticist. I don't understand these things. I just understand what I don't understand.
Yes.
I'm very clear about that. So they got the oldest genetics apparently, but I couldn't tell you much more than that.
We got a question from somebody in the chat that says, can we ask the guest if a white man with great-grandparents born in Yoruba land can identify as Yoruba, or would they need to be black?
They can, no. I mean, it's rare. It's rare, but why? Who am I? Listen, go to Nigeria, who am I to tell someone that they're not African? Okay? But this is the thing, it's rare, and you know why that's a great question? It highlights the problems that we have with privilege. The reason it's rare is because of privilege, white privilege to be precise. Yeah? There'll be very few white people who will truly identify as African because that's going to cause them to have to sacrifice a huge amount of privilege that they have. That's why do black people have a problem identifying as European, their European nation? Yeah, 1 or 2 generations down, a lot of them are happy to lose that tag. You know what I mean? I'm saying.
But when you say identify as European or a white person identify as African, do you mean in the modern sense of identify as this because I got a passport and I can choose what I want to be, or genuinely an African person? Can a white person genuinely be an African person?
Of course, a white person can be an African because anyone can be anything. No one has. The reality is no one has this kind of idea of like being purely something.
Okay.
Yeah. Even within Africa. Yeah. I've said I'm a full-blooded Yoruba man for I don't know how many generations, maybe 1 generation. I don't know. My dad's dad could have been from Senegal or do you understand what I'm trying? Like this is the reality. But we don't see that because they're all black. Do you understand what I mean? So it misses us. It goes over our head. That movement particularly in Nigeria, and I'm not sure, I'm sure it's the same in Ghana and other nations, but particularly in Nigeria, that movement of people like you've got 100, I've got loads of cousins who have married Igbo, they that happens in Nigeria. No one bats an eyelid. Yeah. No one bats an eyelid. Yeah. You and then you don't even know if you're gonna be raised Igbo or both or this, that, and the other. One gets dropped after a couple of generations. So if that takes place, how can I then turn around to someone who's of a different race, who's embraced the culture and embraced it and become that, and then turn around and say, well, you're not truly that. You can't. I think it's difficult to do based on I think the only reason we have, and this is the reality, even going back, bringing this back to the whole ancient Egyptian argument, okay? And people talking about, ancient Egypt being a mixed society. I'm not for one moment suggesting that Egypt had this force field that exterminated people the moment they crossed over from the Mediterranean. And there was no Mediterranean blood. It's inevitable, okay, in any great nation that they're going to have people from outside who infuse themselves. What I'm talking about is the core of that society. Yeah. The core of the Europa society is going to remain looking like like a certain thing. Okay, regardless of little influxes from outside here and there, the core of the Europa is going to look the same. The core of the Hausa is going to look the same. We know what we're talking about when we say this person is ethnically a Yoruba, a Hausa, a Kikuyu. It doesn't mean that people from outside can't come marry and, do you understand what I mean? And then have offspring. And if, so the only thing I'd say is would be confusing in that white scenario is for them to remain white, which means they would have to have found other
white people,
Nigeria. And that's why it's a rarity. It's like, it's almost the moment it comes in, it's got to be assimilated into, become after 2 generations, become black Yoruba again.
Yeah. And I think I'm glad you mentioned that because for me, this is the reason why I would say you can't be a white Yoruba person because they will never have our genetics. They will never have that connection and be able to say they're indigenous to this particular land. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they can marry in and their kids will start to have that. And if they continue to mix with people who are indigenous, then okay, cool. But that white person who came in, to me, that's just a white person that came in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's always going to be the case.
Yeah.
So even if I can never be an Igbo.
Exactly.
That's as effective as saying
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
So I, as a black, I can never be an Igbo. Okay,
Right.
I'm a Yoruba. I was born in Yoruba. This, that, and the other. But then I can have children that are half Igbo.
Yes.
And then if my Igbo or my half Igbo children marry
More
Igbo,
Igbo people.
then
Exactly.
there it is. There's my lineage. There's
Exactly.
my Igbo lineage.
Yeah.
But me, myself, I can't change what I am. So there is a scenario where the white thing could play out, where you have a white person who, but it's always gonna end up getting bred out. That's the bottom line. But if you have a white person who marries a Nigerian Yoruba and another white person who marries a Nigerian Yoruba, and their mixed race kids get together and they marry each other, but they classify and raise their kids, then you might start getting a like strain
Somewhere
of
there.
Yoruba
Yeah.
who can fully say, hey, we're Yoruba.
Yeah.
And no one could turn around and say, no, you're not Yoruba. You know, so I'm definitely not xenophobic, or I'm very realistic about the way history looks. This is a reality of the way history looks. But like we just said, there's always that core. We know what the indigenous people of a certain land are and what those indigenous people are like. Unless you have breeding out policies like they have all over Western colonies, where they turn Aborigine people into vaguely looking Asian people by breeding them out, you know. But that's a whole nother story, isn't it?
Let's kind of go, because this is linked, I think, to the whole narrative about the Moors. Would you say it's the same reason why it was important for you to speak about the Moors being black? And also, before I forget, what does it mean to be African today? I mean it in a geographical sense. So when you look at the actual borders, prior to, what was it, 1865, before the Suez Canal, one could say Israel, modern day Israel, is part of Africa. Would you have claimed those people to be African? Would you say that the original Jews are African? Like, where does it stop? Does it continue down to Arabia? Are those black people? Are they African? You know what I'm saying? Like, where does that stop?
Yeah. I think it's important to say at this point, I don't claim anyone or anything.
Okay.
So I think that's really important to make, because I think people who are very insecure with their own achievements in life fall prey to that trap of claiming something.
Be something else, yeah.
You know, I claim this, I don't claim anything. As far as I'm concerned, I report on history. Snap, we've got the same phone.
Yes.
You know. Cool. Sorry. So, it's really important that, and it's very important for me personally. I do take what my role as a budding anthropologist, I will call myself budding anthropologist. I'm not there yet, and I do want to take my studies, but I've written papers and stuff like that. But I want to take it even further. But my role as a budding anthropologist is to approach what I do in an academic way, and I really truly try and do that on my channel as much as possible. Say this isn't about emotions and claiming this and saying these are your ancestors. I don't use that kind of language. If other people want to do it, you know, and they feel like the work I've done has connected them and done all of these things, I'm happy with that. That's great. But that's not what I do on my channel. I really try and be very much academic in my process and say, okay, this is what this person was genetically, or this is what this person was anthropologically in terms of the data that we've been given. This is what they were linguistically, this is what they were culturally, and this is what they physically look like in accordance to their portraits. Now I've given you all of that information. What kind of person in terms of modern populations does this person fit in with most? Do they fit in most with Africans, native Africans, or do they fit in most with Middle Easterners or Europeans? And inevitably, it doesn't matter which pharaoh, character, king, queen you pick or select, it's got to fall in with the Africans every time. And that's effortlessly. Yeah. You'll always find modern African phenotypes that look like an existing, but you won't be able to do it the other way around. You won't be able to take a pharaoh's statue and then find a modern, European. The features won't fit. The the anthropology won't fit, the limb proportions won't fit, like all of these things won't fit. And it's funny how they create these little dividing lines and then they select their sample for what they're going to classify as a black person from the most distant and remote variation of black that they can find. They've done this historically many, many times. Okay. I always expose this in anthropological studies. They do this a lot. So they'll have like 60 variations of white European, even though they know that white Europeans are literally like a fraction of the genetic and phenotypic diversity found in Africa. They'll have 60 variations of white European, and then they'll have like 4 variations of all black people around the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You could find 100 variations, even more so in Nigeria alone, of black people. And even without leaving a single African nation, pick one, Nigeria, Mali, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, you could take any of these nations, get ancient Egyptian remains and find their match in any one of these nations for pretty much every single remain you find in ancient Egypt. They are very well aware of that. Yeah. And you can't do that with any nations outside of Africa. So then you have to ask yourself, well, why is that the case? It's because ancient Egypt was very much a typical African society. It's very, very, very typical. It's like there's no reaching in the work that I do. I don't have to draw extenuous conclusions to kind of like make people, you know, to make it, like, I'm not doing any of that. It's like, it was clearly an African society. It's not hard to see, you know, if you're willing to see, you know, if you want to be ignorant and you want to argue that, oh, you know, ancient Egyptians are just like the modern Egyptians. Okay, cool. You believe that. Okay. But they don't fit your head shape. You know, they don't fit your limb proportions. They don't fit your culture. There's nothing about them that matches you, but cool. You believe what you want to believe.
I think it's also important for people to know, like, and I think you pretty much said this earlier, like in the scholarly world, those who are honest, the whole debate about what the ancient Egyptians are, it's been sorted. Yeah. Was it UNESCO with Sheikh Anta Diop and Philofao Benga in 74? But nobody knows about that. I remember hearing, who was it? You know the lady, what's her name? Is it Zainab? BBC, she used to be...
Zainab Badawi.
Thank you very much. Have you seen her was it like a 20 episode series on Africa, the history of Africa.
I think I might have seen snippets of it. Yeah, I might have seen little bits and bobs here. Yeah,
she did a good job, man.
She's
got
bits and bobs. Yeah.
she honestly did a good job, man. She did a good job going to all of these different African nations, speaking about the history of all these different places, and actually going into speaking about ancient Kemet and talking about obviously the whole debate that Sheikh Anta Diop and Philofao Benga had with them, and how they just obliterated them. But the average person doesn't know this. Yet we've got people like, what's his name, Zahi Hawass, who's still in Egypt talking about like getting migraines and temper tantrums, talking about black people are just deluded in thinking that the ancient Egyptians are black. You know what I'm saying? It's insane.
You know what's really insensitive about Zahi Hawass and the modern Egyptians? This is probably what infuriates me more than anything else, is that Egypt has a native black population to this day. And it's not a small one. And I'm not even just talking about Aswan. I'm talking about you get native black Egyptians in every single district in Egypt. Native black Egyptians. And the way they are so insulting and disparaging and act as if these people don't exist. They were like the modern Egyptians. I'm like, so are you saying? Because you can't get upset every time. It's like, I will do a reconstruction, and then inevitably I'll have some kind of Egyptian go, they were not black. I'm like, but even, it doesn't matter which period of history you go to. Even the height of like the Hamitic race theory, which was, I think that was Petrie who pushed that, where the idea was that a ruling European race came and dominated but they had to acknowledge that there was a majority black population. That's why they had to come up with the Hamitic race theory. Like, okay, the population was black, but the rulers were white. They had to come up with that theory, because they knew they were faced with loads of black people. But modern Egyptians have just taken it to a whole different level. And a lot of that has been predicated by Zahi Hawass, where it's just like, anything that portrays any ancient Egyptian as black, they attack. Yeah. And it's very insensitive because there's black people there. So are you turning to them like saying like our society, our ancient society had nothing to do with you? Do you know what I mean? It's like, wait a second, I'm I would say as indigenous, but obviously infinitely more indigenous than you are, you know?
Yeah.
And you're telling me that no ancient Egyptian could ever have looked like me throughout history. You know, there's a level and a degree of delusion that they have. If you look at Zahi Hawass's face, that's why he's angry. And I mean that. That's why he's angry, because he looks at his face every day and he says, these pharaohs look nothing like me.
Facts.
Nothing like me. There's not a single statue in ancient Egypt that resembles anything like Zahi Hawass. Yes. Not even close. Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, like I said, I ain't trying to make the ancient Egyptians West African. I'm very happy of my Nigerian heritage. I'm very proud of my Nigerian heritage. But I could tell you right now, I could tell you at least a handful of statues that look really similar to me. Like really similar features. I've actually borrowed my nose for at least one of my reconstructions because I couldn't find it elsewhere. I was like, well, that's my nose, so I might as well just use my nose for this one. Yeah. To make the exact nose that I see on the statue. Yeah. I had to do that. Wow. On a single occasion. I'm not going to say who it was.
I was about to ask you.
But I can do that because there's loads of ancient Egyptian statues, particularly in the Old Kingdom, that look a lot like me. Yeah. I'm not forcing that. Yeah. It just is what it is. My latest reconstruction of Khafre that I literally just put out yesterday, someone left a comment, said it looks like you. I'm like, not really. Not really. It looks a bit like, but I bet you no one's ever said that a statue looks like Zahi Hawass.
Never.
Apart from his reconstruction. They might say his little reconstruction that looks like Putin looks a bit like, oh, that's Zahi, that one looks like you, look. Tutankhamun. It's like, you're deluded, mate. Look at Tutankhamun statues. They look nothing like you. They look like typical African boy. Yeah. You know?
But you know, what would you then say to a naysayer who says, okay, but there's no evidence of a mass migration out of Egypt? Like, look at the biblical narrative of the Exodus and all that sort of stuff, and I guess some people might say the ancient Hebrews were Canaanites. Some of them may say they're Hyksos, depending on what narrative you want to even subscribe to, right? But there was no mass migration. In a similar way, where was this mass migration that got rid of the ancient Egyptians and are now replaced by these Arabized people or Arabs?
Where was the mass migration out of America?
Yeah, that's true.
Where was the mass migration out of Australia?
Yeah. Yeah.
Population replacement.
Yeah.
Okay, happens all the time in history. Okay, happens all the time. Yeah, there was no mass migration. The Aboriginals didn't get up in ships and go everywhere. They were just eventually bred out, replaced, killed, genocided. Yeah. That's what happens, you know? They were replaced. It's that's how it works, you know? Another more powerful, militarily, by the way, not civilized. Another more militarily powerful group of people come in, and this has happened in Europe numerous times. This has been proven by genetics and history as well. But there have been numerous population replacement events on the European continent that no one likes to talk about. But then they still try and push this idea of continuity between like the ancient Greeks and the modern Europeans. There isn't continuity. There isn't continuity. You have these population replacement events, and they call them bottlenecks that take place that are responsible for very small and not diverse groups of people rapidly spreading across the continent. And that's happened several times, and that's essentially what happened in Egypt. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that no modern Egyptians carry ancient Egyptian blood. I have to always stress that. I always stress the fact that it's very likely many of them do, because diffusion would have meant that would have been the case. You know, even to this day, Nubians, you know, they intermarry still with, you know, because you've got this fabric of Islam that in many ways overrides the racial distinctions sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And then, so you still you have the Nubian society that is increasingly becoming kind of like influenced by they're relatively endogamous, but it's still being influenced by kind of like the outside groups. They're intermarrying with each other. It still happens, you know. So people are still diffusing. It's not like there's no it's not like a punctuated line that takes place. It's like, the people over time will just diffuse into one another. But then there are very violent occupation events that take place as well. And people like to write that out of history. Oh, there were only 4. It's like the Arabs conquered Egypt with very few troops. Okay, that's known historically, okay, because Egypt didn't really have any defense system. So the Arabs conquered Egypt with very few troops. I think it was something like 400 or something. It was something ridiculously small, or 4,000, something like that. It was some ridiculously small amount of troops that the Arabs needed to conquer Egypt. And then they'll use that argument to say, well, there was only 4,000 Arabs that entered Egypt. It's like it's like debating with with a toddler. It's like, yes, they conquered Egypt, but when do we use the number of troops as the amount of people that ended up there? Yeah. How many troops did it take to conquer America? Yeah, and then are you gonna make the same argument that only 12, that only 100 Englishmen made up the modern population of America? No, it's then once you have power, it opens the floodgates for migration, for people to move in to what is a very fertile, rich, well-maintained nation, and if it's better than the one that they come from, then that's got to take place.
See, that bleeds into the whole thing about the Moors again, because obviously they went into, they being the Arabs, went into Egypt, and then went across the Maghreb, right, and North Africa and all that sort of stuff. Me personally, I know I'm being flippant when I say this, but I just call the whole of North Africa basically the Arabs. Basically, that's where they are, right?
Well, it's not correct.
Yeah, it's not. I'm definitely being flippant. Yeah. But we know we've got the Amazigh people there, right? Do you consider them, the Amazigh Berber people, indigenous?
Okay, so this is where it gets very, very, very complicated. Okay. But we can have a complicated discussion. I can see you're ready for it. So, all right. So first of all, the first thing that I tried to do in my video that you mentioned earlier with Metatron is disengage this idea that Moor equals Muslim.
100%.
That's a modern obfuscation. That's something that has just been created.
Of course.
And it's created to explain away black presence by basically, when useful, calling blacks Moors, but then also turning around in the same breath and saying, but the Moors weren't black, the Moors were Arabs. Yeah. Listen, all of these terms that overlap too often, Arab, Moor, Muslim, so like these terms actually have meaning, and if you respect them, you'll get much more information out of history, and you'll get much more rich content from historical narratives when you're able to separate these terms. Okay, a Saracen, for instance, was a person of the Sahara. Do you know what the Sahara was?
No.
It's the ancient name for the Sahara. Okay, so if you look at, not even ancient, if you look at medieval maps, the word Sahara doesn't exist. They called the Sahara the Sahara, the Sahara Desert. That's where the word Saracen comes from. So Saracens, which is a word that you'll see used a lot in history,
they've used that again to interchange between Saracen and Muslim.
Yeah, and it's incorrect.
Exactly.
Saracens were like the modern day Tuareg, the people of the Sahara. Even Malians would be classified as Saracens because they lived along that Sahara band. Yeah. So these people were called Saracens. Now, what's important to note is you'll find coat of arms in Europe dating from anything from 1200 AD onwards. Whenever you see the term Saracen in the coat of arms, Moor in the coat of arms, always black people depicted. Always black people depicted. Not Muslims, no Muslim regalia, just black people. Yeah. So this whole idea of obfuscating and kind of like combining these terms, Moor means Muslim. No, you show me a reference for that. Like I always tell people I can show you my reference. I can show you 100 references for Moor meaning black. Yeah. Hundreds of references. Are you able to show me your reference for Moor meaning Muslim? What's your reference for that? And they don't have references. All they have is modern rhetoric. Yep. That's all they have. We now believe that Moor equals Muslim, so therefore it always did mean Muslim, but they don't have anything to support that argument. So
are you basically, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you basically saying during the time of, I guess, the 7th century, when you had the emergence of Islam, and you had the Rashidun Caliphate, you had the Umayyad Caliphate that went across much further, right? That the population that they went and conquered were black African people.
See, I like the fact that you leaped ahead because I never said that.
No,
but
no,
I probably
yeah.
would have come on to say that.
Okay.
No, I probably would have come on to say that. What I will say is not necessarily full population. What I will say is Moors is a term that was used interchangeably. Basically, Moors after the medieval period became the term they used for native black Europeans. The term before we don't have, because we have nothing in literature predating how native black Europeans were perceived. Remember, a lot of the racial differentiation and perception was created during the Crusades, during that period of Visigothic. That's when the Visigoths expanded. Okay, so that's when the modern Europeans who kind of ruled the world, their expansion period was the period of the Crusades. So it's a relatively recent expansion. Yeah. Before then, history is not what people think it is, I would say. It's not what people think it is. There were indigenous black Europeans. I don't know what they were called before then. I do know the term Moor comes from Africa. Yeah. The term Moor is an African term. If you've got to trace it back etymologically right to its root, it comes from the word MR in ancient Egyptian, because they didn't have the vowels. Yeah, they just had the term. So they had a term MR, which meant water, where we get our word mer from, mermaid, all those other, So MR means water. And the Moors is were the people of Mauritania. Well, the people, Mauritania, the name came after the term, which was people of the water, who were the Moors.
Okay.
Then, and also Mali comes from the same term, because I know Mali, by the way, that Mali is not a Bantu language, but I believe the Bantu, they had the trend of exchanging the L and R. So the term Mali is the same as the term Maori. It's the same. It's just just a different pronunciation of the same term. So you have the Mali and also geographically the same as well. They're literally built right next to each other. Yeah. So you have Mali, you have the Maori people, who are the people who were the first to basically sail around the world. They were known for it. The Ibero-Mauritians. It's all the same people. These are the people who basically were in the northwestern part of Africa and who used to basically sail around the world. Then you had over time that word becoming associated with black because of the people. So the Romans would use that term Maurus, to describe black. And this happens with a whole bunch of words as well that end up just becoming black, which have a root and have a cause and have a meaning. You know what's funny? In the English language, we've retained, and Steve McRitchie, who actually put me onto this, we've retained both understandings of the word Moor to this very day. So we have the black, but then we also have the Moors, which are the Moors, marshes, all of that comes from the same root, which is that MR root, which means wetlands, anything to basically associate, any land associated with water is called Moors. So in English language, you've retained both of those terms, which go back to the ancient, which is MR, meaning water. So that's historically, but you'll find that what happens is a word which is associated with a people becomes a very lazy way to describe a phenotype. Yeah. And that's basically what happens. That's why the Romans ended up coming up with the word, saying that the word Maurus equals black. It came, and then by the time it came into Europe, we had Moreno, Moor, all of these, derivations of the word Moor, which all mean black, but it's just a lazy way to explain or to describe the people that were associated with that word.
There's so many different things, man, that we can go to that I want to ask you as well. Like, since obviously you mentioned the importance of Kemet, right? We obviously know there's another narrative that the European wants to push to try and counteract the importance of Kemet, which would be the Sumerians, Mesopotamia, right? Do you feel at this again? This might, I don't know. I'm jumping there basically, but do you feel like religion, people that subscribe to Christianity, people that subscribe to the Abrahamic faiths, do the bidding of that same narrative? because it's so quick to, I guess, because I always say on the show again, like when you take on a religion, you take on culture too. And by doing that, and since we know that the Hebrew text, sorry, let me not say the Hebrew text, but at least the narrative is, again, that Abraham, who's the father of the Hebrews, came from Ur of the Chaldeans, modern day Sumeria, Mesopotamia, that sort of region. Are we doing the bidding of basically that narrative when we are so quick to cling to that particular area instead of, let's just say, something that's closer to us and just as powerful, in fact, more powerful, did more things at an earlier stage and for longer in Kemet?
You see, this has got so many layers. The first layer being that Sumerians were described as the black-headed people. I think that's what the term Sumerian means, black-headed people. So you've got, first of all of that to compete with. The fact that everything aside, these people describe themselves as black. Now, obviously, colour in the ancient world can't be taken too literally. But we can still assume that they're very dark. And if I look at that region of the world to this day, they have retained indigenous black populations. So then you have to ask, are you going to believe the slave narrative, which they use to explain black people in every single nation in the world? Or are you going to believe the actual words of the people who will say, just like in Qatar, where they tell no, we're the indigenous, we were here first. In fact, we were ruling, and then the British came in and put the Indians in charge, which is literally what happened in Qatar. Yeah, the Alfani family are Indian. They're of Indian heritage. So, this is the kind of things that Britain would do in their colonies. And, they used to call people of the Middle East sand N-words. That's what they used to call them. So what happened to that? Because after colonialism ended and they just literally gave power to the minorities, and now that's become our... Even what's happening across North Africa at the moment, you just classify North African as Arab. Do you know the city of Sirte that Gaddafi grew up in? Entirely black population. Entirely black. That's why they wiped it out, by the way, at the end of the war, when they had no reason to. They had already captured Gaddafi, but then they circled the city of Sirte and they just committed a genocide. One of the biggest war crimes in history that's never spoken about. But I remember when that war was still all taking place. But the entire population of Sirte was a black population. That was a black, literally all black people of taboo ancestry. But yeah, that's native black Libyan ancestry. Before the revolution, the Senussi family that used to run Libya, they're black. Libya was a black nation. Before 150 years of genocide that have taken place in Libya looked like Sudan. So we don't even have to go back that far in history to have a completely different Libya. Completely different Libya. Like literally looked like Sudan, and now it looks like Dubai. Exactly. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. The people there are completely different. These are not. And how long did that take? It didn't take very long, did it? We were speaking about that earlier. It doesn't take very long for a people to be replaced. People talk about, there was no mass migration in that case either. The initial population, the native population, can be drowned out by people who want their land more. That's the bottom line, and who have the means to take it. So, what was your initial question? Because I think I've missed it.
Are we doing the bidding of that narrative that tries to push Sumeria as just as important earlier than Egypt? By subscribing to these belief systems, the Abrahamic faiths.
I mean, you can't stop someone from believing what they believe at the end of the day. If you want to be a Christian, that's fine. If you want to be a Muslim, that's fine. I'm not of the side of the argument that suggests that any of these religions are wrong. They're just not correct for me. I don't believe in dogmatic faiths. I don't think they're healthy. That being said, the historical narrative that has followed or at least that we follow, I should say, which placed the timeline, and at a timeline attempts to place Sumeria as the oldest civilization, is ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so stupid because ancient Kemet, in their failure to say so basically, I think they give Sumeria the establishment date of 3250 BC, and then they give ancient Kemet 3100 BC as to when the old kingdom started. The ridiculous thing is, as excavators and, excavation took place and all the history, they have to now acknowledge the fact that Egypt had a pre-dynastic,
Yeah.
which is very much a civilization, as much a civilization as the Old Kingdom.
Yeah.
But because it's a pre-dynastic, they don't classify it as being part of the civilization. Sumeria is still older. Yeah. Even though at the start of the Old Kingdom, you had a fully formed civilization. The language was already in place. Yep. Everything that made Egypt what it was had already been established. So you have to say it's older. That being said, even the date of 3100 is not correct. It's deliberately out of whack. They know for a fact it's likely much older. So you had all of these lies, and all of this is an effort to just move the birth of the first civilization, or at least the first modern civilization that we have, out of Africa. Yeah. It can't be on that main landmass on the African continent. Let's just move it closer to us. The amazing thing is, and this is the important thing, when it comes to them trying to establish Sumeria as the older civilization, they have no evidence that the Egyptians inherited anything from Sumeria. Yeah. Nothing. The language of Medunetta has its roots. Okay, you can see when the drawings were first carved. You can see, the crystal incense burner. You can see all of these different kind of like ancient artifacts they've got, where you can see the formation of the ancient Egyptian language. And by the way, all of the flora and fauna of the ancient Egyptian language is indigenously African. In fact, specifically speaking, can all be found in the south of Africa. Yeah. So all of the plants and animals and everything that they use in the Medunetta language are African. They don't have any foreign animals on there. They don't even have a camel. Yeah, people love to put a camel. They don't have a camel. Yeah, they only have indigenous African animals in the ancient Egyptian language system. So, and if we can see when those animals first started being drawn to the point where it started to form into a language, and then Sumeria just randomly appears, these scratchings, and their writing system, they don't even have versions of it that are as old as the date of the civilization. They're much later. The first writing came on, but there's no pattern of inheritance there. Yeah. There's no way you could say the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic language came from those scratchings. Yeah. You can the other way around. You can clearly say how ancient Egyptian, which was then drafted into shorthand hieratic script in the Old Kingdom, you can see how that would have formed to become Sumerian script, but you can't see the other way around. It doesn't work. Yeah. So they create these narratives, but the narratives don't even have any basis. There's nothing to support it, no anthropological basis to suggest there was any pattern of inheritance from Sumeria into Egypt, only the other way around. So it's a reach.
Somebody in chat just said Iraq was the first civilization.
He's talking about the same place.
Yeah.
Said you're wrong. Sorry.
No, but listen to where they go though. They said Iraq was it says Sumeria equals Iraq. Names have changed over time. Iraq was the first civilization. Egypt not older. Research about Iraq/Sumeria. Iraq equals Africa.
I don't care if he says Iraq equals Africa. The Sumerian, the Mesopotamian civilization is not older than Egypt. Full stop.
Facts.
End of conversation. There's no hallmarks of it. Where has the simple question I ask is, where is the influence to support that? If you're going to say to me that Mesopotamia is the older, tell me, okay, how? Yeah. What was the influence? Give me an idea of how Mesopotamia influenced other nations like Egypt did, because I can tell you where all of our modern Latin script comes from Medunetta. In fact, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that every single writing script around the world right now has its roots in hieroglyphics. They can all be traced. And this is something that's not even debated. This is something that is supported by linguists. Yeah. They said they can all be traced to Medunetta, to hieroglyphs, every single written language. Wow. I can tell you, because I've done personal research on it, how it links to the Latin script and the Greek script. I can tell you how those letters formed and came from being a Medunetta into either hieratic, and then from hieratic script into Phoenician, and then from Phoenician Abjad into the Greek Latin. You can see, and oftentimes they retained their actual pronunciation as well. So these words from one language to the next will retain their pronunciation. We don't have that. So you can say, oh, Mesopotamia, Iraq's older. Well, then where's the influence?
Yeah.
Where is it? Because I can't see it anywhere.
Two things, yeah. Question from Black Rob. He says, ask him, wasn't the oldest bones found in Ethiopia?
Yeah, I think that's supported. Yeah.
I think you pretty much
East
said that
Africa.
earlier, innit?
Yeah, East Africa is the home for, well, as we believe. Now, there's a lot of people out there who don't support the out of Africa theory. I feel like there's too much evidence. And by the way, I'm very open-minded. So if someone told me civilization didn't start in Africa, it started somewhere else, I'm not the type of person to tell them, I'm not dogmatic like that. Like, if you give me the evidence and you're like, actually, there's evidence that civilization or even mankind actually began in Alaska and then migrated to Africa or whatever, I'm really open. But you have to give me evidence.
Yes, of course.
You have to give me something. You know what I mean? Give me something to read. Give me the the crux of your argument, so I can then go and read into that. At the moment, I don't have any evidence to suggest that life started anywhere else other than the African continent, and I think it's supported not only by the oldest fossils we have, and Africa, by the way, is not a great environment for preserving fossils. This is one of the things that people need to understand. If we're finding the oldest fossils in Africa, which is a horrible environment for the preservation of, bodies and stuff like that, of biological material, it's terrible. Stuff degrades so quickly in the African climate. If we're still finding the oldest fossils on the African continent and we're not finding them in these, cold places which are much more well suited for the preservation of these things, then that will tell you, okay, this is the place of where mankind started. So yes, East Africa is where it all began, and I believe that the Great Lakes region is the most physically, phenotypically, and genetically diverse region of the earth.
Wow.
Which makes my reconstructions really easy. Because I constantly just refer to Great Lakes of Africa, and I can always find the features I'm looking for.
Does that... I want to start a bit of trouble. Does that cause problems for those who believe in the biblical narrative when they talk about the Garden of Eden?
Well, it depends. No one knows where the Garden of Eden was. I think people have their ideas.
Yeah, but...
Why would you be offended if it was in Africa?
Because I guess some people would say, like, if you look at Genesis, right, it talks about the rivers that basically cross at certain points and so kind of contain where would be the Garden of Eden. That doesn't really tally up with Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Would be just in like the river Euphrates, it was the Tigris.
They have the one. They talk about the one in Kush, don't they? I think people guess a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because from what you read, it talks about 4 rivers that don't seem to touch anymore.
Yeah.
From what I can see, at least from what I can remember, it talks about 4 rivers. So either we're getting the names of the rivers wrong, or we got the location wrong, or it's just an allegory and we're not supposed to take it so literally. It's one of it's one of those. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's anyone with chest can say this is where Garden of Eden is.
Yeah.
But there'd be no reason to be offended that it's in Africa. I don't see why that should affect your faith in any way, shape or form.
Also, like you mentioned before, Sumeria means, you said, the black head, right?
Black-headed people, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I remember, I think it was in Chancellor Williams' book, the first chapter, he talks about like a proverb that he attributed to Sumeria. But anyway, that aside, the reason why I mention that is because for those people that would say it doesn't really matter if Sumeria is first or second because they're all black anyway. I know obviously for yourself, you care about the accuracy of the history. But for those who have the agenda of saying, well, that whole region is black, does it really matter as well? Because the reason why I'm saying that is because that would kind of make those who subscribe to the Abrahamic faiths able to say, okay, cool, this is a black religion anyway. Islam is a black religion. I know Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who's part of the Nation of Islam, talks about Black Arabia and basically saying that Islam predated Prophet Muhammad. He's saying it's an African belief system. Like, is this people, like, is your view that this is people trying to bring modern day science into old belief systems to try and harmonize the two? Or is there real historicity here? Okay,
so I think that the subject of race
Mm-hmm.
specifically is a really hard one to discuss when it comes to religions.
Okay.
Because if you look under the hood of all of those religious books, and seems to be in the line with where my teachings, or at least my studies, are bringing me now, what you'll start to find out is that you get to a certain point in time and everyone's black.
Yeah. Okay.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So if you approach, you know, studying the change in, referring back to that study that I mentioned earlier, done by Rick Kittles and Cater that I mentioned, they talked about the fact that, you know, the phenotypic differences that have been turned, or that have been changed into race in modern people. So the phenotypic differences that we have that we've created these races from, they're all really recent in the lifespan of mankind.
Yeah.
Okay, before these phenotypic differences occurred, very recently, everyone was just physically a black African.
Yeah.
In one shape or another.
Yeah.
Okay? Everyone was what we declare right now. If we saw them, everyone would have been a black African. So then where do you place that? Yeah. You know, there are a lot more characters in the Bible. Often what we do is something called presentism, where we essentially project our current geographic, topographic, phenotypic understandings historically. So we go, oh, well, these people are there right now. Let's take the modern nation of ISR. I can't say the full name because probably flag you. Yeah. Let's take the modern nation there. I'm going to say this quite unequivocally. Those are not the ancient people.
Oh, that's a fact.
Okay. Those are Khazars. They're Europeans. Okay. Who claimed the land because it was convenient and they could, and they had the power to do so.
Yeah.
And the Bible gave them a narrative that gave them justification for taking something that didn't belong to them.
Yeah.
That's the be all and end all for me.
Yeah.
So if you look at that, then the question that a lot of people ask, well, then who were did the nation of ISR ever exist, first of all? And if it did exist, who were the descendants there? All of the basal populations of the people that we read about in holy books across the world are all black, in my view. They're all black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the original populations. They became something else relatively recently.
Yeah.
So historically, they're all black. Now, a lot of people aren't comfortable with that, but that's because essentially we live in a racist world. So that's why they've been told. It's almost on the one hand they're admitting, because they can't deny that the out of Africa theory is correct, that we all descend from black people, we all come from this continent.
Yep.
But then they also have to purport and support myths and ideas about kind of like separate pockets of populations evolving separately, and then expanding back into Africa in a series of back migrations and this, that, and the other, trying to explain how their genetics ended up in Africa in some really remote tribe, when the most logical explanation is that's where it came from and it went out to where you are. That's the logical explanation. But that's the explanation they don't want to have, the discussion they don't want to have, because then it exposes the fact that, you know, blackness is kind of, I always say to people, black is another word for Homo sapien sapien.
I hear you. So
You
the white
know,
man is
when
a
you-
light-skinned African.
Yeah, so but you know that there's obviously admixture with Neanderthal
Yeah.
in Europeans that
Yeah.
black Africans don't have.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at true form Homo sapien sapien, it's a black African.
Sure.
The true form default human being is just a black African man.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you get these kind of like differences that occur phenotypically. Some of them are just random mutations, like the light skin gene mutation, but other ones are a result of admixture with the other Homo erectus
Yeah.
beings. You know,
Yeah,
that they you know, you're looking at 2 to 3% in Europeans of Homo neanderthalis and Denisovan. You got like
Asians.
in Asians and Neanderthal mixed there, and you can see how this exhibits itself also in the limb proportions and the kind of the physical extremities of these different populations. But default Homo sapien sapien is Black African man. And that's, you have to understand that a lot of your holy books are talking about default Homo sapien sapiens. And that's all there is to it. It's like a lot of these people are just Black Africans. We find it difficult to accept that in our thinking, you know.
Has the European basically done what they should have done in a sense of they've adopted a belief system that came from Black people, from African people, but then made it work for them in that the Messiah now has to look like them. They have to relate to this God, but it's only Black Africans, not entirely, but those of us who have taken on Islam or Christianity and Judaism who have not adopted God as somebody that looks like them. Has the European just done what you should have done anyway?
Europeans have done exactly what they needed to give themselves longevity.
Exactly. Cool.
And that's where racism comes from. I always tell people that, you know, in a world where think about our world in the most basic form. If what I said was true, and hey, there's no guarantees, it's just a theory, but I think it's a theory that's well supported. But if what I said is true, and default mankind is Black African, then what you'll find in populations is that they're always going to revert to default. Okay, so if populations know that the original man was this, you know, Black African man, they're always going to default to Black African rulers. Okay, you might have a period of time where someone a little bit different rules. Then we're like, how old is your blood? You're not one of the first men. You're not the original men. We need to be ruled by default Homo sapiens. It's always going to come to that default. And I believe that this happened in Europe many, many times, where I believe that Europe's had Black nobilities that's ruled them for hundreds of years, and I support that, but I'm not going to go into that right now. But the point is that this happened over a long expanse of time until the modern European learned that in order for them to have longevity, they need to erase the Black image. And they also need to reverse the idealism about what being Black is. So think about this. You said earlier about North Africa, and I think we've kind of touched on it a bit, but North Africa is a result of really a mixing of two people. So a lot of people think North Africans are Arabs. They're not. They're not Arabs. They speak Arabic. Arabic is very pervasive. It's a very, because it came along with a religion. It became a very, and brought its culture along with it. It became a very pervasive thing that basically used to take over. Even if you look at like modern Nubians, for instance, they speak Arabic, they're Islamic, you know. So it's a very pervasive and overtaken thing. So a lot of people see the language and they go, Arabs. It's like, no, they're not Arabs. Okay, even modern Arabs aren't Arabs. To be clear. They're just all Arabic speakers and all Islamic by faith. Modern Arabs are a mixture of two people, mostly. Black Africans, who are the indigenous Berbers, okay, the Berry. Amazigh comes from the word Tamashek, which is the language of the Tuareg, who are Black Africans. Oh, definitely. Okay? So these are all Black Africans, okay, along North Africa, the Maghreb, all of that. These are all Black Africans and Circassian slaves. Now, Circassian slaves, or the Caucasian slave trade, is the longest slave trade in history. It started somewhere we don't know when it started, but we know that it was in place at least at 500 BC, because we have written records of it being spoken about by the ancient Greeks. Okay, the fact that they had to give a tribute of their children. It was the only part of the world where a tribute of children was expected. Wow. Okay. In other words, slaves. And we know that it took place throughout the Middle Ages, and it only came to an end, or at least was halted briefly, by the Ottoman Empire, who blocked off the Black Sea and stopped it. But North Africa were the biggest importance of Caucasian or Circassian slaves. They used to import them in massive number. And actually, when the Circassian slave trade was ended by the Ottoman Empire, they resorted to the Barbary Corsairs slave trading with Europe. And I say slave trading because they like to call them the slave raids, where they would apparently, raid. It was slave trade. Before, this is the part of history people don't realize. I think the estimate was 25% of the British population were enslaved during the Barbary course. This isn't a minor thing.
It's crazy.
So think about the numbers of Europeans that were transported into North Africa as slaves.
Yeah.
So North Africa is a result of indigenous black Africans and European slaves. Somehow, over the course of history, and we're talking about the 1700s here, we're talking about the Barbary Corsairs, yeah? Somehow, over the course of history, they've managed to convince us that the slave trade was a thing that happened to black people.
Yeah.
Somehow. They managed to do the flip, and now it's like we've inherited their history. We don't have the history. I speak about one of the reasons I speak about the Caucasian slave trade is because the area of the Caucasus, Georgia region, where these slaves are being taken on, slavery had become so endemic that people would raise their families with the expectation of selling their children into slavery. Yeah? Their prettiest daughters and everything. That it was a thing.
Yeah.
It was very much a thing. Like, I'm gonna sell my family. I'm gonna have loads of kids and sell half of them to be slaves to pay for my lifestyle. Might even sell my wife if I get bored of her. That was how endemic slavery was in that region of literally this nation existed to give slaves to the rest of the world. The reason I raise that is because in spite of Africa's alleged affinity with slavery and have you ever heard of a story of African slaves or African people selling their families into slavery? Never.
Nope.
You'll never hear it. You'll never hear it. You'll never hear of a population that accepted slavery and be like, okay, cool, we're the slaves of, like, never. It was something that was foreign and it was something that was imposed.
Yes.
It was something that was imposed by either an empowered rival ethnicity or some kind of warring group or something that had been empowered by but that's how slavery was imposed onto the African continent. Never was it something that was willfully kind of accepted and it's kind of like, okay, yeah, take our... Never happened. And yet we have a part of the world in Europe where slavery is so endemic that people raise their children to become slaves and be sold off. So two completely different things there, and yet we're the ones who, whenever our names come up in history, they're like, oh yeah, slavery. Oh yeah, slavery. It's like, wait a second. If we see white people in North Africa, that means slavery. 99.9% of the time. I'm sure there was the 0.1. I'm sure there's the 0.1. This is funny. It's this trope they like to use. I'm sure there's the 0.1 slave who rose to prominence and became an emperor. I'm sure you got that. And I'm sure we had a couple of really talented Europeans in North, but most of the white people in North Africa were slaves. All that's happened is that slave minority has become an empowered majority. That's all that's happened. North Africa was always as black as the rest of Africa. But we've seen in recent years that you've had this switch around where obviously the formerly enslaved have become empowered.
But then to say North Africa has always been a black African society and land and those nations there, would you extend that into the Iberian Peninsula then?
Yes.
Okay, so that's always been also a black society, or is that
we're going very deep now? Yeah.
All right.
We're touching real fringe history here. But yes, I would say yes. I would say that we've been sold this. Think about what we believe about the Iberian Peninsula at the moment. Think about the current narrative. The current narrative is the Moors invaded in 700 AD. Yeah, 700 AD. The Moors invaded Europe from the Iberian Peninsula and took over. The Moors were just some Arabs, and that's what we're told. Yeah, Moors were just some Arabs who just invaded the Iberian Peninsula. Maybe got as far as Sicily or something like that. Didn't penetrate too far into Europe, and then the Crusades got rid of them by 1400 AD, roughly. Yeah, that's the narrative we're given. Okay. Think about the history of Europe before then. Who was responsible for the end of the Roman Empire?
I don't know.
So it's the Visigoths, the Vandals,
the
Visigoths. So the version of history they tell us is that the Visigoths overthrew the Romans 400 AD, okay? took over Rome and whatever. Then 200 years later, the Moors came and overthrew them.
Mm-hmm.
The Moors then set up, established societies, whatever, this, that, and the other, before they were forced out in 1400 AD by the same Visigoths. And they called it a reconquista because for some reason they still were bitter about being conquered 700 years ago.
Yes, yeah.
Do you know how long a period of time 700 years is?
Yeah.
For anyone to kind of like say, we want to take revenge.
Yeah.
The term reconquista was invented in the late 1800s. That's when it was first used. It was never called the reconquista. And in fact, I'd say actually early 1900s, but late 1800s to early 1900s, they first started using the term reconquista because it was a complete invention. There was no reconquest of anything. There was no reconquest of anything. It was called the Crusades.
Yes.
That's what it was. It was Christians saying, we want what they have.
Yeah.
Okay? This whole myth about there being some kind of... I believe there was an Islamic invasion, but I don't believe that was an Islamic invasion of Visigoths. Okay? The Visigoths who were responsible for the fall of the Roman Empire had nothing to do with the people that were settled in the Iberian Peninsula.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
that's my 2 cents. We could go a lot deeper and talk about how time has been manipulated, but that will be that will literally like, yeah, that was a real mind f.
Because I don't know if my next question would have gone into that because what's his name? Is it Peter Fryer? When he gives the history of black people in Britain and how far it goes back. And also, basically saying we've always been there, right? And then also tying that into 1066 and the founding of, I guess, what you'd call Britain and whatnot. These time periods are basically crazy. Like when you compare them to what was happening, like you said, during the Iberian Peninsula. And I basically wanted to see how that kind of mixes in. Were the black people basically in Britain and that far north always there? Or did they come in those waves when you had the influx of black Africans going during the 700s? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. According to Dave McRitchie, who I think is a good resource on this, he will tell you that the indigenous populations of the British Isles are all black.
Okay.
He'll tell you that unequivocally, without any kind of like, and he brings receipts. You even get remnants. We're talking about the Scottish, the Picts, all of these people. He'll tell you that these people were all black. They were acknowledged to be black, and this is where a lot of the, once again, the coat of arms, not just in mainland Europe, but also in the UK, Britain, will show black people because these people were all black. Yeah. England had black rulership right through these whitewashed eras that we think we're looking at kings and queens we know. If people knew, I'm not going to go into it because I'll sound like a crazy person. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but the populations of the UK, it's been argued very well by David McRitchie, were black. And actually, England's suffered several waves of invasions, which has resulted in it being a now essentially white nation, but it wasn't historically. Historically, these people were all black.
So what would you say to somebody that says, okay, so where did white people come from? Is this just, are white people just, like I said earlier, just light-skinned black people over time? Or did they come from those areas like the Caucasus areas and Georgia and
I think
Armenia?
the argument is the Caucasus,
okay.
East, so Western Asia is argued to be the origination point of modern Europeans. I think they have a name for it, talk about the Yamnaya expansion or something like that.
Okay.
And that's something they dated back to 3,000 years ago, which isn't that long in the scheme of history. So on the one hand, they'll admit that they're a result of a recent expansion, but on the other hand, they also won't let go of the fact that they want to be connected to all of the other ancient societies.
Yep.
But then they'll turn around to you and say, oh, you're claiming stuff that doesn't belong to you. It's like, hey, look, the only thing I'm claiming, is that the ancient Egyptians were the same as modern Africans. Yeah. Okay? You can pick and choose which Africans you want them to be thinking. I'm not going to get offended if you say, oh, well, they're nothing like Nigerians, they're more like Rwandans. Okay, cool.
That's fine, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Is that it? You know?
Yeah, for real. I know we have to wrap up soon, yeah. But you obviously got like, is it nearly 20 years of teaching experience, right?
Yeah.
And I believe in one of your videos, you was basically talking about the importance of having obviously accurate history and us being involved in the narrative, reclaiming the narrative, which is, again, you mentioned some of the greatest master teachers there are before, like John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and Sheikh Anta Diop, Philip Benga, all these people who did the work, Ivan Van Sertima, all these people who did the work before. Like, why is it so important, right, for us to basically know who these people are, know about their work, and basically have that injected into the school system? Because we had Lavinia here, who's basically the founder of the Black curriculum, and she's basically obviously talking about the importance of having Black history being told in schools, even here in the UK, well, especially here in the UK. Why is it important for us to not only have the Black history, but have somebody like yourself, who's a budding anthropologist, go in and doing the reconstructions, the field work, and being able to tell history from our perspective, which is the real and accurate perspective?
I don't like the idea of Black history being taught in schools.
Okay,
Controversial take.
All right.
I don't. And I say that as a former teacher.
Okay.
I can tell you right now, one of the favorite subjects that white history teachers like to teach, particularly racist ones, is Black history. Racist white teachers love Black History Month.
Wow.
Do you understand? They love it. Because they go out there and their favorite line is talking about slavery. Oh, slavery, slavery. Do you know who ended slavery?
Yeah.
The British did.
Yeah.
And do you know who gave Britain all their slaves? In fact, Britain was fighting against the African nations because they just wanted to keep giving us slaves. They loved enslavement. I don't trust European, and I don't mean this in a horrible way, but I don't trust them to teach our history without bringing their biases into it. You know? I don't believe in there's going to be a conglomerate. They're never going to agree with the version of history that I teach on my channel. And I don't expect them to, and I don't care if they do.
Yeah.
You know? If they're happy with the truth, you know, and they're happy to accept the version of history that I put out, I really welcome that. But those people, and I do have many of those, I've got loads of like white subscribers, and they're cool because they want truth. They don't care what format it presents itself, you know, and they also understand the bigger pictures that we've all been manipulated and lied about and lied to. And all they want to do is get to what is the bottom line here. And when you try and do these, see, the thing is, I'm more interested in building the curriculum in African and Black nations. I'm more interested in that. If I could get into Black curriculum in Black controlled nations, that's a completely different thing. I'd be very interested in that. I'd love to get into South Africa and revise their education system, which is being controlled by maniacs at the moment. I'd love to get into South Africa. You know, I'd love to get into these African, like Nigeria. You know, I'd love to get in and say, look, here's the new curriculum we need to be teaching.
Yes.
England, this is not our nation. You know, not anymore. This is not our nation. You know, and I don't think Black history has done any good. Any good.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's done any good. Every time Black History Month would come up, you'd see Black kids walking around looking depressed and embarrassed because they're being told they're nothing but slaves and they can't achieve nothing and this, that, and the other. And that's what Black History Month is, when you create a curriculum for it and you allow teachers who've got their own prejudices and their own baggage to teach it. They're not going to try and teach it in a way that's uplifting. They're going to, and it gets worse and worse. I literally had to withdraw my daughter primary school because I told them, don't teach her this stuff. And they said, sorry, it's part of curriculum. So I was like, okay, cool. And I kept her off school until they finished teaching it. Because I knew how damaging it was going to be for her psyche to hear the things that they were going to say. I'm not interested in them teaching. I'm not interested in collaborating with them. I've gone past the point where I feel like I need to work alongside, you know, the powers that be. You can hear, I'll be open, you can hear how disdainful I am for all of these kind of establishment structures in the UK. I don't have any optimism that they're going to suddenly be gracious and understanding and open-minded when it comes to Black history. If you're quite happy to rip off your own people and to privatize, you know, public publicly funded, funded infrastructures that have been set up through taxpayers' money and rip off people and watch homeless people and food banks. Why am I going to try and collaborate with you over education? What part of you are going to be okay with my, with my vision of education? I'm not interested. I think we need to teach our own, use our platforms that we have, like this excellent platform.
Thank you.
To educate people, make sure it's in front of our children, and think of ways we can take these kind of our privately owned structures and make them more accessible, so that, okay, how do we take it so every black child now sees my reconstructions? How do we get to that stage? We shouldn't be relying on the education system, because I don't even rely on them to deliver my kids a good maths lesson, let alone black history.
Thanks.
This sounds like you're against capitalism. Am I correct in that assertion?
I don't know. I mean, we were talking about Bitcoin earlier, so that feels contradictory, I was going to ask you. I don't know.
Where did that come from then? Well, what do you link that to?
How he cares about homeless people and stuff.
Why is capitalism the opposite of that, though?
Okay,
because I don't know if you voted for the Conservatives. I know you said that all the governments are the same. All the parties are the same. You don't see them as different at all. But can I ask who you voted for?
I don't vote.
At all? Why?
I've only voted once, and that was for Jeremy. Sorry, I've only voted once, and that was for Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah, and that's because
he doesn't like Jeremy Corbyn.
Cool. I've only voted once. We'll talk about that. I only voted once ever in history, and this is, and I was very open about this. I remember talking about this to my teaching colleagues, like 20 years ago, having a conversation with my teaching colleagues, and they were all sitting down, and I was like, I don't vote. And I'm like, they're like, you're crazy, you don't vote. I was like, no. So this is a charade. Same things I said to you guys. These guys all go to school together. They pretend they're in disagreement with each other, and they're in total agreement. You're going to screw up the country for 4 years. We're going to rebuild it. We'll make an argument about this. Arguing about all of these ridiculous things that no one cares about. And meanwhile, what are they doing? They're robbing everyone. Because that's what these structures do. Yeah. Essentially, they rob people. They rob the common man so that they can be rich as a minority and the majority of people can be poor. That's how it works. It's not even how I see it. That is unequivocally how it works, unless you want to argue with me otherwise. I'm happy to hear your argument. So there's no way on earth that I can agree with that structure. I voted once Jeremy Corbyn because he sat outside of that structure to me. And this is the thing, people like to try and make these things about race. No. I believed in Jeremy Corbyn. I still do to this day, but obviously they've removed him as they do, and they put that idiot in his place. But he reminded me of the white people that I grew up around. I grew up in a fantastic area where it was very multicultural, and he reminded me of that. Like, you are a real person. Do you understand? Like, you're not a politician. You're not some cookie cutter politician out of a structure that's going to rip people off. You genuinely just care about people. That's the only person I could ever get behind and vote. I don't care if you're white or black. Do you think I'm going to vote Kemi Badenoch?
Your views on Kemi, because he also loves Kemi Badenoch, and he really championed when it is that she was put in as the leader of the Conservative Party. Yeah,
I'm losing respect from every single second. Nah, I am. I came here, this is we're going the right way, and now you just hit me with two things now where I'm questioning his judgment greatly. Yeah. I haven't got time for these, these structures and these people that are essentially, I don't want to use emotive language. I'm going to say very bad people. Yeah. When you are, and I have to put it on a personal level, of when you're, like I said, willing to watch people die, to start a war for profit, for funds, or I can't even fathom what kind of a human being you are to be able to sleep soundly, knowing that, how does Tony Blair sleep at night? Does he sleep at night? Is he human? These are the things I have to ask myself, because I'm like, can a human being be that, lackadaisical about other people's lives? Do you understand what I mean? It's like I've never been able to consolidate that with my humanity. Do you understand what I mean? And so when I see a real human running for office, like in the case of Jeremy Corbyn, of course he's going to get my vote. Because he's the first time I've heard someone saying something that sounds remotely like it's coming out of the mouth of a person. every time these people speak, it just sounds like aliens. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing here that I can cleave onto. So no, I don't vote. I voted Jeremy Corbyn. That's the only time I've ever cast a vote in my history.
And he's lived all his raps, you know. He has a storied history of doing Corbyn, yeah.
Okay.
Doing exactly what it is that he
Yeah, absolutely.
advocates
Real
for.
deal. And then they turned around and called him racist. Which I
Anti-
found hilarious. I was like,
anti-Semite.
Insane.
this is the world we live in, where you can take someone who is actually a good person, actually, you know, a caring person, and the media turns around and vilifies them and calls them racist. And you can turn someone who is the most racist person on the planet, like, what's his name? Bumbling Boris. Bumbling Boris, who called black people pickaninnies or pickaninny
Another fan of
lips.
his.
Yeah.
Another fan of his. I'm pointing at you.
Don't
fan of
worry.
his.
When I talk, you understand. He's the instigator in this room.
Wow. Yeah. So when and people turn around and someone who's been openly racist, and it goes to show. Sorry, it just goes to show how much we're mind controlled by the media.
Yeah.
And when I say me, I mean people who watch the news, because they will only get a motive. It's like Donald Trump is a perfect microcosm of how people are controlled by the media. All of a sudden now, you hear everyone being comfortable saying that a president, or in his case, a senator before he was a president, is racist. Why? Because the media has given him permission to call him racist. Donald Trump is nowhere near the most racist US president in the last 50 years.
At all.
Obama was more openly racist than Donald Trump against black people. Openly racist against black people. George Bush watched as a entire city flooded, and he didn't even leave his holiday in New Orleans. He's like, nah, I ain't come back for this. These people aren't worth it. Send in the military and kill them all.
Yep.
That's what he did when New Orleans was flooding. These are people who are openly racist. Trump does not offend me in the slightest. If I was to get offended, why would I get offended by Trump? Because people are controlled by the media. The media says, oh, it's safe to call him racist. And the black people rejoice, oh, great, they've allowed us to use the word racist without being judged for it. So they all jump on it. Yeah, he's the most racist. Like, no. We're going to have to do better than this. Yeah. Unless we start thinking for ourselves and stop making them be the dictators of our emotional state. If you can turn around and you can say that Trump's racist and you can't say Obama's racist, even though Obama started and funded a war which removed an African leader. It was predicated on racial genocide. He was Obama who was saying that they are African mercenaries. You know, he's using African mercenaries. That was his code name for black mercenaries. And then the Arab and invading forces were killing black people indiscriminately as a result of the thing that your black president has just said. If you can turn around and say that person is not racist, but Trump is racist, who, all due respect, the only thing I remember, and obviously I know there's more to remember, but the only thing I remember about the Trump presidency is a load of black people getting pardons from the frigging death penalty, which no other president has done since.
All right, so your buzz, just so I'm clear, is that Obama was more racist than Trump.
Yep.
And Trump is essentially black Americans' savior.
No.
Oh, you didn't go to fight.
Don't go there. But I say, I will say, and this is where I get unpopular. I don't speak politics very often on my channel, but I will say quite clearly, I've said this from day one, and I'll be very honest. I think Donald Trump is the best hope that black people have for someone who's actually going to listen to them than anyone else. Because the guy is desperate for... Trump is desperate for acceptance and adulation wherever it comes from. Yeah? So if you engage him, or you force him to engage in a conversation, and you force him to think about it, the narcissist and the entrepreneur in him is going to listen. He'll love nothing more than to say, I solved this problem. Yeah. That's his biggest, he'd love to say that. You know what I mean? See this poverty in Chicago, I solved that problem. Yeah. If we don't engage him as black people, we just turn around and say racist, then he's just gonna ignore us and move on. And that's exactly what he has begun doing. He was trying to engage black people, not because he cared, not because he's a savior, because he absolutely is a narcissist. But those people are sometimes the easiest people to reach out to. You know, so I think they had an opportunity they didn't have with Obama, because Obama was not interested. Obama was absolutely, I am here for the friggin' stock market and my people who put me in power, APAC, etc. Yeah, that's who I'm here for. He was nothing but harm to black people. Spoke that to this day does nothing but speaks down to them. You know what I mean? Doesn't have any kind of regard or respect for black people. But I think there was potential with Trump to get things done. That's my honest belief. I'm not a political person, but I think, there's sometimes, why are we aligning ourselves with channels like CNN who've done nothing but degrade us historically? Parties like the Democratic Party who've done nothing historically but harm us. And now, because they are using the R word, we're aligning ourselves with them like they're not that. Like they are that. They are worse. They are far, I would say unequivocally, Biden is far more racist than Trump. Far more. But people believe what they want to believe, man. I don't know.
All right, so let's just separate comparing them, right? Because I think it's easier and more palatable to hear what you're saying about Trump when you compare him to Biden or Kamala or just the Democratic Party full stop, because they're evil, right? Let's just take him in isolation. Can you remember what he said about the Central Park 5?
Go on.
How he wanted the death penalty for them. And after everything blew over and whatnot, he didn't apologize to them at all, like whatsoever, or their families. Did he say something about Nigeria being a trash hole or something?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said a bunch of these.
I know he said a bunch of different stuff, but I just want to focus on black people because that's the thing you care about, right?
Yeah.
All right. So what did he say again, Emmanuel?
It was a chill country.
All right. So, like I said, if you take him in isolation, are you gonna be a fan of his?
Like I said before,
Forget about politics.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, narcissist and attention seeker. But I'll tell you right now, me personally, I can work with a Trump. I can't work with anyone, with any of these other. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I can work. Listen, as far as white people go, yeah, Trump's views on race are, I would say, moderate. He's not extreme. Like, to call Nigeria, like, what hasn't British Parliament called any African nation?
See, this is what you're doing again.
Sorry. I'm trying to. Sorry.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I know before you said you haven't voted for anybody other than Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
So you've seen levels of despicable behavior.
Yeah.
And you've decided you're not even going to entertain the better of the two.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But with Trump, you're like, I could work with him.
Yeah. Because he's not that extreme. Honestly, like I don't think he's as bad as people make out he is. I think it's not about I can work with him. It's more about what can we get from this guy. Like he turned like.
But why is that the same with the British government?
Because they don't engage nothing, do they? Look, Trump, for instance, he turned up at the latest UFC. Yeah. Turn up. Now a lot of people will be like, "Well, he turned up at the latest UFC. Like he's just the president sitting there front row."
Yeah.
John Jones came down, shook his hand. I don't like John Jones. I think he's a bit of a C word with ends of an N. Yeah, 2 O's in the middle. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his, but I like that moment. John Jones seized the opportunity. Do you understand what I mean? He came out, sort of. You didn't see. I'm not being funny, but if that had been the other way around, and I know you keep saying stop comparing, but I can only compare any other, like a Bush. Yeah, if John Jones tried to shit Bush, he would have been cringing. Like, you would have seen it. Trump was like, cool, dap him up, you know what I mean? Like, he don't care. He's a money guy. Like, I know money. Like, I know people who just like, he is a money guy, yeah? And he's a narcissist. He likes to solve problems. That's why he went into Korea. No one talks about the fact that he got he got a peace treaty between Korea and North Korea. He should have got the Nobel Peace Prize for that. He should have. Because they've been at the brink of war for the past, 40 years.
Yeah.
And he got them to shake hands and to say we're gonna bury the hatchet. That's a massive deal. Can I just carry on?
Fine.
War, yeah. He stopped more war, like in American troops, brought home more troops than any other. Stop, that's ending wars. He didn't start any new wars. These are things I care about, yeah? American presidents can screw up their nation all they want. When America elects a new president, then what I'm looking at is what harm is this maniac going to do to the rest of the world? That's what I'm normally looking to. And Trump, as far as I've seen, is the least belligerent, most insular, looking kind of like, I'm just looking out for American people. He's the most of any electorate that I've seen for a long, long time. And I was very encouraged early in his, when he first got elected, a lot of people don't forget this, yeah? When he first got elected to his presidency, one of the first things he did is he invited the black caucuses to the office. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah? And he was surrounded, but he didn't have to do that. He already been elected. So people were turning around and saying, no other president has ever done that. He invited them into his office, sat them all down. Okay, what can I do for you? Yeah? To me, as a black person, not an American, I'm not going to try and co-opt their position, but I'm telling you right now, for me as a black person, I was like, I hope we work with this guy, you know? Yeah. Because he's not making it impossible. Like, Obama made it impossible. Like, I'm not even going to talk to you. I'll talk down to you. We don't have conversations. Obama don't have conversations with black people. Do you understand what I'm saying? He just dictates to them, this is what's happening. You guys need to pull your socks up. You need to do that. Pull your pants up. Why are you sagging your pants for? What's wrong with you, man? That's what Obama does. He talks down to black people. Yeah, he doesn't do anything. Doesn't create any policies for us. What policies did he create?
That's a different question.
Yeah. Nothing. He had plenty of time. Right? Yeah.
But they're not sitting down with black people. I don't know if that's born in actual fact, because we've seen several different clips of him sitting down with black people.
I see him stand. I don't know. It's a different energy. Do you understand what I mean? I see what you're saying now.
Before we continue.
Yeah, go on.
I find your thoughts interesting, only because you started off by saying you've changed your mind about where Emmanuel, sits. One is I mentioned a couple of things that you didn't agree with certain. And then you said you hold Jeremy Corbyn up to a certain to regard. You have reverence for him based on.
I voted for him.
Yes, you voted
to
for
be
him.
clear. So it's not.
You need to respect him in order to do that, right?
Yes,
and respect
his
absolutely. Values, right?
I didn't vote for Trump, and it's very likely if I was in America, I wouldn't have voted for Trump.
But I'll get there.
It's very likely I wouldn't have voted.
And that's why I said to separate that, because I could understand you maybe looking to make a case for Trump when you compare him to what he's campaigning against, right? Mm-hmm. So what I find interesting is this whole, I'll sit down and sup with Jeremy Corbyn. He's allowed to the table, right, because of his values. But that same white man would detest and deplore Trump because of how damaging he is to humanity. You said that the golden star for Trump is his narcissism. So he will do whatever is needed to basically make sure he is still at the top. And if that means sitting down, looking as though he cares about a particular people by having a meeting with them, inviting them to the White House for the first time, he doesn't care if after they've gone, he's there cussing them left, right, and center, because he probably is.
Yeah.
Right? Whatever motion or circumstance or partnership he can fashion for him to always be rated like that, he's going to do it. I don't know if outside of politics, because I understand why that might be beneficial to any party, because they know, I know you don't care about me, but for your reputation, you will make sure that my people are sorted if you know that my people have a weight, in whether it's voting, whether it's perception, whatever it is. But outside of that, just as a human being, an ideal, would you want him to represent you?
He could never represent me, but I would never want anyone to represent me. I don't hold humanity, most people, in very high regard. That's just me being honest with you. So this idea of waiting for someone who's going to be a savior to come and fix everything, I don't have that mindset. I don't trust that people have the ability to deliver on most of the things that they say. So what I look for is, just like we were saying earlier with the curriculum thing, I'm like, I don't want it because people are going to have to deliver it and they're not going to be able to help their tendencies to corrupt it. Do you understand what I mean? So what I look for is opportunities, the most opportunities of autonomy that I can be given in any given situation. That's what I look for. And what I see with Trump is someone who is upwardly mobile to ideas, someone who is upwardly mobile to discussion, someone who is actually, who isn't going to just say, no, like I'm of the lizard blood. Yeah, I'm of the lizard blood, and I do not converse with your kind. We have a 500-year long, timeline of delivery, and none of that involves having conversations with black people, which is what most of them say. He's more like, I'm here, right now. This could make me look cool. Let me have a conversation with this guy, see what he has to say. Because right now, all of my hope is in the people that black people have called sellouts and stuff like that to deliver our messages and our needs to Trump. Because all of the black people that should be doing it are on the CNN hype. Oh, he's a racist. Like they haven't. Where was that energy when Biden was in power? That's the whole reason I raised that comparison. Do you understand what I mean? Like, it's all good calling him that, but where was that same energy when Biden was in power? Because I hope we know Biden's track record. Yeah? All of these Democrats that we go to vote for, Kamala Harris, have a tangible track record of abuse against our people. Trump don't have that tangible track record. He's got a track record of mouthing off to everybody, yeah, and being a bit of a, but he just got a track record of it's just like, it's almost like having Andrew Tate in power. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, it is what, like, he's a bit of a jerk. I don't like him, but he's there. But it doesn't mean that we can't engage this dude. Do you understand what I mean? All I care about is our progress. So if I see an opportunity for engagement and we are spurning that just because we're so happy that the media have allowed us to use the R word without being condemned for it for once, I think we need to evolve and I think we need to grow up a bit. That's honestly how I feel. I feel like we're...
What's the R word?
Racist.
Okay.
We're being allowed to use it. That's why they're so happy. That's why we're aligning ourselves, because they're letting us call someone a racist. They never normally let us do that. Normally, the moment we use that word, here we go again. Oh, they're throwing the race card around like it's a credit card that we get bonus points for. Do you know what I mean? Like, every time we try to acknowledge our existence as human beings and say, hey, the way you're treating us in this circumstance, I don't really like it. I didn't really like seeing you kill us like that. I don't really like seeing us with flies in our eyes on the TV. Every time we say stuff like, oh, quit your moaning, blah, 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 blah. But when it came to Trump, we got to use that word. Do you know what I mean? And not be condemned for it. But that's because they gave us permission to use it. Yeah? And that's because they had an agenda to get rid of this guy. So we shouldn't be so happy that they're doing that, because actually I would like to call Tony Blair that word. Yeah? And like I said, George W. Bush, Biden, Kamala Harris, Obama, they won't let you call them that word. Yeah? These people are protected, Why are we not talking about Boris Johnson's racism? Because he's done everything Trump has done. Boris Johnson's probably done it on steroids.
Sorry. Did you just nod your head?
Well, about what? Yeah, 100%. I'm agreeing.
Boris Johnson being racist? All right.
I've quoted Boris Johnson being racist before.
Okay.
But I've said before on the show many times, it means nothing to me. It's because you people are caught up in an illusion thinking that we have friends. I've been saying many a time, black people do not have friends. You think the left is better than the right. You are deluded. It's childish. I've been saying this for the longest. Wow. I honestly didn't need to be here today. Everything you said is what I've been saying for the past 2 years. Like, it's about the opportunity for autonomy. That's the only reason. That's the reason why it may seem like I'm right-leaning. I appear that way because there's lower corporation tax, which means if I can pull my resources with you, we can start a business. We can be independent. We can do for self, not rely on handouts. You can't rise high if you're relying on handouts. And those of us who are doing okay, who become middle class, who are working, they're just taking the money from us anyway to give to the working class, but they're squandering the money and it's not being effective. So it's the same thing.
All right, fair enough. You're a little bit disingenuous with the last 2 years. This is what you've been saying. Only because of these prickly figures like Boris Johnson and Kemi. Let's talk about Kemi.
Let's talk about Kemi.
Now, did you champion Kemi being placed in that position?
100% I did.
Why did you do that?
Okay, number one, first, I don't lie. So I'm going to tell you straight, right? The reason why I did is, and I gave this, and I said it very clear, the episode is there.
By the way, I feel like I know why you did, but carry on.
All right. Number one,
Before you say it, run it. Because both of you are the same, you'll have the same phone. You're the same black and black. Let's go. You'll support Trump. Let's go. Speak for him, please.
Do you want me to go?
Oh, 100%.
No, well, I would say I have no love for Kemi Badenoch or any of those people, but I think for me personally, I liked her being put in power because I liked the image of it. I did like the image of it. I like the visual of them. It shows how, to me, it's almost a sign of desperation, you know, the fact that they've put a black woman in charge, because that shows me the entire political pantomime that they've created. I feel like they know it's weakening. And I feel like this was kind of like a last gasp attempt to really kind of like motivate the outsiders to make sure they participate. It worked really well for Obama in America. Do you know, like before Obama, black Americans had almost become entirely disengaged with the voting system. They just weren't doing it. They weren't turning up. I think it was down in the 40 percentile somewhere. It was really, really low. They weren't voting. And that might sound like a good thing. So, oh, well, the few people that do vote get to... That is very, very close. That's a very clear sign of a nation that's about to go into revolt. And they're very aware of that. When England was very similar as well. So for a long time, England had really, really low voter turnout. And that was a really damaging sign for them, because that shows that your nation essentially is anti-establishment. Okay, they're not gonna... And then they'll revolt. So I feel like,
Kemi, them placing Kemi in power to Obama, right? Then you said it was to engender black Americans to go out and vote, right?
Yeah.
So that was what the Conservative Party did for Kemi?
I think it was more of a national thing. So I think because remember, I see all these people playing the same sides of the same card. You know what I mean? Like they would have decided, we need to put a black woman in charge. This is all about the pantomime of this being this inclusive place. And they also realized under Obama, I feel, that you can, and this is where I worry actually, you can do the most racist things if you have a black figurehead. Okay. Obama did things that no white president could have got away with. Such as, and no one could turn around and say, oh, America, you're being racist because your president was black or racial.
Now let's get back to Kemi, because now I'm on that understanding.
So I like the visual of it, and I know that it's done as an act of desperation. So I like that, because that's what it feels to me.
Wait. So do you feel as though they've placed Kemi in power so they can basically now do a whole set of racist things and not be called racist?
Yes, and I think it's just more... right now, my only takeaway is that it feels like it's an act of desperation. It feels kind of desperate to me that they've put a black woman in charge there. And I'm okay with that. Anything that devalues this ridiculous pantomime system that we call politics, I'm all right with. So I was quite happy to see the visual of it. Okay, cool. They put a black Nigerian woman in charge. Okay, interesting. That's it. I wouldn't go beyond that. I can't read too much into it because...
But that's not bad.
I haven't thought about
he said the same thing. Why were you going on like you are losing respect for him?
Because you never told him the real context.
No,
that's why you
no, because I thought that
just said
you sounded like he supports her, as in like her policies. And I didn't like
But he does!
Again, I'm here, Let me talk.
Sorry. Go.
When it comes to supporting the policies, it's me supporting... whatever is put in place that makes life easier for us to do for self. Like I just said in the chat, I'm not supporting a person. I'm just supporting any sort of situation that can make black people, working class people do for self and not rely on the government. Because the government don't like you. So they don't care about the working class, like you said throughout the entire show. They don't care about black people too. Also, you said for the entire show. And this is what I'm trying to get people to realize. Don't think the left is better. Keir Starmer said X, Y, and Z. He's a Labour leader, but couldn't define what a working class person was. Told you there'll be no increase in taxes for working people. Yet, right now, there is increase in taxes. You just haven't seen it yet because they think you don't know the basics of economics. It will come. Don't worry, it's coming. It's coming. All these things were lies. So it's not me trying to say Boris is better than this person or I like this person. I don't think anyone likes me. I just care about whatever's going to be put in place so that we can come together and say the idea of Marcus Garvey, doing for self, being independent, choosing our own futures, self-determination, economic self-reliance can be realized. Whatever is easiest to make that happen. Kemi, I said also, I might be biased. I was supporting her because I thought, you know what? Not supporting, but just be like, okay, cool. Because she's a Yoruba woman. I've got that bias too, right? But also, like you said before.
Oh, man.
But also, like you said before.
Yeah.
Like all these people.
Yorubas can be the worst, you know.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Oh, man,
And
they can be the worst.
100%. But this is why I said, I know it might be a bit of that bias that I'm connected to Yoruba people, innit? But also because I thought, like you said about the optics, a woman has tried and got there. And for those people who believe in integration, who are trying to get better representation, when I've been trying to tell people the best representation is ownership. Do for self, own the things so you can control it entirely. When you care about better representation, you've got the integrationist mindset, and that's fine. I'm not trying to say this, that, and the third. I know there's different ways to skin a cat. But if that's the case, and you could say to me, Obama was good for black people because at least, even if he didn't do anything for black people, at least there's somebody to look up and say, you know what, there's a black man there as the leader of the world, I can get there. Why can't you use the same image, the same principle for Kemet Badenoch? The Labour Party that says that support you has done nothing for black people in terms of getting that representation in the cabinet. The only person you got there is David Lammy. Yet for the past how many years, at least you've got some sort of black representation in the Tory party. Now, you may say they were just installed and it's just optics, it's part of the pantomime, fine. But for those who don't believe that, who are integrationists, you've got the representation there. The so-called party that's meant to represent black and working class people, you would never get a black leader of the Labour Party. If the Tories win, you will have a black prime minister in Kemet Badenoch. The so-called dream that you care about is not happening under Labour.
Yeah.
It's happening under the Tories.
It could have happened under Corbyn, because his right hand.
Don't mention Corbyn.
woman
It's a
was-
dirty word for him. Don't do that.
Let me talk about Corbyn too then, right? But
Before you do.
Tread carefully, my man.
Afterwards, make sure and tell me why you wouldn't have voted for Trump if it is that you were American. No. After
after
he
Corbyn.
says racist. Like,
Okay,
sorry.
yeah. The only thing with Corbyn, and I said this before, I like Corbyn's traits. I like his personality in terms of like, I like that he's a bit of an authoritarian. I think he gets that from his socialist, communist background, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't tolerate nonsense. I like that, and I think you need that in a leader. But I did believe that in this current world, the lofty ideas and dreams that he had of taking from the rich, and it just wasn't going to work. It just wasn't going to work. And because it's not going to work, it's not going to be something that means he would win the election. What is the point? That's basically what I'm saying. Because it's not going to be realized.
See,
Where's the money going to come from to do all the things that you said? So it's not me saying he's a bad guy. I think he's a great guy.
See, I think he was using that as a line.
Okay.
I think you have to say that the noise. This is why they got rid of him, in my view. I think he was saying what he was saying because he knew the general public only understand we haven't got enough money. We need to raise more money. I think ultimately he would have gone after corruption.
Okay.
Because that's the way you solve England's problems. It's got nothing to do with taxing people more. This country generates so much money people do not realise. This country generates unspeakable amounts of money. Think about when we were young and this country generated enough money to send not even our parents, just the generation just above us to uni with a 25 grand loan. Not loan, sorry, grant each. So not only did they send them to uni for free, they got 25 bags to spend on whatever they liked. Yeah? Back then, back then that was enough. A lot of people used their grants to put their house deposits down. What happened to that? You know what I mean? To that, it's the same amount of, like, proportional wise, it's the same amount of tax, well, much less tax being collected. You had less corruption. You had less of these outlets, you know what I mean? Less of these faucets that are just siphoning money out. The problem with the UK is corruption, okay? It's corruption, 100%. This country generates more money, more than enough money to have perfect infrastructure everywhere. But they're more concerned with, have you ever bid on a public tender?
No.
Okay, so if you bid on a public tender, you'd know exactly how.
What's a public tender?
So a public tender is when the government has got some kind of scheme going. It could be anything. Yeah, it could be to build a bridge. It could be to open a new school. It could be to provide an educational piece
And
of
as a
software.
contractor, you come in and bid for it, you mean?
Yeah,
Alright, cool,
to
cool.
get a contract. Yeah. So you go through this bidding system, okay? Now, this bidding system is how basically you get your hands on public money. And the one thing that's known, first of all, is that, public sector pays ridiculously more than any private sector contract you can get. So whatever you're doing, if it was to build, to pave a new street, if on a private market that would have cost £1,000, then you're probably going to be getting about 20 grand to do that. Public sector, yeah. That's how it works. Yes, it's just and I think part of the reason why they price like that is because they know most of the people who win the contracts don't carry out the work. They just take the profit and then they subcontract it. Yeah. And then sometimes the subcontractors pay subcontractors. So sometimes you got this chain of contractors where the person at the bottom is the one getting, and everyone else is just getting free money. Just gleaning free money from this, exorbitantly priced contract that's been put out. The reason I mention that is because you'll realise, if you got into it, there are a few companies, Capita being one of them. Have you heard of company Capita? Capita is just an expert bidder. They do everything. School software, everything you can think of. They're a multi-billion-pound organisation. Why? Do they provide anything directly to the public? No. Do they have a product? No. What are they expert in? Bidding for contracts. And they win them each time. Because when they go through the bids, they'll look at how many bids have you previously won. That'll be one of the criteria. Oh, well, we got this person who's bidding. They won 100 bids. Okay, give it to them. That's what the council will say, or the government will say, or whatever it is who's providing this. Do you understand what I mean? So this is how British money is essentially pissed up the wall. Yeah? Like, ridiculously on every single level. And if you was to get at the heart of that corruption, you realise, like I said at the start of this, England is so rich. We should be walking down streets of gold. Literally, we should be walking down streets paved with gold, and that's how rich England is. But you'll never get at that because they like to siphon off money to lords. And do you remember the Peers, the Cash for Peers scandal? Labour Party. Do you remember that back in the day? Do you know why members of the Labour Party were paying for peerages?
No.
No one ever asked the question. Everyone knew, why would you pay him to become a lord?
There you go.
Because it makes you a part of a club.
There you go.
An accessibility club. You can't get certain contracts unless you have a peerage. So it was important for these MPs. They knew we need to get our peerages whilst I'm in power, because that's going to set me up for life. This country still works on a feudal system. A lot of people don't know that. They think we're in some different system. It's still a feudal system. So unless you get to the heart of that corruption, you're never, all of these voting for this party and that party. I always say to people, when was the last time tax was lowered? Not in my lifetime. Tax, you'll only find a new party will come in and find a way of raising new taxes. Yeah. In my lifetime, as long as I've been cognizant, so let's say the last 30 years when I've been observing these things, I know for a fact tax has never gone down. Someone is never better off next year than they were last year in terms of how much they pay the government. So how is it that we're caught in this system which progressively collects more money from people in new and imaginative ways and gives them less and less as each year passes? That's literally what happens. We get less in services, we pay more. And that is just a continuation. This is a system of corruption that we're involved in.
Agreed. So why not Trump if you were American?
I said I might not vote him. I probably wouldn't have voted him.
Would
I say probably. I said I probably wouldn't have.
Yeah, but why?
But I think there's a small percentage chance that I might have voted him.
But why the majority percentage not?
Because it's once again it's the pantomime thing. It's all about how much I feel like he's a part of the pantomime. If I feel like
he's a mercenary at the end of the day.
I felt like he was the first. I felt the first election he was more of a rebel. I feel now he's more of a pantomime. So I don't know what I'm expecting for him this term. I feel like he's disengaged now. I feel like we had an opportunity with him. And I feel like if I was Trump, I would hate black people now. Wow. Being honest with you, I would. And I'd be justified too. I would. If I was Trump...
More black people love Trump than last time round.
No. But look how he's been attacked and he's been lambasted, yeah, by people calling him racist for, in my view...
But they were good people on both sides, though.
What do you mean?
That's what he famously said.
But my point is that he's been judged by a different standard. And it's like, well, welcome to being black. But yeah, he's not going to be used to that as a white man. He's being judged by a different standard. Do you understand what I mean? Because people are calling him racist for things that everyone does,
How do you mean?
who are never called racist.
How do you mean?
So he's gonna, as a white man, he's gonna feel aggrieved about that. I'm just telling you right now.
I
They
don't
have
say-
very
I don't
strong
say-
victim
everyone
mentality.
says Nigeria is a shithole.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
In government, in power.
They might not use that colourful language, but, yeah.
These are the markers that are important.
Yeah, but that's
This is
not
what
that's
you've
not
decided to
that's
do.
not racial, because he'd turn around and call Brazil a shithole. He'd turn around and he'll call Bulgaria a shithole. I don't think it's
only
to do
focus
with
on what he has done, as opposed to what you've now inserted that he could also do.
no,
that he
but
hasn't
you
done.
can't call someone racist for calling a country a shithole. I have to, as a black person, I get to reserve the right to analyze whether your statement was said on a racial basis or if it was said on an ignorant basis, because a lot of black Americans have called Nigeria a shithole. A lot of black Americans have called Africa a shithole. Yeah? You can't, are they being racist?
Good question. I mean, on this point,
Yeah.
because I think I understand what you're saying.
Oh, wait a second. We need to say something else before people condemn me. A lot of Africans call Africa a shithole.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But there is this understanding that, well, I'm from there. I have the right to do that. You're not from here. You don't have the right to do that.
yeah, but he's American. And they look down on everyone. This is my point about the opportunity thing. I'm not saying he's right for doing it. I'm saying I don't feel like he looks through a unique... I don't feel like he's looking... When he says that statement, I don't feel he's looking through some unique lens of this person's black, so I'm going to call this black nation a shithole. I think he's looking through the lens of, I'm American, this nation looks backwards to me, I'm going to call it a shithole. And tomorrow he'll call Iraq a shithole. He probably has already. Afghanistan a shithole.
I'm really interested.
I don't think it's how. I'm not relating to race in this case.
I love your
Do you
thought
understand what I
process.
mean?
I love your mind, right? And I'm a big fan of diversity of thought. Why do you call Boris racist? Why do you?
Because he called black. He called black. First of all, see that shudder you did there? That's what he'd probably do if he was asked to shake your hand.
Don't say probably. You can't insert that there. Don't do that.
He called
Why
black
do you
people.
call Boris racist?
He called black people something with picking it big watermelon smiles.
Sorry, be specific as to what context that came from.
He was talking about he went on somewhere in Africa and he said he met some African children. He was talking about here. And so the Pickaninny children with watermelon smiles, like he was born in 1920.
All right, and that's what you've now framed him as a racist off the back of.
Listen, I'm gonna.
Is there more?
I'm gonna be. First of all, I don't judge whether or not someone's a racist by sound bites.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Go on.
It's more a kind of like, I know a pattern of behavior that's belligerent towards
Thank you.
my race.
Yes.
Yeah. I know. So when I see that pattern of behavior in people, I don't need your permission. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking generalizing. I don't need your permission to call that person a racist when I see it.
Yes.
And England, they're brilliant at that, by the way. One thing I like about America is that racists wear their racism on their sleeve.
Yes.
They'll call you the N-word with bass. Do you know what I mean? Get out of here, you dirty. You know what I mean?
Use sound bites.
Yeah.
To be obvious with their pattern of behavior. Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely. Cool.
No, I just want to quickly land really quickly with my point about England. England is a very good nation at hiding their racism.
Okay.
We confront constant microaggressions, they're called, in England. Yeah. Our parliament is the most racist parliament out there, probably second only to Australia and South Africa. Our parliament is awfully racist, but awfully good at also not expressing racism explicitly in sound bites. So making it very hard for you to actually corner them as saying that this is a racist policy. Do you know? So that's one of the things that's...
Okay. Can you remember what he had to say about the Kaepernick protest?
Who's that?
Trump.
I know it was negative.
What do you think you know it was negative? What do you mean?
I just remember it was negative. That's all.
I'm just trying to look for patterns of behavior that will look to classify this guy as a racist in your mind, right? Even though you said that Americans, by their words, you can now deem them racist, but you're not going to take what he says as racist in the examples that I will give you.
I might do.
So the shithole is not deemed as...
I don't think that's racist, no.
All right, fair.
No, because that's just the way he talks. And I think I'm being honest there. I wouldn't sit here and lie to you. I feel like that's the way he talks. I feel like he'll just brand something a shithole or someone. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I didn't get the energy of these dirty black Nigerians. Like, it was more kind of like, yeah, Nigeria's a shithole. You know what I mean? Like that's just someone who hasn't clearly, like most Americans would say that. Like I said, including black, white, Latino, whatever, they'd say exactly the same thing. I'd struggle to call him racist on that basis alone. Okay. Well, you might show me something now that I totally agree with.
No. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I'm just wanting to know if you knew about certain things that he had done.
But do you think that's fair though? That my analysis of him calling it a shithole?
It's fair to say other people would also call it a shithole. But in saying that, it matters to me that you've gone on a national stage, known full well that you're the leader of the free world, and you've labelled this country with which your country has been part and parcel of making it a shithole, and labelled it a shithole.
Yeah,
you understand? That matters.
But I think in English, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
No, I am coming into the whole world of Trump from Home Alone, all the rap or hip hop crew looking to hold him up in high esteem, and then I'll grab him by the pussy, right? I'm coming from that particular.
By the way,
lens.
I think that's overblown. I don't think hip hop held him in high esteem. I think it was just Trump was an easy thing to rhyme, and everyone and it was the only billionaire who everyone knew their name. Whose name? It wasn't like, I think that whole thing's been overblown, this idea that they all looked up to Trump. No, it's more like they just used him for lyrics. Like, who's the richest guy in America? Donald Trump. Okay, he's going in my next bar. That's all it is. I think that was overblown.
No, there was them kind of like brewing him. Like, whenever he did
when he was campaigning?
No, not campaigning. This is way before. Before he became this particular person who was now going to say, I'm going to take my business acumen and come into the political sphere, he was held up as a particular icon by black people. People who listen to hip-hop or people who rappers and whatnot.
I think they just acknowledged him as a rich person. I don't think it went beyond
there's
that.
one thing, him existing and
him.
minding his business and hip-hop not mentioning him, and then there is memorializing him in these classic bars.
Yeah, but you're not listening to what I just said, because as someone who writes, you do stuff like that where you just mention like you're bragging in your bars, yeah. So if you want to say I'm rich, what's my metaphor? What am I going to use as a simile? Oh yeah, like Donald Trump. It's not. That's not an attempt to. That doesn't mean that they worship Trump. I think that's just like, it's like saying I'll blow your house up like Gaddafi. It just sounds good in a bar. You know what I mean?
Let me apologize, because this is not even something I'm interested in going back and forth. I really don't really mind that much to be going back and forth. If it sounded as though I was saying they were worshipping him, that's not what I meant. They were just saying he needs to be in this iconic bar. Do you understand? Let me just retract the worship.
But it's not really him. It's more a case of.
It's status.
By proxy,
yeah.
Do you understand?
By
proxy.
Forget I said it.
Yeah.
My introduction to Trump, that's why I was saying what I was saying. My introduction to him was via hip-hop. Then the next introduction was grab her by the pussy. And that's only when it is that he was now running for office. And obviously, compromat, a whole set of mud was slung on, both ends. This is what they do, right? And I'm hearing and seeing so much about this particular guy. I'm not too surprised what I'm finding out. I'm not too surprised. And then, when in his first term now, he was everything people expected him to be. Well, the good-minded people, of quote-unquote good-minded people of this particular earth, expected him to be. He was braggadocious. He was on stage, saying his mind. And people liked that change of communication from the political establishment. They liked it. It was nice, right? Then COVID hit.
Just jump in, just intervene really there. I think it's important to understand when you're talking. And I don't know why we're talking about Trump for so long, but anyway, I think it's also important to understand.
I wanted to know why is it you wouldn't vote for him.
A backdrop of vilification that he had to go through in order to get into office that no other president has ever gone through. And I think people also undermine. Now, this is not me saying anything I can't stand all American presidents. That being said, there's always been a level of respect for people who are running for office that was not adhered to at all when it came to Trump. Like the amount of like daily in terms of like the satire, the impressions, he was like ridiculed like a black man. That's the only thing I could say.
You're being selective. You're being selective.
I'm not.
You're suggesting
he was really
no. What I mean is, he started that change of gameplay by cussing immediately when he would start running. This is literally, they didn't start slinging mud until he said, "This is the game I'm going to be playing," and he was cussing.
I'm not talking about him cussing other senators and them going back and forth. That's hilarious. I'm talking about the way the media, like literally, you couldn't turn on the television and not have some kind of insults being fired towards them. And these weren't just like kind of like political insults. These were personal, digging into his family, recording his interactions with his wife, everything. Like there's nothing.
Give me one example, son, that you're talking about.
What, in terms of how they treated Trump?
Yes, that was unjust, unfair.
Talking about his interactions with his wife, recording them, trying to find points at which it looks like he's done something, playing that back. You see in talk shows like Conan, all of the daily talk shows, because they're all left-leaning, aren't they? All of the talk shows would do literally daily skits and impressions of him.
No, they're not all left-leaning.
Okay.
You go to where you want to consume. America is like that. It has their broadcast platforms for...
I'm just talking about talk shows, though. I think
you have talk shows on Fox.
Okay, cool.
You subscribe to what you want to...
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware. Yeah. All right, so... But yeah, a lot of the talk shows are left-leaning. But all I was talking about was the level of disrespect. I haven't seen that before. And I'm not here defending him. But I know what I observed. He was... Yeah. I know what I observed. The guy was vilified. Like I've never seen anyone vilified like that. And you can't say that he warranted that kind of vilification. Because that's the kind of... the only thing I could compare that to is when you get a black person in sport or in something and you get the double standard of how they're treated. Yeah.
So he went through the black experience.
I felt that. Literally, I'm being honest with you. I felt that where because you get treated completely different and everyone justifies it, like your behavior warranted the way we treated you. To me,
do you see the same with Kamala?
What's that?
Do you see the same with Kamala this time round? Would you say the same that she got an warrant of vilification?
Who was she vilified by?
Oh my gosh, she didn't. So your observation only taps in. Remember, you said you don't even follow politics.
I'm talking about mainstream media.
I'm talking about mainstream.
Yeah, mainstream media.
I'm talking about. Is Kamala black?
Okay. Is she? Has that question been answered yet? I don't know. Is she black?
I'm trying it out more and more about you as it is. We continue talking about...
No, but is she black, though? I don't know.
I'm not a fan of Kamala Lala.
Yeah.
So I'm only asking because I'm wanting to know
if you think she's black? Because I think she's Asian. Well,
as in full Asian? No.
And I don't think Obama's black either.
She's definitely Douglas.
What's that?
Half... Well, she's got black and Indian in her.
Yeah. But who do you think she resonates with?
Most.
Yeah, do you think she identified as a black person before she started running?
I believe that while she was at the black college, was it Howard University?
Yeah. Howard.
She identified as black, 100%.
Okay, but that was convenient because she was at
Everything
Howard.
is convenient for these politicians. Nothing was weird for me. Every demographic you go in front of, hey, try to be as relatable as possible. So I understand that. As you said, Trump was doing the same thing. Let's bring the blacks into the White House. The first time ever. Then I'll go down in history seen as I was the first person to do it. But which blacks was he bringing in the White House?
Trump.
What do you think about Kanye?
I'm not going to go there.
Interested. Big fan of Kanye.
No, what I was about to say, I'm a Gemini. So me and Kanye are like, if you want to talk about someone who I resonate with.
All right. This is making sense.
I'm a very,
So big fan of Kanye, right?
Yeah.
All right. I love it.
Remember Tupac's on my logo?
Yes, he is.
The King's Monologue.
The connection is because he's a Gemini too?
I resonate with him. I just resonate with Geminis.
All right.
You see the world we have. I'm Tupac and Kanye incarnated.
Wait. Was it Smollett that said he was the gay Tupac?
Who said that?
Just see Smollett.
Forget about him, man.
You have been a fantastic guest. I need you to come back on.
Yes.
Especially if it is that we can bring on like somebody else, like somebody suggested Sasha, the geneticist.
Oh yes.
That'd be a fantastic conversation.
You say you have a geneticist?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing! I need to be on that.
Yes.
She's brilliant, man.
We're gonna make it happen.
What's her name?
Sasha.
Sasha Henriques.
Yes.
Henriques.
Oh wow.
Henriques.
I'll connect you.
Yes,
Yeah,
please,
yeah, yeah.
please,
Don't
please, please, please,
I believe she
please.
works at Cambridge, right?
Yeah.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing, amazing.
But yes, I know this guy is a troublemaker. Man. He's mentioning the Kanye. He's mentioning all that. To
I
make
know,
people
he's like really framing me, isn't he?
Exactly.
I've been able to withhold a lot of these political views. I haven't exposed them on my channel at all. I don't get into politics. I'm just like, let me focus on. So thank you for exposing me.
Well, what I will do is we can end on a high here because I think in one of your videos you said one of the people that you look up to the most, right, would be the great Thomas Sankara. Please tell the people because I love Sankara. Man.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? Well, like why is Thomas Sankara that guy?
Because you know why I loved Sankara? Because he walked like a king. A lot of people feel a fear and a trepidation when they're around certain people. I don't know if it's the way I was raised or if it was my steady diet of Tupac growing up. But I feel like I walk like Sankara. Sankara did not bow his head when he stood in front of the French administration and told them, yeah, you ain't getting that debt back. Yeah, you see that loan? You didn't take that from me and you ain't getting that back. All right, so just deal with that. And then he kept it moving. He didn't even break his sentence. Carried on addressing the people. You know, he renamed the nation. He released that national garb and stuff like all these things to build that nation up from the scratch. And I felt like he did it. The reason I resonate with him is because he did it in an unapologetic way. Yeah. You don't need to apologize or bow or, you know, lower yourself for acceptance. Walk in spaces and know that that's your space. I feel like I walk into any space and my ancestors, God has made me a king. And that's how I walk with king energy. I don't care. Like, that's why I call myself king, king's monologue. Like, I walk with king energy. And if that's going to frustrate you, it might frustrate you. But that's the kind of energy I give. And the right people will resonate with that energy and the others will just have to eat it. That's all it is. So yeah, I'm a big Sankara fan like you.
What's funny is I'm reading the chat here, and people are not understanding how all these different opinions can exist in one person. Yeah. Obviously, I'm a reminder of that every single day. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it's real. It's because I think we're not dogmatic and thinking one particular thing is going to encompass your entire worldview. It's impossible. It's impossible. And it's also about context, just understanding certain things are just like, given the world, how the world is today, what's the best tools I can use to better ourselves? It may not be the ideal thing in a different context, but in the present day and time, what's the best thing that you can use? And it's like people just don't get it for some reason.
If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Facts.
And also, it's a lot of it is what's been projected onto the black community as well. I feel like we have attachments that are being projected onto us that aren't our own. And I think people have become disengaged with that because if this was, I'm telling you right now, if this was like 70 years ago, 60 years ago, and we were standing alongside Malcolm X, Malcolm X's views would be viewed as far-right Republican, his views on family and values and do you understand what I mean? Like, he'd be on that side of the spectrum, even though he'd be pro-black. He wouldn't be, a lot of what they've projected onto the black community, black people immediately think you're going to espouse these views. Oh, so you're pro-black, so does that mean that you support the LGBT community? No. That's not what I think, no. You're black, so you think that you're okay with... Like, I'm not okay with all black people being portrayed as gay on Netflix. The fact that you can't find a functioning black male on an entire body of production. I'm not okay with that, okay? I'm not okay with a lot of things that they say now become or at least have become part and parcel with the black experience. So that's probably why people find it hard to accept the fact that I'm very pro-black. I have a African history network, but I'm not left-leaning and I'm not liberal. yeah, that's not the way I think. That's not my thought process. That's not my. It's the dichotomy of Kanye. That's what
There you have it, guys, man. There you have it, man. Yeah, this has been amazing, man. Thank you so much for coming through.
I'm glad I've given you like some resonant thoughts. I feel like I've made a lot of enemies.
When you're part of the majority, hey, there's a problem, you know. There's a problem, you know what I mean? But yeah, we thank God. We always ask our guests 3 questions, right? So, first question is: tell us something people are usually surprised to learn about you.
Probably told you about
Yeah,
100
for real.
things today that I don't normally share. I want to say used to be, but I guess I still am. I rap.
Still rap?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
sick.
Yeah, I haven't done it for a little while, but I think I might dust off the old notebook and get some tracks out. My people on my channel know that I produce a lot of the music, backing music that was on my early videos is stuff that I produced. Yeah, and some of my shorts and stuff like that.
Okay. Sick. All right.
So I've got some of this stuff up all over my walls.
Okay. Next question. What would you say is your biggest life lesson?
That's a really good question. The only thing that you'll regret is regret. So don't ever not always do or try to do that thing that is gonna make you happy or is gonna be risky, because there's never a situation in life where you'll say, I wish I didn't take that risk. There's only a situation that's gonna be, I wish I'd taken that opportunity. That's the only outcome. The only thing you're ever gonna regret is opportunities you didn't take. You're never gonna regret opportunities you took that failed.
Yeah. Powerful, man. And our last question. So basically, we get every guest to leave a question for the next guest. But also, so basically, I want to ask you the question of the last guest. And that question was, how do you prioritize yourself and your well-being?
Yeah, I think personally, I think you have to. I work out, go to the gym. I take time. I travel by myself to give myself time to think. That's where I'm able to be creative and to put out content. And I do what I love. I think that the combination of those things is very much the key to a very happy existence. If you're able to do what you love, keep yourself physically well, protect your mind as well. I always say to people, like, you know, the Bible says, you know, if you're that way inclined, that the body is a temple and people don't take it that seriously. And a temple requires, you know, your temple requires maintenance. I actually have I wouldn't say a lot, but I do have a bit of judgment when someone says they're of a certain level of intelligence or, you know, anything, and I look at them and I can see that they have no concern for their physical being, if that makes sense. It's like, well, how smart can you be if you're clearly willing to tap out 30 years early just based on the fact that you're not looking after yourself?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it kind of goes hand in hand that you have to look after yourself. You know, especially if you believe you're offering something to the world, you want to keep yourself on this realm in a healthy state for as long as possible, then you've been given the tools to do it, to try and do it.
All right. I like that, man.
Fat people are dumb.
No.
Sorry.
guy.
Stop.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
He's a terrorist, man.
Trying to get me cancelled out here, man. My gosh.
And what question would you want to leave for the next guest?
Oh, that's a good question to ask. If you could click your fingers and change one thing in this world irrevocably, what would that be?
Wow.
That's my question.
I like that.
I know it's gonna be hard to answer. That's why.
Yes. I'm waiting for Brent to say, what would your answer be?
God, I don't have one right now. See, the funny thing is, I thought about it, and there's no simple. I realize there's no simple answer to any question.
Yeah.
Because everyone will be like, well, you're pro-black. Wouldn't you put black people in power? I'm like, I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would. A part of the black experience, it's funny. I'm a big fan of Tupac, as you guys know. I've got him on the logo I mentioned. But he always had this quote that stuck with me where he talks about, I can't remember what track it was. But he says, they all want to be like us. Like, they all want to be the have-nots. And one of the reasons I loved Tupac is that one of the things he made me realize is that our story is actually so beautiful in that there's something poetic and satisfactory to a massive degree about a black person who is able to create happiness and success in this world that they're born into. Now, people don't realize that what we go through as the amount of things and challenges that we face for no other reason than the race that we're born into is like there's no one else who's not black can understand or compare to what we go through. But it makes our successes so sweet. It's like, doesn't matter, like Kanye West, for instance, he's a billionaire. Think about the beauty and the success of his story in comparison to Elon Musk. Elon Musk's a billionaire. It's like, do you know what I mean? Came from a richest family, do you know what I mean? Probably had all the opportunities, this, that, and the other. But Kanye's story is, what are you doing there? Do you understand what I mean? Like, how did you get there? Look at these, like the creativity behind it. And I think that the beauty of that story is something that can only be obtained if you have been through. Do you know what I mean? So when we get to that point of success, the celebration is so much greater. Do you know what I mean? So in some ways, it's kind of like, I don't know. There's a poetic justice to black success.
Before we wrap up, one of our people in the chat, big up Finan, he basically said, I don't know if you even want to respond to it. I think,
go ahead,
you saw it
go ahead.
on screen.
Up.
He said, look how condescending these men get when people don't agree with them. It was fine when we were talking about African and black history, but now we don't like your political views. Problems.
Who's these men? Is that us?
Yes.
Were we condescending? Who were we condescending?
To me, it was the other way around,
I don't feel like I was being condescending. I thought. Look, I'm happy for people to have their views. Like, I have my views, and I'm happy for people to have their views. Like, I don't think I'm right about anything, by the way. I'm always weighted towards the side that gives me the most evidence. Do you know?
Yep.
And if somewhere down the line people provide me with more evidence that I'm wrong about certain things, I'm always I make it a policy of my life to always be willing to revise. But I also have learnt, and this is actually another piece of, I'm not going to say advice, but something that has done me well throughout my life, is I've also learnt to place my intuition, until evidence is given, I place my intuition on top. So I've always learned to trust my intuition and say, this is how I feel about this, therefore that's on top, until I get information. And then I'll replace it with whatever. But until then, intuition is what I place on top. I don't allow, for instance, the news or someone else to dictate to me how I should feel about something. You know? And
then when you're presented with evidence, it's how you interpret the evidence, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But I'm happy to be provided with the evidence, and I will not, certainly won't tell anyone that I'm right. That's why I don't like talking about politics, because I have views, and I know for a fact that people won't like my views on certain things, but this is just me being honest about how I perceive it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can only be honest with you. Like, that's how I view Trump. Like, I'm just being honest. I can sit here and lie to be politically correct and to not offend anyone, but that's honestly how I feel. I feel like there's an opportunity there, or at least there was a great opportunity, and I don't feel like there's a mass. And the reason why that stood out to me is because I didn't feel like there has ever been that opportunity before. And all I care about is black people making progress. So I don't care what format it comes dressed in. Doesn't mean that I like the guy. It just means that there's an opportunity here that he's given you just as a blanket capitalist without all of these kind of like ancestral lizard offspring, founding stories that these other rulers have, So that's all it was.
Okay, so our last comment. Sordief says, please ask King Ade if he resonates with Azealia Banks. She is also his Gemini sister.
I used to love Azealia Banks, but I don't know what she's done recently. She probably done something offensive. Because I don't watch the news or read the Shade Borough. I don't know. Some of this stuff gets missed, but I know that when she first came out, I loved Azealia Banks. She has that Gemini energy. So I don't know if you guys know, like, there's a very, like, we're very dichotomous in that we do things that people will think are contradictory, but they're not.
Yes.
Just like I probably had views in this podcast that people will think are contradictory, but they're not.
Yep.
It's just that people don't understand they're not contradictory.
100%.
Critical thinking, yeah?
Basically.
Yeah.
Employ critical thinking.
Because when is it you went for the Jeremy Corbyn line, everybody was like, all right, then. Makes sense. Then you went, I love Trump.
I never said I love Trump.
What?
Exactly.
I never said I love Trump. No. I never said I love Trump. I absolutely do not love the guy.
Yeah, I'm not
people just don't get how you can
yeah.
reconcile the two ideas. It's like people just are really, they just need
I don't
someone
hate
to
him.
look at. Yeah, exactly.
Don't hate him.
You know what I mean? Like, oh man, it's just not difficult.
And I hate Obama. See, that's where people will, but I hate the guy. Like, literally, like, what he did to me in Libya was unforgivable. I literally, if I saw him, I'd attack him.
Yeah.
That's how passionate I feel about it. Like, I hate the dude. He's horrible. But Trump hasn't done that horrible thing where I'm gonna hate the dude. I just think he's a bit of an idiot. Which is, for an American president, that's a really good thing.
No, he's not into snow bunnies. The chat asking about, like, your preference.
Yeah,
So
I'm married with 3 kids, so I'm already taken, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's not what they were asking though.
Your preference when you're married with 3 kids, your preference is what you've chosen.
You're interested in whether she was white or not. Wait a minute.
What part of married with 3 kids did I not communicate?
The part
there?
where you say if she's white or not.
Well, I've got 3 black children.
But
so
there
I'll
you
let
go.
work that
That's
out.
the descriptor they were looking for. Mind your business, he said.
Yeah, don't mind them, man. Anyway, once again, thank you very much for coming through, man. I really appreciate it.
One of our best for sure.
100%. Can't wait for part 2, part 3.
Did we enjoy that?
Yes.
One of our
Yes.
one
I'm
of our
worried.
best
I'm
for
fearful.
sure.
I'm gonna go onto my platforms now. I'm gonna be like lost about 7,000 subscribers.
Nah, man.
If Marks was here, this would have been even more entertaining.
Yes. For real.
But because he
We
was
needed
at-
some female energy, I have to say.
No. He brings the female energy too. Just the toxic
Can you
female
imagine?
There was a Arsenal game yesterday. I'm not sure if you watch football at all.
Strangely enough, I was at the Arsenal match 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm a very good omen. Every time I go to watch Arsenal, we win comfortably.
All right, I love that. Well, he was at the game and he's a Man United supporter, right? Yeah. And I knew if it is that he lost, he wasn't coming in.
Yeah.
And so said, so done. So said, so done.
Well, on that note, in fact, before we go, please tell the people your handle.
It's King's Monologue on TikTok and Instagram. And if you search the King's Monologue on YouTube, you'll find me. I should come up top. Is there anything else that I'm on? I think that's it. I don't really use that's it. I don't really use any other social networks. So that's how you find me online. Websites under production. Facebook page. I need to find someone to manage it because I hate that platform. And yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
People, honestly, man, like go to, especially if you're going to go to one place, right? You should be able to go to more than one. But if you're going to go to one place, go to the King's Monologue on YouTube.
Yeah.
Trust what I'm saying to you. If you're a historian or just love history, just love about, like an in-depth look at certain things, right? Especially the things that you don't see on a surface level that you see out there in the media, right? I'm talking about real, peer-reviewed research, scholarly work, basically. Go to his YouTube. You can see everything on there. stuff about the Moors, stuff about Kemet, stuff about Timbuktu. I'm looking at it right now. Stuff about Louis the 14th. There's just so much stuff.
The Louis the 14th one is good.
There you go. And that's the most recent video, right?
That's good. Yeah, that's the most recent video.
I'm yet to look at that. Honestly, I'm just annoyed that I only found out about you last week. You know what I'm saying? Honestly. So, yeah, like, people, check him out, man. And whether the haters like it or not, he'll be back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no. I feel like I've made a load of enemies.
Nah,
on the podcast, man.
Nah, not at all, man.
I feel like you instigated that, though.
All the time.
Yeah,
No,
I feel like you knew how to ask the question.
Not at all, because
you know
I'm aware we had a nice 2 hours of just circle jerk, innit? And there were other aspects of your personality that I know full well. Certain aspects of the community wanted to basically sit up for. You understand? The people who were interested in the education stuff, like, that's lovely. But, you know, make it relatable to modern day living. And that's what I just did, that's all. And you were able to basically answer all those questions wonderfully.
See, the problem is, yeah, I know that the Kanye's hate to like ratio, yeah, is very, very, like, you know, most people hate him, but few people that like him love him, yeah. And I know I have a very similar ratio to that, which is why I try and hide my personality from my social platform, because otherwise I would have no subscribers. Just stick to Gemini, shut your mouth and stick to what you're talented at. Yeah, that's what people want you to do as a Gemini. So let me just make my reconstructions and not give my opinion anymore.
Right. Well, once again, man, thank you for coming. Definitely looking forward to part 2. They're going to try and bring Sasha on at the same time. It's going to be a powerful episode. And yeah, man, appreciate you, man.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Brent, let's go into our wrap-up.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yo.
All right, people, once again, appreciate you all. This might actually be the longest episode, man.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is,
It
man.
definitely is.
Yeah. What's second and third? Are they both from Daryl? It might be, innit?
Yes, and then Sankara Gate?
Was that longest?
It might be.
No, I don't think.
Or was
I
it
don't think that-
Sheila? Sheila Gate.
I don't think it's as long though. I
I'll
don't
have
think
to
it's
check.
as long.
I'll have to check.
Yeah. Well, Shayla Gate, to be fair, the conversations continued on other platforms after. So yeah. But yeah, man, appreciate you guys all tuning in. Of course, we're here every single day, 8 a.m. We got the best guests, man. If you guys want a particular guest, let me know. Let us know in the Discord. Also, if I get a chance, hopefully tomorrow or something, I'm going to put up a poll. I want you guys to basically decide on your favorite episode of the year, your favorite guests of the year, favorite interviews of the year, all of your favorite whatevers, right? I'm going to put up a poll, a bunch of different things, and guys choose, because obviously in the last, I'm not too sure when we're going to take a break, basically. We're going to basically reveal all the results to you guys, innit? And you know, let's reminisce on some of the good times, you know what I'm saying? But for today, we spoke about the UK Army Chief who's warned that the world's on the brink of a third nuclear age. Also spoke about the minister who basically warned that, listen, if there was a conflict like the Ukraine-Russia conflict here in Britain, yeah, we'll be done out here in 6 months. This is what he's saying, right? He's also, we also spoke about Ukraine's exhausted troops in Russia and how they've been told to cling on and to wait for Trump, because Trump's, I guess, going to save them in some capacity. We also spoke about France and how they're in political crisis after no confident vote for their prime minister, and how it's pretty much toppled the government. We also spoke about the Russian criminals who helped UK drug gangs launder lockdown cash. And of course, for the fans of Beyonce, they're super happy that Beyonce has been officially named the greatest pop star of the 21st century, according to Billboard. Taylor Swift fans are upset, you know, like a lot of you guys in the chat, that she's second place. We also spoke about the US President Joe Biden going to Angola, visiting slavery museums, and talking about how the United States is all in on Africa. These are his words. Be very afraid. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what China said when they told Japan, hands off of Africa. That's our second home. Same sort of language to me. You know what I'm saying? We also spoke about the mysterious disease that's killed, unfortunately, 143 people in southwest Congo. And of course, last but certainly not least, the greatest part of the show today was obviously us sitting down with Andrew, Ade, King, you know what I'm saying? Having a powerful discussion on all things Black history, man. But because Black history is so extensive, we only touched on a speck of it. You know what I'm saying? So
Literally, we didn't even touch on Black history.
You know what I'm
We
saying?
literally didn't touch on it.
You know what I'm saying? So yes, people, tune in, share the video, man. Subscribe as well. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, like I said, we're going to be here tomorrow, man. Hopefully, what's Friday tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Should have Gina in, Esther in, Margs in.
The whole team should be here.
The whole team should be in. You know what I'm saying?
And we will do the dilemma that we've received.
Yes. But yeah, till then, it's literally 30 seconds till it's 1 o'clock. 5-hour show.
Damn. Did we go that long?
Well, you came in at 9. But yeah, pretty much 4 hours for you, man. Yeah, we start at 8 o'clock every morning, man. Hopefully, Andrew, from today as well, from tomorrow, you're going to be tuning in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
You could be in the chat.
Of course. Yeah, you'll see me.
But yeah, man.
I have to make a note every time he's trying to frame someone as well.
100%. Blessings, people, man. Have a good, blessed day.